Alright. Before we do anything, let's do our basic checks. Wow, that is a lot of noise. That is bad. Before we do anything, let's do our basic check. What do we think is causing that noise? Wow, that is a lot of noise. That is bad. Before we do anything, let's do our basic check. Oh, wow, wow. Yeah, that is awful. I wonder how I can fix that. Oh, wow, wow. Yeah, that is awful. I wonder how I can fix that. Oh, it's a mic issue? Oh, wow. With my adapter? Oh, it's a mic issue? With my adapter. Sorry, I know we are now hearing me delayed. I'm going to pause it. I'm going to not have the noise in the background for a second while I speak, and then I will turn it on when I hear that. I'm going to not have the noise in the background for a second while I speak, and then I will turn it on when I hear that. I'm going to not have the noise in the background for a second while I speak. Alright, let's play around until we figure out how to make this noise go away. Alright, let's play around until we figure out how to make this noise go away. Alright, let's play around until we figure out. Audio check, hello, hello. Audio check, hello, hello. Oh my god, I think I just plugged into the unamplified cable. No, I hear the noise coming back again, which is not good. Oh my god, I think I just plugged into... Oh, no, that's terrible. The unamplified cable. No, I hear the noise coming back again, which is not good. I think I just plugged into... Oh, no, that's terrible. All of that double noise has got to be terrible. I don't know if it's a thing, but I wish there were a way to like stream just to a stream to like an unlisted video, so no one has to see it while I get things set up, because I can check audio before I start, but like it doesn't feel as real as if I could just do this. So no one has to see it while I get things set up, because I can check audio before I start, but like it doesn't feel as real as if I could just do this. So no one has to see it. That sounds good to me. Like that sounds about as good as I'm probably going to get it. And what matters more is actually getting to work and streaming this document. Now, how do I like just watch the live stream as if I'm watching the live stream? How do I do that? Well, I've got to be able to check chat too, so sounds like we're gonna leave it like this. Yep, that's all I really, that's the only hope I got is doing that. You can't see my screen, I can see my screen. Alright. Let me restart my window of the stream. I'm gonna check audio one more time, 2 more times. Maybe 3. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, okay, we're still live. 2 more times. Okay, checking, la la la. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. What are some things I should do to like check audio easier? I should like sing a song. What's a song I can sing? It'd be awkward to sing a song without audio in the background. I'm thinking Shy Away by 21 Pilots. That's a pretty good song. Like, I rock with that song. Okay, I hear a little bit of noise in the background. Doesn't sound like it's any worse than normal. And when the options are put on like NVIDIA noise reduction versus just have the audio raw, I almost always end up preferring the audio raw, because I hate what it does to an actual speaking voice, even if there's noise in the background. Okay, one more time. I'm going to pretend to read the document now. Read aloud. Ooh, that's loud.
as is being done in connection with this case, at the time the opinion is issued. The syllabus constitutes
That's way
no
too
part
loud
of the
compared to me.
opinion
It
of
has
the
to be
court,
about
but has been
there,
prepared
I
by the
believe.
reporter of decisions for the convenience of the
Okay, I'm talking with the audio adjusted. How well can you hear the text versus my voice? Blah, blah, blah. La-di-da. The text versus my voice. Blah, blah, blah. La-di-da. Okay, that was way too quiet. How about now? How does this sound? Is it bad? Is it good? Is it fine enough? Blah blah blah. That was way too quiet. How about now? How does this sound? Is it bad? Is it good? Is it fine enough? Blah blah blah. How about now? How does this? Oh no, it's gonna start looping like crazy. I'm so sorry. Bella Ciao. Do you know what? I should learn how to sing Bella Ciao. I was at a. Was it that one? I can't remember which one was what anymore. Was it Tuesday? I think it was I can't remember what protest I was at. Wow, I really can't remember. It was like it wasn't this 2 Tuesdays ago. It wasn't the 14th. But a bunch of protesters started singing Bella Ciao. And like honestly, Bella Ciao just always sounds good. Like you don't even have to be good at singing. And yet somehow, I don't know, you throw some tenors in there and like it just sounds good and intimidating. Such a good song, especially with a good history. That's what happens when you go to too many protests. Yeah, I literally need to. I can't remember what one that was anymore. I just remember what direction they were walking. They were walking on Lincoln, heading north. Let me see. I don't know if I included it. You know what? It might have been Tuesday. Yeah, it might have been the June 10th Ice Out protest. Because it wasn't the Palantir one. So that was definitely June 10th. But I don't know if I included the video of that. You know, I can't remember anything. Everything's a blur ever since the 14th and all that crazy shit happened, which I will not be talking about in this video. Not even for legal reasons, but just for scope reasons. Because otherwise we're going to get totally lost. Alright, sounds like my audio's good. Looks like Legend of Zelda is working. My audio levels are good. Now I need to be a good YouTuber and actually fucking share the video with people, which I always don't do. The thing with me in live streams is like, really, I kind of just do them for me. Let's see. I need to go put this in my own Discord. I'm going to go throw this in the Denver protest Discord. I guess I'll throw this in one of my other places. Let's see, I'll throw this here. The temptation to like use a bot is diabolical, but I will never. I have to manually type everything myself. Okie dokie, there we go. Alright, so let me verify. I see Zelda above me. I'm sorry, I see Zelda that way, maybe, or this way, I don't know. Zelda's over there. Did I point? No, I pointed the wrong direction. Zelda's over there. Supreme Court opinion's up there. The audio levels look good and balanced. I'm not sure how they'll sound to me, but I know how they'll sound to you all, which is a good thing. And with that, I think I can officially introduce today's video. So I'm going to have to, like, get the energy to do a YouTuber intro, which I never have figured out. But I start every single stream challenge the same way. Hello, gamers. Welcome back to the Quiet Part YouTube channel. And as much as I'm going to try to be positive and forward thinking today, a lot has been going on in real life at this time. Today is Thursday, June 19th, 2025. Today is a federal holiday, thanks to Joe Biden. Juneteenth was the day that I believe the news that emancipation had fully reached every single southern state. I actually don't quite know the full history of Juneteenth, and I would love to learn it. However, today's focus for this video, the goal of this video, is, as usual, two things. A funny thing I'm doing in a video game, and reading an important legal document that I think more people need to read, and I will be reading myself. The document we are reading today is another Supreme Court opinion. Previously, I read the Supreme Court opinion in Citizens United versus the Federal Election Commission, which is one of the most prolific and important and impactful Supreme Court rulings in modern American history. And today, maybe as well, an equally important Supreme Court ruling. It is most certainly important to me. The official title of this Supreme Court case and the title of the court opinion I am essentially reading today is United States versus SKRMETTI, the Attorney General and reporter for Tennessee. Now, for context, so let me tell you what I know, and let me tell you what I don't know going into this document. I know that this document has something to do with whether or not minors have access to transgender health care. And as I understand it, SKRMETTI was the Attorney General and reporter for Tennessee. SKRMETTI was defending a piece of state legislation out of Tennessee that banned minors having access to transgender medical care. And I believe one way or another, the Supreme Court of the United States, through someone, escalated this as a legal question up to the Supreme Court. And from what I know already, the Supreme Court ruled that yes, it is constitutional for states to ban minors' access to transgender medical care. Which opens the door. Listen, here, when we talk about Supreme Court things, here's why it's so important. Here's why, like, oh, we're talking about kids getting transgender care. I myself am a vocal advocate of the position that this is such an incomprehensibly small number of human beings that the government shouldn't even say a fucking thing about this topic. Because the number of transgender minors that get medical care is fucking nothing. It is so close to a rounding error that the government should have a goddamn thing to do with any of this other than protecting their right to do it. So, one, I mean, as usual, I'm damn near an anarchist and think that government overreach is always government overreach. But two, this is an incomprehensibly small and unimportant number of people that are being targeted by the government, by legislation, by politicians, by the culture war. And it's frankly disgusting to choose a black sheep and just beat the fuck out of it so it captures other people's attention while you try to pass a $150 billion budget increase for the military while also allowing the executive branch to completely disregard what the courts say, thereby installing practical fascism. Trans rights matter. I am non-binary. And the second part of today's challenge is that I am playing The Legend of Zelda: The Breath of the Wild, which I played previously while reading all of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act out of the Trump administration and current White House as of 2025. I read that entire document. I played all of Fallout 4 and beat it. I started Legend of Zelda. I haven't beaten it. The challenge in today's video is to read all of the Supreme Court opinion on United States versus SKRMETTI, the Attorney General and reporter for Tennessee, this Supreme Court ruling that made it constitutional for states to ban minors' access to trans health care. And the second challenge is to play Legend of Zelda and see how quickly I can get Link to cross-dress. That is the second challenge, is trans twink Link speedrun any percent trans erasure document world record. And in another completely random, funny twist, it's really hot where I live right now. I live in Denver, Colorado. It is super hot. And as many of you may know, and as some of you may not, I live in a converted box truck tiny home camper van thing, one of those van life people. My entire electrical life is 100% solar powered. And it's also really hot, so I have the air conditioning on, and I'm also streaming, and we're going to see if we can charge or run out of power today. We'll see. But the funny thing is, it's so hot in here, and I want to save battery, so I'm going to keep turning the AC up a little bit. In alignment with this joke, I am quite ironically wearing my fiance's tank top. Because I couldn't find my sleeveless shirt, so I'm just going to wear hers. So I'm cross-dressing today. We're going to try to make sure that Link cross-dresses today. We're going to say trans rights as loudly as we possibly fucking can, and we're going to try to cope with reading the official Supreme Court opinion on this case and defend trans people's existence from the ongoing threat, the very, very clear, defensible, and objective threat of genuine trans erasure by the current American federal government, and what the Supreme Court stands for given that circumstance. So here's how this is going to go. The playing Legend of Zelda and making link cross-dress thing is far less important than actually reading the document and understanding it. And we are not going to be using AI. We are not going to be reading a cheap summary. I have not read a single article or document other than to figure out what the name of the actual Supreme Court case is so I could Google it and provide you this document here that I will now have read aloud to me. So above me, you can see being read aloud the actual court document. I have it in Microsoft Edge. It will be read aloud to me, and I will be able to glance at it and physically read it alongside the automatic text-to-speech that will be reading it to me. Next to me is The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. And I think it's about time that we go ahead and get started. There are a couple of things I do want to note before we fully get started, though. That's my issue, is I got to note this. Every time I read a Supreme Court document, it is so deeply legal and so deeply legislative and so deeply based on court precedent, this concept called stare decisis, which is that, generally speaking, the court should try to follow its own precedent. Given that context, there will be many, many, many other Supreme Court cases referenced in this document that I will pause, Google, and summarize. But we ain't using AI. We're using our brains. We're reading it ourselves, because that is what matters. One more time, I'm going to check the audio to make sure we're good. We ain't using AI. We're using our brains. We're reading it ourselves, because that is what matters. One more time,
Syllabus.
I'm going to check the audio to make sure we're good. We ain't
Note,
using AI.
where it is feasible, a syllabus.
Okay. One more time, I'm going to
Syllabus.
check the audio to make sure we're good.
Note, where it is feasible.
Perfect. That sounds wonderful. Okay, just expect I'm going to stop many times to literally Google and summarize these Supreme Court case precedents. Ow. Sorry, my shoulders hurt from working out. All right, let's do it. So for full context, this Supreme Court case wasn't brought during the Trump administration. Let's not get that twisted. December 2024. So the November election had already happened, but Biden was transitioning out of the office of the president. So yeah, this was argued and it was brought in a timeline that was well in advance of Trump taking office. However, the Supreme Court's composition was directly influenced by Trump. It's effectively been completely packed with conservative judges that would pretty much fall in line with Trump very consistently. So this all kind of started happening, it looks like, in 2023. Looks like it was argued December 4th, 2024. I probably should go through the oral arguments, assuming that they are recorded and documented, which they usually are. And the decision was made yesterday to me. It was decided June 18th, 2025. This document was uploaded yesterday, and I have downloaded the most recent one this morning. In preparation for starting this live stream, I physically downloaded the most recent copy from the Supreme Court's official website. So everything is as up to date as it possibly can be. I have learned from my prior mistakes and do not intend to make them again. So yeah, it is, I believe, 118 pages. And this was decided once again yesterday. So I am hot on the trail, bringing you the quietest parts spoken most loudly, doing the hard work of actually reading this stuff, pretending I'm a journalist. I am not. I have zero confidence or faith in my ability as a journalist. I am a high school science teacher and engineer. That just so happens to like politics. All right, let's read. And then, yeah, link, twink, cross-dressing, speedrun, any percent. I'm in character. I am also cross-dressing. I look great in this tank top. No, I don't. Let's go.
Syllabus. Note, where
Okay.
it is feasible, a syllabus
All right.
head note will be released, as is being done in connection with this case, at the time the opinion is issued.
Okay.
The syllabus constitutes no part of the opinion of the court, but has been prepared by the reporter of decisions for the convenience of the reader.
Oh, we have a reporter of
See
decisions?
United States versus Detroit
Look, see,
Timber and
it even
Lumber
mentions
Company,
a precedent
200
court
U.S.
opinion
321,
while explaining, hey, we're going to
337.
publish a syllabus. It's insane.
Supreme Court of the United States. Syllabus.
What's up, Burb?
United States v. SKRMETTI,
Ooh,
Attorney General
the AI
and
thing
reporter
says it
for
correctly.
Tennessee,
The
ETAL.
auto voice thing says it right. SKRMETTI.
Certiorari to the United States Court of Appeals for the 6th Circuit. Number 23 to 477.
Okay.
Argued December 4th,
What am I trying to do? I'm trying to get linked to Crossdress as soon as
June
possible. I
18th,
need to do that.
2025. In 2023, Tennessee joined the growing number of states restricting sex transition treatments for minors by enacting the prohibition on medical
So they
procedures
called it the
performed on
prohibition
minors
on
related to
procedures
sexual
preferred on
identity.
medical.
Senate
Oh my
Bill
God!
1,
Wow!
SB 1. SB
Okay,
1
I already have to pause because that is so long. So we're going to hear about this probably 10 times in the document. In Tennessee, their bill was called the Prohibitions on Medical Procedures Performed on Minors Related to Sexual Identity, Senate Bill 1, SB 1. So we're just going to call it SB 1 for now on, which again is the Prohibition on Medical Procedures Performed on Minors Related to Sexual Identity. I know, we got exactly 30 seconds. Enshrouded W. It sounds like a good game. I should try that. So, I want to get a couple of things out of the way before I've even read the document. I recently read the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, which is a really good approximation of what the American right is all about right now. And in that document, it seeks to eliminate federally subsidized access to transgender medical care for minors and adults if it's federally subsidized. So let's understand the scope. Whereas it looks like the Attorney General of Tennessee defended this Tennessee law, which bans trans medical care completely through the entire state for minors, as opposed to just, federally subsidized, Medicaid transgender medical care. And I keep saying something very specific for us here on the egalitarian side of the world, the not fucking fascists and Nazis and bigots. I keep saying transgender medical care because in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, it makes 100 exceptions for cis children, for example, boys with gyno, and I think it's funny that I'm wearing a giant tank top because my titties are out today. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act makes exceptions for like cis boys with gynecomastia, which I believe is the word, which is when pubescent boys, males, develop extra breast tissue during puberty. And usually it's just a hormone thing, and sometimes it's more prominent on boys that are more heavier set. So that didn't really affect me. My titties are literally just muscle. But it's not uncommon if you were a boy or a girl as a kid, you probably knew a heavier set boy that had kind of man titties, bro. Like, and sometimes, they grow out of it and they get muscular or bigger, or they just don't give a shit. But other times, literally the man titties thing, like it's in popular culture and media to bully young boys about that, and old men or whatever. Sometimes the social effect of that phenotype, which again affects cis boys, I guess it could affect transgender boys, but the issue is mostly centered on cis boys. Sometimes the bullying is so annoying, and the sort of social outcastedness and being in the locker room and being embarrassed about it, sometimes that is so significant and inconvenient, and even it can cause skin irritation issues with just having extra tissue in a place where men's clothing doesn't really help. It is not uncommon or unheard of for young male boys who are cis as minors to pursue a breast reduction for gyno. That is gender-affirming care. The boy is a boy and wants to be seen as a boy and gets a surgery to permanently alter his body as a minor, and that is completely acceptable socially for some reason. Completely fucking exceptional, acceptable by broad culture. And that is a form of gender-affirming care. So in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, it doesn't ban that for that boy. It doesn't ban different surgeries for intersex children, even. Which means that the American right has wisened up. They have declared officially that it is not that they are just heteronormative or gender binary normative. They just hate transgender people. They just hate only transgender people. Intersex people, cool. We can make them look female or male. Let their parents do whatever has to be done. Cis boys, go for it. Cis females, go for it. Like, this isn't gonna stop celebrity moms from getting their teenage daughters fucking breast implants. This will not affect that at all. It will only affect transgender people. That is my prediction for this bill. So when it says prohibition on medical procedures performed on minors related to sexual identity, I am almost certain that they say sexual identity as in meaning we only hate trans people. It's okay to get cisgender affirming care. We will see. We will see if I am right in understanding that they just hate trans people, and this isn't a banning procedures on minors at all. It's just banning transgender healthcare, which is what I'm going to keep calling it, because you can't say that this is a ban on gender-affirming care. There's a good chance they'll make an exception for cis children specifically, because this bill, as the title says there, that title is trans erasure. That is what this bill is.
Transition treatments for minors by enacting the prohibition on medical procedures performed on minors related to sexual
So they're going to call
identity.
this Senate Bill 1 out of Tennessee.
Bill 1, SB 1. SB 1 prohibits healthcare providers from prescribing, administering, or dispensing puberty blockers or hormones to any minor for the purpose of 1. Enabling the minor to identify with
there we
or
go.
live
They already
as a
confirmed it.
purported identity inconsistent with the minor's biological sex, or 2.
Okay, we can already... this is going to take me so fucking long to get through this document. Instant counter argument. And I've used this before. That example of the young cis boy with gynecomastia. Biologically and genetically, that cis XY male young boy minor has titties. And his body did that. And that is his biological sex. You have to admit that biology is deterministic or not deterministic. And they're saying in this document that it is deterministic, meaning that if they were to interpret the meaning of this document correctly, they would concur that even young boys with gyno cannot get a breast reduction. Because biologically that boy naturally has titties. So breast tissue, excess subcutaneous fatty breast tissue on the chest area. This is
treating
fucked.
Purported discomfort or distress from a
Discordance between the minor's biological sex and his... Okay, so like, listen, if you were to directly interpret this, cis boys shouldn't be able to have access to breast reductions if they have gyno. Because that cis boy is a boy, but is developing breasts biologically. According to their biological sex, their XY is enabling that to happen nonetheless. Even if there are other genes that are influencing the development of breasts on that biological male. That boy's asserted identity is a man and wants to have pecs, not breasts. By the way, I don't want that for these cis kids. I want them to still be able to access shit. The government should stay the fuck out of your children's life, stay the fuck out of your family's life. I can't believe the Supreme Court ran with this. How has nobody challenged this decision? That's probably going to be a challenge to this decision.
Sex and asserted identity. At the same time, SB 1 permits a healthcare provider to administer puberty blockers or hormones to treat a minor's congenital defect.
You're allowed to have these exact same treatments and procedures if it is if it has nothing to do with your identity. Only if it has nothing to do with your identity. So if you have, I don't remember what precocious puberty means. I think that's a kind of delayed puberty or delayed pubescence, or a pubescence where it happens too young or too old. I don't remember. So yeah, if you're cis and you just are intersex or have a hormonal disorder, you're still allowed as a minor to access these things. But it's so interesting, this issue of the gyno that I keep bringing up. It's going to be such an interesting challenge to this in time. All right, we got to get linked to cross-dress.
Or physical injury.
Where's my horse?
3 transgender minors, their parents, and a doctor challenged SB 1 under the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment.
Wait, am I tripping?
The district...
2. Oh, no fucking way. They did 1, 2, and 3, but they kept putting 1 in parentheses. I found a misspell in this document already. That's funny. All right, I have my
The
horse.
district court partially enjoined SB 1, finding that transgender individuals constitute a quasi-suspect class, that SB 1
discriminates on
the basis of sex and...
So, oh no, literally 3 transgender minors. 3 trans kids, their parents, and a doctor challenged this Tennessee law under the Equal Protections Clause of the 14th Amendment. Holy shit, I don't remember what the 14th Amendment is. Yeah. Citizenship to all persons born in the U.S. and protects their rights to due process, equal protection, and representation. So the 14th Amendment is the amendment of human equality. It's the egalitarian amendment. Wow, I can't believe how relevant that is, because especially right now, ICE is just picking up random immigrants, or random anyone's, because they don't get due process. I can't believe how relevant this damn amendment is today. You know what? I should do a live stream of me reading the entire early puberty. Okay, so precocious puberty is early, because I hear precocious and I think of very young child. So it is. It's early onset puberty that's not really healthy for the body at that time period, so they can delay the hormones. Okay, so the method of legal ingress for this was 3 trans kids, their parents, and a doctor all got together to challenge this Tennessee law, arguing that transgender people do deserve the equal protection status that is granted to all people under the 14th Amendment. So that's their method.
Transgender status, and that SB 1 was unlikely to survive intermediate scrutiny. The Sixth Circuit reversed, holding that the law did not trigger heightened scrutiny and satisfied rational basis review. This court granted certiorari.
Okay, so certiorari, I believe certiorari means just having to call up the records of an inferior court or body acting in quasi-judicial capacity. Higher courts review a decision of a lower court. Yeah, it just means that they have purview to review the previous court's decision. Also affects cis female athletes. There are cis women who have naturally high testosterone that already have to take meds to participate. Yeah, like, I was already thinking of that, right? Cis boys with gyno, cis females with weirdly high testosterone. You know, how does the law define biological sex? Because I, as a biology teacher, I taught biology and honors biology. As a teacher, my degree is in secondary education with a specialization in life and earth science. I taught biology and health. Biological sex itself has like 3 meanings. Are you talking anatomical sex? Are you talking physiological sex, which is kind of like hormonal sex in affect? Are you talking anatomical sex for the genitalia and the secondary sex characteristics, for example, the development of breasts? Are you talking physiological sex, which is anatomical, also looking at the cellular processes? So you could say, for example, the physiological definition of sex is the whole sperm versus egg thing. Do you have large haploid reproductive cells or small haploid reproductive cells? And then you can escalate to genetic sex, which practically has no fucking meaning, because there are about 30 bajillion ways to regulate genetic sex in humans. It could be XY, it could be XXY, it could be XX with a Y that crossed over and accidentally connected to one of the other X's. That's called Klinefelter syndrome. There are so many reproductively, not just genetic, but reproductively viable configurations of human sex chromosomes. And then when you talk about genetics, then you could talk about, when they say biological sex, that could be genetic sex, that could be anatomical sex, that could be physiological sex, that could even be epigenetic sex, the regulation of sex genes. For example, like the Y chromosome, is it the X chromosome? The Y chromosome has the SRY locus, which I believe is the locus of the Y chromosome that disactivates one of the X's, I believe. I can't quite remember. That's like the sex determined. Oh, the SDR, the sex determining region of the Y chromosome, which is the one that says, "Hey, give this fetus a penis," literally. Which I think is at the SRY locus. I can't remember. But yeah, you could talk about epigenetics, how a person's genetic regulation, which is mostly biologically deterministic, meaning your genes are regulated the way they are, whether that be due to mutations, whether that be to things like methylation, which is true epigenetics, because your genes get regulated differently throughout your life as a function of your stress and what you're exposed to. The human body is absolutely batshit crazy. Like, you can be exposed to a bunch of radiation and your body will regulate how it interprets your genetic blueprint to cope with the radiation by methylating a bunch of genes and encouraging more apoptosis and sending out P53. It's complicated. When this document says biological sex, you know that Republicans are fucking idiots, because what does that mean? The greatest thing about biology, when you teach biology at a high level, when you learn biology at a high level, there's one rule. There are no rules. That's the rule of biology. Well, a lot of biology teachers say this. There is one rule. There is always an exception, including to the one rule. There's always an exception in biology, because biology is a lot more fluid and dynamic than even things like chemistry. So, yeah, what do you mean by biological sex? Do you mean physiological, anatomical, genetic, or epigenetic sex? Which one? Because all of those things are different kinds of biological sex, and which one you determine has a massive effect on how this law is implemented and affects real people's lives. We are not even through the first pages because I am a fucking idiot.
SB1 violates the Equal Protection Clause.
So it must be that the Supreme Court says that it does not violate equal protections.
Certain medical treatments for transgender minors is not subject to heightened scrutiny under the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment.
They're going to say that the 14th Amendment does not apply to trans people.
pp. 8 to 24. A. SB1 is not subject to heightened scrutiny because it does not classify on any basis that warrant heightened review.
Okay.
pp. 9 to 21. Syllabus 1. On its face, SB1 incorporates...
Wow, what the fuck did this just do? Scrutiny because it does not classify... So, the way the law was written does not allow them to invoke the 14th Amendment.
Syllabus. Note, where it is feasible.
Stop this. Okay, best thing about Zelda is the horse will run for me, and I don't have to touch the controller.
1. On its face, SB1 incorporates two classifications.
One based on age, so minors, which there is court precedent allowing minors to be discriminated against.
But not minors. And another based on medical use, permitting puberty blockers and hormones for minors to treat certain conditions,
so this is only puberty
but not to treat
blockers?
Gender dysphoria, gender identity disorder, or gender incongruence.
Okay, so it really is specifically anti-trans. They're saying it aloud.
Vacations based on age or medical use are subject to only rational basis review. See Massachusetts BD of Retirement versus Murgia, 427 U.S. 307, per curiam, Vaco versus Quill, 521 U.S.
That already took 30 seconds for me to have to look up another damn. Classifications based on age or medical use are subject only to rational basis review, and they cannot be escalated to that. So, let's do search the web for this. Setting a mandatory retirement age of 50 for police officers is constitutionally permitted. So, the Massachusetts Board of Retirement versus Murgia made it legal to discriminate on the basis of age, which a lot of people knew. I, as a teacher, knew that it is constitutionally legal to discriminate on the basis of age. Essentially. Like, I mean, that's essentially the case. And then Vaco versus Quill. Landmark Supreme Court case, physician-assisted suicide. That the ban was constitutional, saying, so you can Okay, two important cases that feed into this one to help the Supreme Court make their decision. One, previously they determined that it was legal for a state to discriminate on the basis of age, and two, they ruled that it was legal for a state to discriminate on the basis of medical need. In the case of physician-assisted suicide, saying you are not medically qualified, we are banning physician-assisted suicide. Okay, well, I'm just gonna keep learning more stuff. So I know VACO, that's a suicide one. And the retirement one is obviously the age one.
Warrants heightened scrutiny because it relies on sex-based classifications.
But
neither of the above classifications turns on sex.
It only turns on gender.
Rather, SB 1 prohibits healthcare providers from administering puberty blockers or hormones to minors
Oh, they're saying that because... So... the Supreme Court is interpreting it such that you can only discriminate on the basis of sex if it's a misogyny versus misandry situation. It can't be sexual expression. It can't be spectrum of sex, like being trans. They're saying, well, it's all transgender kids that you want to have access to healthcare. So it's not actually discriminating based on sex. It's discriminating based on gender identity. Okay, I literally needed to come back just to get the damn tunic. Okay, I need to go now upgrade the tunic. I don't need to. I'm trying to make Link put on women's clothes, so I should really probably just get to that. I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna get back to that.
certain medical uses, regardless of a minor's sex.
It's there. I do see what they're saying.
While SB 1's prohibitions reference sex, the court has never suggested that mere reference
It's sufficient to
sex
trigger
is
heightened
sufficient to
scrutiny.
trigger
It has to be
scrutiny.
explicit misandry or misogyny.
And such an approach would be especially inappropriate in the medical context, where some treatments and procedures are uniquely bound up in sex. The application of SB 1, moreover, does not turn on sex.
So they're saying this is
The
a
law
medical
does
issue, not a
prohibit
sexual
certain medical
identity issue.
treatments for minors of one sex while allowing those same treatments for
It needs to
minors
be
of the opposite
it needs to be
sex.
binary discriminatory, but because gender people don't fit into the existing legal precedent for defining binary, they don't get legal protections.
To any minor to treat gender dysphoria, gender identity disorder, or gender incongruence, regardless of the minor's sex. It permits providers to administer puberty blockers and hormones to minors of any sex for other purposes. And while a state may not circumvent the Equal Protection Clause by writing in abstract terms, SB 1 does not
No, I have not gotten to the Grudo Valley, so I'm currently heading there. So I have to get there, get the outfit and all that other bullshit.
SB 1 enforces a government preference that people conform to expectations about their sex. To start, any allegations of sex stereotyping...
So the trans advocates argued that Tennessee enforced a government preference that people conform to expectations about their sex. To start, any allegations of sex stereotyping are misplaced. True, a law that classifies on the basis of sex may fail heightened scrutiny if the classification rests on impermissible stereotypes. But where a law of classification are neither covertly nor overtly based on sex, the law does not trigger heightened review. Oh, I should have said Lou. I've beaten the game several times. The joke of the challenge is that what was I going to say? The joke of the challenge is I'm trying to get Link to crossdress because I know he has to wear that outfit to get into the town. Yeah. The goal is to get him to crossdress as soon as possible. We're reading a bill about trans rights. So I just thought that'd be funny.
Stereotyping are misplaced. True, a law that classifies on the basis of sex may fail heightened scrutiny if the classifications rest on impermissible stereotypes. But where a law's classifications are neither covertly nor overtly based on sex, the law does not trigger heightened review unless it was motivated by an invidious discriminatory purpose. No such argument
So
has
it
been
doesn't look
raised here.
discriminatory enough.
And regardless, the statutory findings
They're saying it
on
doesn't look
which
discriminatory
SB1
enough
is
because it isn't a
premised do not
binary kind of
themselves
discrimination.
evince sex-based stereotyping.
Whoa, is that the
PP
Thunder Dragon?
9 to 16.
The hell's he doing out here? Oh, I'm not going the right way to get to Gerudo.
SB1
There's a better way.
also does not classify on the basis of transgender status. The court has explained that a state does not trigger heightened constitutional scrutiny by regulating a medical
only one sex can
procedure
undergo.
that only one sex can undergo unless the regulation is a mere pretext for invidious sex discrimination. In Geduldig versus Ayala,
God damn it. I got 30 seconds before having to Google some bullshit. Gadolgi versus Aiello. You know what? It's about to explain it to me. I don't need to read the whole thing. What did the Supreme Court hold?
Geduldig versus Aiello, 417 U.S. 484, the court held.
Court held what?
Syllabus.
This is gonna suck.
That a California insurance program that excluded from coverage certain disabilities resulting from pregnancy did not discriminate on the basis of sex.
What kind of whack bullshit is that? A California insurance program prohibited people from having coverage if the disability resulted from pregnancy. How the hell did they hold that? What a stupid thing.
Sex. CID at 486, 492 to 497. In
Whoa. So, oh my god, so this is their logic. Their logic is, if you don't do a binary kind of discrimination, men against women, male against female, and instead you discriminate on something that just happens to affect one of the sexes, in a way, the Supreme Court document is rhetorically and logically validating that transgender is almost like a third sex. They're kind of saying it through their rhetoric and own logic, because they're comparing it to this case where a California insurance program stopped covering pregnancy as a disability, which it is functionally to the body. They stopped covering pregnancy. They stopped insuring. They stopped giving people coverage for the insurance they paid for being pregnant. They stopped giving those people support. And it was previously argued that that was discriminatory because only women are pregnant. But the Supreme Court was like, nah, it's okay because they're not discriminating you on being women. They're discriminating on you because the condition is pregnancy. So they're going to argue in this document that transgender healthcare is just a type of healthcare that happens to affect a single group, and so it isn't explicitly discriminatory. That is some fuck-ass logic.
In reaching that holding,
you
the court
bastards are making America worse.
did not exclude any individual
just like,
from
yeah, fuck it. I cannot
eligibility
wait to see
because
this
of
come
the
back on other
individual's
people.
sex, but rather remove D.
Actually, I can't wait.
one
I don't want to
physical
see this affect
condition,
anyone. I don't
pregnancy,
want agony
from the list
for
of
human beings.
compensable disabilities.
It's obvious that this is going to hurt other people
ID at
that have nothing to do with being trans.
496 and 20.
Because Supreme Court precedent works
The
that way.
California insurance program.
Again, the horse
court
rides itself, so I'm able to like eat
divided
snacks while
potential
reading.
recipients
It's kind of
into
why I like
two
this game.
groups, pregnant women and non-pregnant persons. IBID. Because
I need to put
women
together,
fell
like, a
into
little
both
trash
groups,
can in here.
the court reasoned the program did not discriminate against women as a class. CID at 496 and N20. The court concluded that, even though only biological women can become pregnant, not every legislative classification concerning
It's fucking
pregnancy
insane,
is
Eric.
a sex-based
It's
classification.
I don't even.
ID.
It's like they
at
just want a worse country. They just want a worse
496
America.
and 20. As such, a sent showing that distinctions involving pregnancy are mere pretexts designed to effect an invidious discrimination against the members of one sex or the other.
Sorry, if I'm gonna snack, I need to put together like a little trash bag.
To include or exclude preg.
Okay.
Nancy,
what psycho logic this is?
Legislation on any
They're like, yeah,
basis,
but like,
just.
So let me.
As with respect to
let me extrapolate their logic and understand the comparison. They're saying, well, previously we ruled that, like, you know, things like pregnancy, for example, while they do only affect biological women, discriminating on pregnancy is really just a medical service, and you're discriminating on pregnant and not pregnant people, which isn't necessarily discriminating men versus women. It's discriminating on whether or not you have this condition. It just happens to affect a certain sex. Similarly, they're currently arguing that transgender medical care is something that affects only if you happen to be trans, and it doesn't actually posit men against women, and regulating and banning trans healthcare isn't discriminatory in the same way because... Jesus Christ, this is so hard to follow. Discriminating on transgender healthcare is allowable because it just compares trans and not trans people, irregardless of if they were male or female or boy or girl beforehand. So this is not a matter of discriminating on the binary that the 14th Amendment protects. This is discriminating on whether or not you are afflicted by this condition that they are recognizing as existing, which is gender disorder, gender identity disorder, gender incongruence, or whatever language they're using here. So, I don't know, that's just some fuck shit logic that definitely... That's just not... One, as Eric said, shout out to all the queer anarchists here. One, we should just abolish the fucking law altogether. This is some bullshit. I cannot believe people put their faith and risk their lives for this bullshit. The law is completely fucking fallible, but I am also fallible, but at least I get to determine my own life. So fuck the law for all this bullshit. But two, even if you do fuck with the law, this is some shitty fucking law. What law do you want where it's just like, yeah, no, there are ways to get around discrimination. You can just, like, do it as long as, like, it's not how we want to define it. Well, then what, you can still be racist? This is probably why, like, redlining still exists. This is probably why gerrymandering still exists. Yeah, like all of that is super obvious right now. This is probably exactly why these things still exist. What the fuck am I supposed to do about this? Okay, I'm not sure that this is the correct solution to this. Crap. Wait, how do I hit it? I don't remember. Ah! Wait, now I'm stuck on this side though. Am I stupid? I totally just fucked that up like bad, didn't I? I think I remember. I can use the pause feature in a different way. Nope, wrong way. I'm gonna drown. Uh-oh, Link, you're cooked. Back to reading. I gotta make sure I...
Any other physical condition. ID at 496 to 497 N20.
So what, is it like this?
By the same token,
like I need
SB1 does not exclude any individual from medical treatments on the basis of transgender status. Rather, it removes one set of diagnoses, gender dysphoria, gender identity disorder, and gender incongruence, from the range of treatable conditions. Even though that's not the purpose of the bill, SB1 divides minors into two groups.
They're using the logic
those seeking puberty blockers or hormones
that it doesn't ban trans healthcare. It just says that being trans doesn't exist. This is worse. This is way worse. This is just trans erasure.
While the first group includes only transgender individuals, the second encompasses both transgender and non-transgender individuals. Thus, Although only transgender individuals seek treatment for
Gender dysphoria, just like with
gender
being
identity disorder, and gender incongruence, just as only biological women can become pregnant, there is a lack of identity between transgender
status and
the
excluded. It's not
diagnoses.
discriminatory enough for them to do anything.
Absent a showing that
So
SB1's
interesting.
prohibitions are pretexts designed to effect invidious discrimina. Tie-in against transgender individuals, the law does not classify on the basis of transgender status. pp. 16 to 18.
Oh, I see the issue. Okay.
3. Finally, Bostock versus Clayton County, 590 U.S. 644, does not alter the court's analysis. In Bostock, the court held that an employer who fires an employee for being gay or transgender violates Title VII's prohibition
Title 11?
on discharging
Not Title
an
9?
individual
Do I not
because
understand
of
things?
their sex. CID at 650 to 652, 654 to 659.
Nothing makes me feel stupider than trying to do a Zelda
The
puzzle
court
while
reasoned
listening
that
to a legal
Title
document.
VII's, because of test incorporates the traditional but for causation standard, which directs courts to change one thing at a time
This
and
must be
see
the
if
key
the outcome changes.
that I need.
ID at 656. Applying that test, the court held that F or an employer to discriminate against employees for being homosexual or syllabus. Transgender, the employer must intentionally discriminate against individual men and
because
women
of
in
sex.
part because of sex. ID at 662. In such a case, the employer has penalized a member of one sex for a trait or action that it tolerates in members
Get
of
their
the
link,
other.
link! Oh my god.
The court declines to address whether Bostock's reasoning reaches beyond the Title VII context. Unlike the employment discrimination at issue in Bostock, changing a minor's sex or transgender status does not alter the application of SB1. If a transgender boy seeks testosterone to treat gender dysphoria,
Oh, wait, this
SB1
hurts my
prevents
brain.
a health
I don't know what language the, Holy shit, I don't know what language the Supreme Court is trying to use. When they say trans boy, do they mean what I think they mean? They mean like a genetic female that is trans and to their mind is a boy seeking testosterone? SB1 prevents a healthcare provider from administering it to him. If his biological sex were changed from female to male, SB1 would still not permit him the hormones he seeks, because he would lack the diagnosis. Oh, I get it! They're just saying that gender dysphoria is not a diagnosis. They're regulating the concept of gender dysphoria, of gender identity disorder, of gender, Okay, interesting. So let's say, okay, I get it. This bans all minors access to trans health care, regardless of if they were trans. What a stupid, fucked up piece of logic that is. That's like saying, we're banning cancer treatment regardless of whether or not you have cancer, so we're not being discriminatory. Well, it's not listen, these people, they don't understand. The problem is not that we're not discriminating. We are not discriminating whether they have cancer. We're just banning cancer treatment. It's equal, all right? We treat people like family, we're equal. No cancer treatment for anyone. It's fair. Yeah, okay, so that's their logic, is that SB1 just bans the existence of trans healthcare. And it doesn't matter if the child is trans or cis, you just don't get trans healthcare. That's like saying, hey, we're banning cancer treatment, but you don't need to worry because we don't care if you had cancer or not. We're banning it for everyone. Holy fuck.
Healthcare provider.
What kind
from
of dystopian
administering it to
ass?
him.
I just don't
If
like
his
being in America
biological
anymore. You know what I mean? Like, it
sex
just
was
sucks dick
changed
here.
from female to male, SB1 would still not permit him the hormones he seeks because he would lack a qualifying diagnosis. The transgender boy
Holy
could
shit.
receive testosterone only if he had a permissible diagnosis, like a congenital defect.
Yep. So they're just
And
making
if he had such a diagnosis,
dysphoria
he could obtain
an
the
impermissible
testosterone
diagnosis
regardless
to
of his
access it.
sex or transgender status. Under the reasoning of Bostock, neither his sex nor his transgender status is the
All of
but-for
that
cause
for a
of his
damn blade?
inability to obtain testosterone. pp. 18 to 21. B. SB1 satisfies rational basis review.
Oh my god.
Under that standard,
That's like
the court will uphold a statutory
There's just one
classification
continuous
so
joke. Yeah, it's
long
not a
as
funny
there
joke.
is
It's just fucked
any
up.
reasonably
It's just actually
conceivable
fucked up.
state of
Really, really
facts
fucked
that
up.
could provide a rational basis for the classification. FCCV Beach Communications Incorporated 508 U.S. 307 313.
Did I make it? Yeah, let's go.
SB1 clearly
Well, I used to do
meets
these
the
so much
standard of
faster when I was
review.
not reading
Tennessee
Supreme Court level
determined that
documents.
Administering puberty blockers or hormones to minors to treat gender dysphoria, gender identity disorder, or gender incongruence.
Okay, so the
carries
official
risk.
3 words they're going to use are gender dysphoria, gender identity disorder, and gender incongruence. Irreversible sterility.
Risks, including irreversible
Get your
sterility,
hands off our fucking
increased
bodies.
risk
Get your
of
hands off of
disease
minors'
and
bodies, you
illness,
creeps.
and adverse psychological consequences.
Oh no.
The
The
legislature
Supreme Court has been actively made transphobic. They really think there are terrible psychological consequences. Yeah, the psychological consequences to not accessing basic health care that other countries would let you have. You know what's funny? Americans go to other countries to get these kinds of gender affirming care surgeries. The legislature didn't find shit. Okay, back to reading. I don't know why it stopped. We are using Microsoft
determined that
Edge, which may
administering
break, and I might
puberty
have to switch to
blockers or
Microsoft Word.
hormones to minors to treat gender dysphoria, gender identity disorder, or gender incongruence carries risks, including irreversible sterility, increased risk of disease and illness, and adverse psychological consequences.
Okay. Here is the issue, though. God, I love when they accuse trans people of, oh my god. I don't even know what the fuck to say. Yeah, like, how the fuck are you gonna call trans people pedophiles when you are the fuckers that want to control what minors do with their bodies? You whack-ass old fuckers. I just, what the fuck? Okay, they're saying it has, yes, if you get alternative sex hormones and you're one of the binary sexes and you have pretty traditional hormonal regulation, if you are see, this is their issue. If you are anatomically, physiologically, genetically, and epigenetically male or female, and you're all 4 of those, and you get hormones that are out of proportion for what are the typical ranges for puberty, yes, it has effects on your fertility. Whose fucking business is that? That's nobody's fucking business for the government. I don't give a fuck. They're too young. Fuck you. You used to send 18-year-olds to go get murdered. You still send 18-year-olds to go get murdered. Yeah, but they're 18. What the fuck does the month between 17 and 18 have to do about sending men to go get murdered and to go commit mass murder overseas for your army? Fuck you. Their logic is shit. Youth liberation. All right? Like, Jesus Christ. Many individuals, how many? What percentage? What percentage of individuals have detransitioned?
Consequences. The legislature found that minors lack the maturity to fully understand these consequences.
Oh, but you can sign up for the army at 16 and be in reserve up to 18.
Treatments as minors, and that the full effects of such treatments may not yet be known.
No, that is a fucking lie. That is a fucking lie. Do you know how we know that it's a fucking lie? We have spent the past 40 years giving teenagers puberty hormones for unusual puberties. We know what the effects are. We've been doing it for a long time. We've been giving children hormones to fix their puberties for fucking decades. What do you mean the effects are not known? The effects are a slight increased risk for cancer. That's most of them. Do you know why the effects are a slight increased risk for cancer? Because puberty is an increased risk for cancer. For everyone. Do you know why? Because there's a bunch of fucking hormones that affect the human sex hormones, the human growth hormones, androgens and testosterone and estrogen and progesterone. These human growth hormones, all of them are technically human growth hormones. Some of them just affect first primary and secondary sex characteristics. All of these hormones involve regulating cellular division to be increased. They increase the amount of cellular division taking place. That is what growth is about. So guess what? Yes. We know what the effects are. A mild increase in the risk of cancer. In fact, we've been giving women fucking progesterone and estrogen in different combinations or lack thereof since what, the 60s with birth control? How long have we had birth control? That's exactly how long we have known the effects of these treatments, because they have the same physiological, hormonal, biochemical bases, and you fuckers are just lying on this document. We do know what the effects are. We have researched them for a fucking long time.
Known. At
Dumbasses.
the same time, the state
y'all got your Juris Doctorates, and I'm over here teaching high school biology, and you don't know fucking shit.
Resolved through less invasive approaches.
Okay, they said something mildly agreeable. Like, yes, gender dysphoria can be acknowledged in ways that are less permanent. But you just get your hands off of people's bodies.
Approaches.
Like, yes, you are the Supreme Court. You cannot control this. But here's what you should tell Tennessee. You should be like, Tennessee, you are still discriminatory. And in fact, we are going to make a constitutional change in our interpretation to believe that discrimination is discrimination. It doesn't have to follow the binary. Discrimination is discrimination because it is discriminatory. And then instead of it being a closed rhetorical logical loop, you explain what discrimination really is defined as. And you improve the Constitution through an amendment process. And you update the meaning of discrimination, and then you tell Tennessee, hey, instead of banning the diagnosis to limit access to the care, y'all should just have gender counseling, like normal countries, like in the fucking UK, they have gender counseling. Just do that.
Approaches. SB1's age and diagnosis-based classifications are rationally related to these findings.
Oh, I wind bombed! Yeah! Oh no, I stopped it. I wind bombed for the first time.
The court also
in this playthrough.
The plaintiff's invitation to second-guess the lines that SB1 draws.
Oh, I successfully wind bombed for like the first time
to pass legislation
in the game. In this playthrough, I've wind bombed before successfully.
Uncertainty. Gonzalez. V. Carhart, 500.
Okay, so the trans defense argued that So the court declines the plaintiff's invitation to second-guess the lines that SB1 draws. States, so the Supreme Court is declaring, states have wide discretion to pass legislation in areas where there is medical and scientific uncertainty. Holy fuck. You are not using that fucking reasoning in the middle of climate disaster. What the fuck do you mean scientific uncertainty? You're gonna say we can't allow the trans healthcare. The science isn't clear. We don't know. $50 billion increase for oil mining. Let's go, American oil. Woo, yeah. What do you mean that states have to be careful when passing legislation where the science is uncertain? What is this? What is the uncertain science like? Okay, so does that mean we can now apply the Supreme Court's rhetoric and logic combined is what I just said. Do we have to apply the Supreme Court's logic to the federal government? Where it doesn't say federal government, but I imagine it should scale up to the states, that the federal government so too has a wide discretion to pass legislation in areas where there is medical and scientific uncertainty. Discretion means you need to be very careful if it's uncertain. Well, guess what? How come they're not being careful about the uncertainty that it's sustainable to continue extracting oil and to continue putting billions of dollars into the oil and gas lobby while taking away money from renewables? Aren't we scientifically uncertain that we won't fucking die from climate collapse if they do that? Where's that energy for that? You can see through these judges. You can see through them.
163. Recent developments demonstrate
see through their
the open
logic.
questions that exist regarding basic factual issues before medical authorities and regulatory bodies in this area, underscoring the need for legislative flexibility. pp. 21 to 24.
What does PP mean? Why do they keep saying PP?
See,
That's not very.
this case
That's not
carries
very
with it the weight
straight
of fierce
cis of you to
scientific
keep
and
saying PP in this
policy
document.
debates about the safety, efficacy, and propriety of medical treatments in an evolving field. The Equal Protection Clause does not resolve syllabus these disagreements. The court's role is not
I don't have a
to
map now,
judge
so I'm
the
just kind of
wisdom,
guessing where to go.
fairness, or logic of SB1, Beach Communications, 508 U.S. at 313, but only to ensure that the law does not violate equal protection guarantees. It does not. Questions regarding the law's policy are thus appropriately left to the people, their elected representatives, and the democratic process. P. 24. 83F, 4th 460, affirmed. Roberts, C.J., delivered the opinion of the
Chief
court,
Justice.
in
Okay.
which Thomas
So everything we've read so far is literally just context for the decision. Now we're going to get on to the opinions delivered and written and put together by the Chief Justice, which is currently Roberts, who is a Republican. He's very clearly a right-winger. And then Kavanaugh is a Republican. I don't know about Barrett. I don't know about Gorsuch. You have to imagine they do. They are seeing... So here's what it's going to break down. It's going to break down who fully supports this, who supports it partially and dissents partially, and who fully dissents. So Chief Justice Roberts is going to deliver the opinion in which Thomas, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Barrett joined in the majority opinion, and in which Alito joined as to parts 1 and 2B. Thomas filed a concurring opinion on his complete own. Barrett J. filed a concurring opinion in which Thomas J. joined. Alito J. filed an opinion concurring in part and concurring in the judgment. Weird. Sotomayor, I'm pretty sure it's Sotomayor, filed a dissenting opinion in which Jackson J. joined in full, and in which Kagan J. joined in parts 1 through 4. Kagan filed a dissenting opinion. So we've got 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it was 6-3. All right. I believe it was a 6-3 decision. I mean, I'm not sure, but oh god, no, I don't want to do the math. So I think it was 6-3. I know it failed. So we're gonna hear some people making arguments for. We're gonna hear some people making arguments against.
Thomas, Gorsuch,
Some judges
Kavanaugh,
going for and some
and
going
Barrett,
against.
JJ.
What the hell is this hole?
joined, and in which
I don't need a
Alito,
damn Korok right now.
J,
Get me out of here.
Joined
Come
as
on,
to
horse.
Parts 1 and 2.
Let's get the fuck out of
B.
here.
Thomas, J, filed a concurring
How is my horse going
opinion.
up this hill?
Barrett, J, filed a concurring opinion, in which Thomas, J, joined. Alito, J, filed an opinion concurring in part and
Ooh,
concurring
this is a pretty
in the
spot in the game. What's up with all these flowers?
Sotomayor,
Very pretty.
J,
Carrot.
filed a dissenting
Are these Swift
opinion,
carrots or these?
in which Jackson,
These are Endura carrots.
J, joined in full, and in which Kagan,
Wow, this is a pretty area in the
J,
game. What the heck?
joined as to parts 1
I don't remember
to
half
4.
this part of the game.
Kagan, J, filed
All
a
right, I think I'm
dissenting
abandoning my
opinion.
horse for the time being. I'll go find him at a stable. I'm
Opinion
on
of
foot
the
for the
court.
time.
Notice.
Oh
This
no, it
opinion
accidentally
is
set back to the
subject to
front again.
formal
It does this sometimes. Okay. Oh my god. Holy crap, now I have to find where we were before. Man, how many pages did we get through? Oh my god, that completely took me off, and now I don't know where anything is anymore. Ow, ow, ow. Oh, no, it didn't restart. It just... This was the syllabus of topics. And now we are on to the official opinions one by one. Okay. Okay. So, we're going to start with justice, deliver the opinion of the court.
Chief Justice
So I'm just stupid.
Roberts
That's what happened there. I'm
delivered
just
the
really dumb.
opinion of the court.
Am I on like a special mountain in the
In
game right
this
now? There's a lot of
case,
like very high
we
level
consider
healing
whether
items.
a Tennessee law banning certain medical care for transgender
Alright, I believe I'm
minors
trying to go
violates the
there.
Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. IA. An estimated 1.6 million Americans over the age of 13 identify as transgender,
Wow.
meaning that their gender identity does not align with their biological
So what is that? A
sex.
third of a percent of Americans?
C1 app 257 259.
Because, okay, let's say it's 2
2
million.
ID
So that's 2/3 of it. Because there's 330 million Americans.
Some
So that's
transgender
2/3
individuals
of 1%
suffer from
of
gender
Americans.
Dysphoria, a medical condition characterized by persistent, clinically significant distress resulting from an incongruence between gender
Alright,
identity
I'm turning the AC
and
off actually and
biological
saving some
sex.
electricity because it's cold in here.
Left untreated,
It's because I'm wearing
gender
this
dysphoria
very
may
slutty
result
shirt
in
today.
Severe physical and psychological harms.
I'm going to kill this fox. I'm not going to feel good about it. I did not feel good about
the
that.
World Professional Association for Transgender Health, PATH, then known as the Harry Benjamin International Gender Dysphoria Association,
1979, we were using the word
Opinion of the
transgender and not transsexual? I didn't know that.
published one of the first sets of clinical guidelines for treating gender dysphoria with sex transition treatments.
Wow, I'm going to get a history of
C.
some things here.
P. Walker et al., Standards of Care, the hormonal and surgical sex reassignment of gender
Now, again, I
dysphoric
haven't heard them
persons,
mention surgical care for trans kids
reprinted in 14
once
archives of
in
sexual behavior
Senate Bill 1
79,
of Tennessee
1985.
of 2025.
The
I haven't heard them
standards
mention it
address
once.
two
So
treatments
I'm
in
thinking this
particular:
only bans
hormonal sex
hormonal and
reassignment, the use
puberty-based
of hormones
care.
to induce the development of physical characteristics of the opposite sex.
But I don't know.
and
I really
surgical
should have read
sex
SB1
reassignment, surgery
first.
of the genitalia and or chest to approximate the physical appearance of the opposite sex. CID at 81. Sections
I don't know what id means in these
3.2 through
documents, but they say it a lot.
3.3.
I don't know. Is that like a...
They recognize the extensive and sometimes irreversible
like their bibliography?
consequences of hormonal therapy and sex reassignment surgery and acknowledge that some individuals who undergo reassignment procedures later regret their decision to do so.
Yes, some.
CID
Like,
at
why is that your
83,
purview if it's just some?
85 to 86.
Some people who drive cars fucking die. You ain't going crazy about that right now. My controller battery is dying!
4.4.3, 4.5.1. Among other things, the standards of care provided that hormonal and surgical sex reassignment treatments should be administered only to adults. CID at 89. Section 4.14.4. In 1998, PATH revised its standards of care to permit healthcare.
You know, I'm lucky I don't
professionals
actually
to
have titties
administer
because
puberty
I don't really
blockers
like wearing something this tight.
designed
This
to
is
delay
like
the
just weird
development
feeling
of
on my
physical
skin.
sex characteristics and hormones to minors in RAR circumstances. S. Levine et al. The Standards of Care for Gender Identity Disorders, 5th edition, 1998.
They're all using like
reprinted in
20-plus-year-old
11J,
documentation about
Psychology
trans identity
and
stuff.
Human
Like
Sexuality 1,
decades old shit.
20,
Maybe they're going in order.
1999.
Maybe they'll talk about something from 2012, but
Today,
it's like owned by the Heritage
standards
Foundation or some
discuss
bullshit.
a range of factors regarding the provision
We all
of
know that's
such
possible.
treatments to minors.
Oh my god, I am so far from
Coleman
getting
et
to the
al.
right area.
Standards of Care for the Health of Transgender and Gender Diverse People, version 8, 23 International J, Transgender Health S1, S65.
So they're saying back in the 80s the consensus was,
2022.
you know, trans stuff
The
should be for
current
adults,
standards
and then people have been
recognize
pushing
known
it
risks
because more
associated
trans
with
people
the
feel free to
provision of
exist
sex
because we've made
transition
massive progress
treatments to
culturally because we
adolescents,
let trans folks
including
feel bad.
potential adverse
Keep that
effects
shit
on
up. Shame those
fertility
fuckers.
and the possibility that an adolescent will later wish to detransition.
Uh-oh, they've already said the word detransition once.
CID at S47, S57, S61,
Link, run faster!
S62.
The bird? How the fuck can I see the
They
bird right
further
now?
state
How am I that
there
far
is
north?
limited data on the optimal
I'm going the wrong
timing
fucking
of
way. I'm an
sex.
idiot.
Opinion of the
I need to
court.
stop going the wrong direction. This is bad. Is there a way that I can
Transition
pin the map to
treatments
north in
or
this
the
game?
long-term physical, psychological, and neurodevelopmental outcomes in youth, ID, at S65, and note that
Oh, I can pin the map to north.
Your understanding of gender
Much
identity
better. Okay.
development in adolescence is
Probably why I'm
continuing
lost.
to evolve, ID, at S44.
They're
in
not
recent
wrong.
years, the number of
We are
minors
continuing to
requesting
understand
sex
how this
transition
works
treatments has increased.
At the psychological level for people.
C2 app 644 827 828. This increase has corresponded.
Okay, they're
with
using the word
rising
corresponded. The word corresponded is different from causative, from causal. The word corresponded is different from correlated. If they are going to say more people are getting trans healthcare, more people want trans healthcare because the debate has escalated, no, that is not it. More people are trying to access trans healthcare because the world is opening up. And that's a beautiful and good fucking thing that, yes, even liberals have fought for and made happen. So, these guys need to shut the fuck up about, oh, it's, oh. Man, why are they not leaving me alone? Usually they get scared by now. Good, go away. No, they're fucking saying the number of minors requesting sex transition treatments has increased. This has corresponded with the rising debate regarding the relative risks and benefits of such treatments. I want these fuckers to recognize the objective reality. Okay. I know how to get this shrine, but it requires a bunch of waiting and using a fire and starting it like 5 times and being naked. So I'm just not sure if I want to do this right now. And I'm also not sure how to ever climb these in early game because Link can't go vertical really. Yeah, like at some point Link can't go any more vertical. But no, more people are pursuing these because more people are less afraid to be these.
Regarding the relative risks
just like with autism, just like with ADHD. Yes, there was an overdiagnosis of ADHD. Yes, there's probably a current diagnosis of autism. I get their concerns, but just keep your hands off of people's fucking bodies. Let people make their own choices.
In the last 3 years, more than 20 states have enacted laws banning the provision
Why the fuck
of
is there a
sex
star fragment
transition
over there?
treatments to minors,
And how the hell can I even get to that?
while 2 have enacted near total bans. Meanwhile, health authorities in a number of European countries have raised significant concerns regarding the potential harms associated with using puberty blockers and hormones to treat transgender
I forgot how
minors.
fucking giant this game is and how diverse its biomes are. They look
Finland's
awesome.
Council for Choices in Healthcare found that gender reassignment of minors is an experimental practice, and that the reliability of the existing studies is highly uncertain.
Stop cherry-picking your damn data.
583 to 584. Alterations omitted. CID. At 715 to 722.
What? How am I not killing this guy?
727 to 729.
Fairy?
That same year, England's National
Did I just
Institute
find a
for
fairy
Health
in the grass
and
by
Care
accident? That's pretty
Excellence
rare.
Published reports finding that the evidence for using puberty blockers to treat transgender adolescents is of very low certainty, and that the long-term risks associated with using hormones to treat adolescents with gender dysphoria are largely unknown.
Is that...
ID.
What are the... Oh, is that just blue or is this guy
588.
dark? I can't tell. Am I going to get my shit rocked by this guy in a sec?
589
No, that's definitely one of the dark ones. This guy's going to kill me. It was that fairy that just saved my life. Holy shit.
The Board of Health and Welfare found that the evidence on treatment efficacy and safety is still
There we go. That
insufficient
took a
and
while.
inconclusive. And
The
that
evidence on treatment
risks
efficacy.
of
Okay. Follow me here. How are they defining treatment efficacy? Right? Like, what is the purpose of trans healthcare? Right? Like, hypothetically, the argument would be that, like, effective trans healthcare is successfully connected. What just happened? Why did the entire stream just die for a second there? 8 kilobytes, 11, 13. What just happened to stream? Whoa. I have no idea what's going on with our connection right now. Are we dropping frames? No, it says we're good again. I don't know, but you're back. I am back. What the fuck just happened? I don't understand any of this anymore. Okay. Thank you for letting me know, Lou. I appreciate that. I was like really confused. I'm just trying to... What the fuck? Is that the moon causing the shadows? Holy crap. I'm really doing a bad job of getting Link to cross-dress as quickly as possible. So, I'm really doing a poor job of that. I'm also not really paying attention to my items too, and I should be. Okay, yeah, there's just so much debate in the sociology of the medicalism here, right? Like, what does it mean? Oh, I know where we are. We're in the area where they excavated the fucking divine beast. you know, talking about the efficacy of transgender surgery and puberty blockers for trans children, how are the medical doctors how are the medical doctors defining efficacy in this case? Is efficacy the complete and total abolition of gender dysphoria? Because if that is the case, then their reasoning is simply garbage. Because, come on, Link, you can do it. Come on, Link, you can do it. Come on, Link. Link! Stop! Okay. Is efficacy the complete elimination of all gender dysphoria? Because if that is how they define efficacy of puberty blockers for transgender children slash transgender surgery, top surgery or bottom surgery, if that is how they define efficacy, there is a problem. Because even cis people have gender dysphoria. They acknowledge it in their own laws. They acknowledge that. I guess they don't acknowledge it, but again, it's that issue of cis boys with gyno. Where will they fit in here? And what does their fitting in or lack thereof say about how things are right now? Because cis people get gender dysphoria too. So once that child feels cis after their transitionary surgery, guess what? They can still have gender dysphoria because cis people have gender dysphoria all the fucking time. Do you see me? Do you see? Well, I guess I really don't work because I'm non-binary, and I've always felt that way. But like, just body dysmorphia in general, which often ties to gender at some point in time. Oh no, don't do it. I'm so sorry, Wolf. I'm sorry I had to do it. I'm so sorry. I'm eating dog. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Link is eating the cats. Link is eating the dogs. Yeah, cis people get gender dysphoria too. I'm motherfucking look at Elon Musk with his goddamn hair implants, right? That was gender dysphoria. It's the only explanation. Now, Donald Trump does not seem to get gender dysphoria because that motherfucker is shaped like a goddamn bowling ball. He is ancient, and so I guess I don't have much of anything to stand upon. But homeboy's built like a goddamn bowling ball. The only politician, and I hate this, the only politician that doesn't have gender dysphoria anymore is RFK Jr. because that motherfucker is swole, and we all know they put that motherfucker on gear, on heavy gear, a crazy cycle of like 1 gram. They put that motherfucker on some gear. Currently, keyframes are not. Oh my goodness. Please use a keyframe frequency of 4 seconds or less, which can cause buffering. I do not know what that means, YouTube, and I'm just going to check if you can hear me. Currently, keyframes are not. Oh my goodness. Please use a keyframe frequency of 4 seconds or less, which can cause buffering. I do not know what that means, YouTube, and I'm just going to check if you can hear me. Okay, I can hear you. That's good enough. Yeah, either way, how do you define efficacy for treating trans people? Maybe the whole legal and, what is the word? Like semiotic approach to defining the trans experience as being tied to medicine. At one point in time that was empowering, and now it is wrapping back around to being disenfranchising, that we relied on medical meanings to give people access to these things. I knew it. I'm gonna get my shit rocked by these rocks. Die! Ow! Link, don't do it. Please don't fall down the entire... Okay. Bonk. Get fucked, rock. Yeah, I need to start playing it again. But, like, how do you define efficacy? Okay, if efficacy is the complete elimination of all gender dysphoria, that's a bad idea because even cis people feel gender dysphoria. So no, that is a bad way of measuring efficacy.
Puberty blockers and hormones currently outweigh the possible benefits. One
What, the
ID
benefits to
at
killing yourself? Listen,
339 to 340.
I am not someone who struggles with a lot of gender
C2ID
dysphoria. I
at
struggle with body
584
dysmorphia
to
or body dysphoria or whatever.
587. And in 2023,
I try to look good, and I worry too much about how I look and my weight and stuff like that. To a reasonable degree, I don't do anything crazy to my body other than work out, I guess.
Opinion of the court.
So I don't have terrible gender dysphoria, but like, what did you just say? How does anything outweigh? How do any negative effects outweigh the benefits of not killing yourself? Like, if that's, I know there are people who feel that strongly and want to advocate from that perspective that trans kids are killing themselves. I don't know the data on that. I know it's bad. But the data is complicated because how do you know that this is because of just being trans and not having access to care versus the bullying that comes with being trans in our transphobic society?
113th General
So I usually don't speak up super hard on the matter of
Tennessee Code and
trans kids are killing themselves because like I just don't know what I have to say that I can trust substantively. But were I to take a moment and do the right thing and defend these kids, guess what I would say? These kids are killing themselves. Fuck do you mean it's not worth it? Or it outweighs, whatever benefits. Like, what the fuck do you mean?
3101C, it identified concerns regarding the use of puberty blockers and hormones to treat gender dysphoria.
Uh-oh, it's too cold in the game right now. I'm going to die.
In particular, the legislature found that such treatments
Did that
can lead
dog
to the
just
minor
strafe me?
becoming irreversibly sterile, having increased risk of disease and illness, or suffering from adverse
Okay, we're
going to
hear a lot of them repeating themselves in this exact way.
Section 6833.
Oh my god, I have shock arrows. That's huge.
And that
Go away.
lack the maturity to fully understand and
Go away.
appreciate
These damn wolves to leave me alone too.
And may later regret undergoing the treatments. Section 68.
Leave me alone, wolves. You're stressing me out.
101H.
No, dude, die. While I am getting my shit rocked in this game.
Ments were being performed on and administered to minors in a state with rapidly increasing frequency.
Yes,
Section
because some people are less
6833
transphobic. That's a wonderful and good thing.
Notwithstanding the fact that the full range of harmful effects associated with the treatments were likely not yet known. See Section 6833-101B. The legislature also noted that guidelines regarding sex transition treatments for minors had changed substantially in recent years. Section 6833-101G, and that health authorities in Sweden, Finland, and the United Kingdom had placed severe restrictions on such treatments after determining that there was no
because
that their benefits
the right
outweigh
is a
their
reactionary
risks.
movement.
Section
They're always going to respond to progress in a negative way. Yeah, man. There are transphobic people in the UK too.
Finally, the legislature determined that there is evidence that gender dysphoria can. Opinion of the court.
Be resolved less invasive approaches. That is going to be a strong and more difficult to deal with argument. They are right.
Outcomes.
Gender counseling, social transition, giving it time. It's true. These things do matter. In the case of children understanding their gender and sexual identity and coping with things like gender dysphoria.
Transgender minors. In particular, the law
YouTube is freaking the fuck out again. I never know what's going on.
Urgently removing, modifying, altering, or entering into tissues, cavities, or organs.
Wait, what? The law prohibits healthcare. Whoa, SBR responds to these concerns by banning the use of certain medical procedures for treating gender and transgender minors. Whoa, so they're still acknowledging that it's their rhetoric may be that this is hard. So the rhetoric of the bill may be that they're treating transgender as an inadmissible diagnosis for access to healthcare. But nonetheless, they're saying SB1 responds by banning the use of certain medical procedures for treating transgender minors. Now this is crazy though. No removing, modifying, altering, or entering into tissues, cavities, or organs of a human being, or prescribing, administering, or dispensing any puberty blockers or hormones for the purpose of enabling a minor to identify with or live as a purported identity inconsistent with the minor's sex. Treating purported discomfort or distress from a discordance between the minor's sex and asserted identity. Among other things, these prohibitions are intended to protect minors from physical and emotional harm by encouraging minors to appreciate rather than become disdainful of their sex. So they're explaining it while not specifically agreeing with it. But that's disgusting. I'm glad they quoted the bill because that was fucking disgusting. Yeah, Andre, I just pretended I was talking to my fiance for a second. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Encouraging minors to appreciate rather than become disdainful of their sex. This sounds like Christian nationalism. It sounds like Christian rhetoric. It sounds like you need to appreciate the body God gave you. Your body's a temple. You need to appreciate your sex. You know what? I cannot wait to quote this back to some old fucking piece of shit, impotent shrimp dick white man in the Senate in Tennessee and be like, no, fuck you. You can't get hair implants. You need to appreciate. We need to encourage you to appreciate rather than become disdainful of your sex. And you're male, and males get male pattern baldness. You need to grow up. I cannot wait to bully these men. Also, they shouldn't. Fine, no more vasectomies. Actually, we should mandate vasectomies. I don't know. This is disgusting to read. This is fucking disgusting. I hate it. We are on page 10 of 118. That is a slight issue.
Minors from
I thought this would only take one day, but it's so heavy that I'm reading it slowly.
Minors to appreciate rather than become.
You know what we're gonna have to do? We're gonna have to increase the speed of the voice, and I'm gonna have to stop pausing to speak, and I'm gonna have to start listening and speaking and playing at the same time.
Sex. Section 6833-101M. SB1 is limited in two relevant ways. First, SB1 does not restrict the administration of puberty blockers or hormones to individuals 18 and over.
Okay.
Section 6833-102-6. Second, SB1 does not ban fully the administration of such drugs to minors.
Only transgender
a
ones.
healthcare provider may administer puberty blockers or hormones to treat a minor's
yes,
defect,
I know.
precocious, or early, puberty, disease, or physical injury. Section 6833-103-B1A. The law defines the term, c, on genital defect, to include an abnormality present in a minor that is inconsistent with the normal development
cool.
of
They're
a
talking
human
about
being
stuff
of
I
the
already know,
minor's sex.
so I don't need to worry about it for the time being.
102-1.
I'm forgetting that I'm not
excludes
just
from the
reading for
definitions of
stream,
C,
I'm reading for
on genital
comprehension,
defect,
so I really don't need to
disease,
say stuff
gender
as often.
dysphoria, gender
I can have these
identity
thoughts on my
disorder,
head to some
and
degree.
Gender incongruence. Section 6833-102-1, 6833-103-B2. SB1 contains three primary enforcement mechanisms. The law authorizes Tennessee's Attorney General to bring against any person who knowingly violates SB1 an action, to enjoin further violations, to disgorge any profits received due to the medical procedure, and to recover a civil penalty. Opinion of the court. Of $25,000 per violation. Section 6833-106-B. SB1 further permits the relevant state regulatory authorities to discipline healthcare providers who violate the law's prohibitions. Section 6833-107. Finally, SB1 creates a private right of action that enables an injured minor or non-consenting parent of an injured minor to sue a healthcare provider for violating the law.
Ooh.
Section 6833-104.
Damn it, I need to stop pausing to explain things, but this is too obvious. So what will it do? It does three things. Authorizes the general to bring against any person knowingly violates it a penalty of $25,000. Discipline healthcare providers. It allows the rights of transphobic parents to be like, my daughter's infertile and I hate you, and then sue healthcare providers for it. So essentially it's going to make it impossible for any doctor to risk their license over this. Yeah, that's classic for these guys. They always do this sort of thing.
105. C3 transgender minors, their parents, and a doctor, plaintiffs, brought a pre-enforcement challenge to SB1. Among other things, the plaintiffs asserted that SB1 violates the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. They moved for a preliminary injunction preventing the law's bans on sex transition treatments for minors from going into effect. The United States intervened under 42 U.S.C. Section 2000H2, which authorizes the federal government to intervene in a private equal protection suit if the Attorney General certifies that the case is of general public importance. See Memorandum Opinion and Order in Number 23, CV 00376.
That's a pretty sick
MD
item.
Tennessee, May 16, 2023, ECF Document 108. The District Court partially enjoined enforcement of SB 1's prohibitions. CL.W. v. SKRMETTI, 679F, Sup. 3D 668, 677, MD Tennessee 2023. The court concluded that the plaintiffs lacked standing to challenge the law's ban on sex transition surgery for minors. ID, at 681 to 682. But the court held, as relevant, that the United States and plaintiffs were likely to succeed on their equal protection challenge to the law's prohibitions on puberty blockers and hormones. ID, at 682 to 712. The court found that transgender individuals constitute a quasi-suspect
Court found that the plaintiff lacked standing, but the court held as relevant to the plaintiffs. Oh, so the lower court was like, there's a good chance you could argue that transgender people are a protected class, but we don't think you're going to be able to stop this law anyway.
Quasi-suspect class, that SB 1 discriminates on the basis of sex and transgender status, and that SB 1 was unlikely to survive intermediate scrutiny. ID, at 686 to 687, 698, 712. Having concluded that SB 1 was likely unconstitutional on its face, the district court issued a statewide injunction enjoining enforcement of all provisions of SB 1 except for the private right of action and the law's ban on sex transition surgery. CID, at 680 to 681, 716. 718. Tennessee appealed, and the Sixth Circuit stayed the preliminary injunction pending appeal. L.W. v. SKRMETTI, 83F, 4th 460, 469, CA 6 2023. The Sixth Circuit reversed. As relevant, the Sixth Circuit held that the United States and plaintiffs were unlikely to succeed on the merits of their equal protection claim.
Okay.
CID, at 479 to 489. The court first found that SB 1 does not classify on the basis of sex because the law regulate sex transition treatments for all minors, regardless of sex, by prohibiting all minors from receive puberty blockers or hormones or surgery in order to transition from one sex to another. ID, at 480. The court next declined to recognize transgender individuals as a suspect class, finding that transgender individuals are neither politically powerless nor a discrete group defined by obvious, immutable, or
They have to
distinguishing
be
characteristics.
more immutable than that in their reasoning.
At 486 to
I
487.
don't agree with it, but I understand what they're
Finally,
saying.
the court
Oh, I
concluded that the
died!
United
I forgot
States
that
and
I got too
plaintiffs have failed
cold.
to establish
No!
that animus toward transgender individuals as a
I
class
saw
was
that
the
coming.
operative force behind SB 1.
Me forgetting something like that while
CID.
playing makes sense.
At
right, where the
487
fuck am
to
I?
488. The
Okay,
Sixth
I'm
Circuit
heading
held
due
that
south.
SB 1 was subject to and survived rational basis review, finding that Tennessee had offered considerable evidence regarding the risks associated with the banned medical treatments and the flaws in existing research.
So
ID
they're
at
saying that
489.
Tennessee had
Judge
strong
White
enough
dissented.
arguments that there was a
Judge
real
White would have
threat,
held that the United States and plaintiffs
children,
were likely to succeed on the
and
merits
so they
of their
shouldn't
equal
have it.
protection claim.
Here's the thing. I've been
ID
public and
at
said before, I
498.
think that the
In her
best
view,
choice, the best
SB 1
compromise
triggered
here
heightened scrutiny because it
is
facially discriminated
easily
based on a minor's
accessible
sex as a sign
gender
of birth and
counseling.
on a minor's failure to conform with societal expectations concerning that sex. Judge White would have held that Tennessee had failed
I gotta
to
fight
show
this
an
damn
exceeding
little now.
OI, persuasive
And
justification
I don't know
or
if
close
like I'm
means
in
ends
a
fit,
position
or
to beat it.
Opinion of the court. The law's sex-based classifications. We granted certiorari to decide whether SB 1 violates the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment.
I don't think I have enough items to beat this guy, actually.
2024. 2. The 14th Amendment's command that no state shall deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws, U.S. constant, and 14. Section 1, must coexist with the practical necessity that most legislation classifies for one purpose or another, with resulting disadvantage to various groups or persons. Romer v. Evans, 517. U.S. 620, 631.
Wow, I cannot believe I just did that.
1996. We have reconciled the principle of equal protection with the reality of legislative classification by holding that,
Whoa,
if a law
whoa,
neither
whoa, that's
burdens
gonna
a
hurt.
fundamental right nor targets a suspect class, we will uphold the legislative classification so long as it bears a rational relation to some legitimate end. Ibid.
Fuck, that hurt.
We generally afford such laws wide latitude under this rational basis review, acknowledging that the Constitution presumes that
Oh, I
even
suck at
improvident
these.
decisions will
Yep.
eventually be
I
rectified
pretty
by
much
the
never
democratic
can
processes.
flurry rush that.
Cleburne versus Cleburne Living Center Incorporated, for 73 U.S.
Nope.
432, 440, 1985. Certain legislative classifications, however,
I can't
prompt
run fast
heightened
enough
review.
on the snow.
For example, laws that classify on the basis of race, alienage,
How
or
the
national origin
fuck
trigger
am I
strict
reading
scrutiny
this while
and will
doing
pass
this?
constitutional muster only if they are suitably tailored to serve
Mountain,
a compelling
okay.
state interest. Ibid. We have similarly
why does this
held
guy
that
keep running
sex-based
from me? What is he, a
classifications
baby?
warrant heightened scrutiny.
No way.
See United States versus Virginia.
Hit
One
him, hit
following
him, like
oral
hit him,
argument,
hit him.
The United States submitted a letter to the court representing that the United States has now determined that SB 1 does not deny equal protection
Oh
on
my
account of
God, I
sex or
keep
any other
getting them.
characteristic, but believes
I'm
that
about
the confluence
different.
of
I'm
several
about
factors
different.
counsels against seeking to dismiss its case in this court. Letter from C. Gannon, Deputy Solicitor General, to S. Harris.
Holy
Clerk of
crap,
Court,
this is not
February
going to do
7th,
enough hits for me.
2025. The plaintiffs remain adverse to the state respondents. Opinion of the court. 518 U.S. 515, 533.
How am I fighting a little right
1996.
now with
While our
freaking
precedent
5
does
hearts
not make
maximum?
sex a prescribed classification, IBID, we have explained that
Shit.
sex generally provides no sensible ground for differential treatment, Cleburne, for 73 U.S., at 440, and that sex-based lines too often reflect stereotypes or overbroad generalizations about the differences between men and women. See Sessions v. Morales-Santana.
Why does this guy keep running?
582 U.S. 47,
But is it just 'cause I keep pulling up on him?
2017. We accordingly subject laws containing sex-based classifications to intermediate scrutiny, under which the state must show that the classification serves
I am
important
almost
governmental
certain I do
objectives
not
and
have
that the
enough items to
discriminatory
beat this
means
guy.
employed are substantially related to the achievement of those objectives. Virginia, 518 U.S., at 533, internal quotation marks omitted. We are asked to decide whether SB 1 is subject to heightened scrutiny under the Equal Protection Clause.
Oh
We
shit.
hold it is not.
Link run!
SB 1 does not classify on any basis that
I'm
warrant
good.
heightened review. 1 on its face, SB 1 incorporates 2 classifications. First, SB 1 classifies on the basis of age. Healthcare providers may administer certain medical treatments to individuals ages 18 and older but not to minors. Second,
Oh my God, how did I
SB1
do that?
classifies on the basis of medical use. Healthcare providers may administer puberty blockers or
Get 'em,
hormones to
Link,
minors
get
to treat certain
'em!
conditions but not to treat gender dysphoria, gender identity disorder, or gender incongruence. Classifications that turn
Wow,
on age
he
or
just
medical
murdered
use are
my
subject
shield.
to only rational basis review. See Massachusetts BD of
Oh, that's an
Retirement
issue.
versus Murgia, 427 U.S. 307.
Okay, so again, they're
312 to
arguing
314,
it's technically they're just
1976.
discriminating on the
Per
basis of
curiam, Rational
age.
basis review applies to age-based classification. Vaco versus Quill, 521 U.S. 793, 799 to 808.
I got get.
1997. State laws outlining assisted
No, I
suicide
got get.
neither
That's a
infringe fundamental
shame.
rights nor.
Damn.
Opinion of the court.
Unfortunate. I
Involves
guess I should
suspect
just go run and get
classifications.
Link cross-dressing as soon as
The
I
plaintiffs
can.
argue that SB 1 warrants heightened scrutiny because it relies on sex-based classifications.
God
See
damn
brief
it.
for respondents in support of petitioner 20
Don't
to
I have to
37.
pass that little though?
We disagree. Neither of the above classifications turns on sex. Rather, SB 1 prohibits healthcare providers from administering puberty blockers and hormones to minors for certain medical uses, regardless of a minor's sex. CF Vaco, 521 U.
So they're using the term sex instead of gender to put together the argument that anti-trans healthcare laws are not discriminatory because trans isn't a sex and the law is a matter of sex. Whatever.
The plaintiffs resist this
You're just
conclusion,
transphobic
arguing
pieces
that
of
SB1
shit.
creates
Go
facial
kill
sex-based
yourselves.
classifications by defining the prohibited medical care based on
By
a
the way,
patient's
that's where I'm
sex.
at. I just say
See
mean
brief
shit.
for
I don't care
respondents in
anymore.
support of petitioner 22.
Not
This
after the
argument takes
policies
two
we've seen.
forms.
Not after what's been
At
going on.
times,
I
the
just
plaintiff
there
suggests
is no
that
more.
SB1
There's no more
classifies on
holding
the
back.
basis of sex because its prohibitions
You're
reference
pieces
sex.
of shit.
Alternatively,
We need to
plaintiffs contend
stop
that SB1
being
warrants a
nice.
sex-based
Like,
classification because application of the law
we need to
turns
stop
on
being
sex.
nice to people that don't want us to
Neither
be
argument
alive.
is persuasive. This court has never suggested that mere reference to sex is
That's
sufficient
her
to trigger
sword.
heightened scrutiny. See, e.g.,
No!
Tuanon Nguyen v. INS, 533 U.S. 53, 64, 2001. The issue is not the use of gender-specific terms instead of neutral ones. Just as neutral terms can mask discrimination that is unlawful, gender-specific terms can mark a permissible distinction. Such an approach, moreover, would be especially inappropriate in the medical context. Some medical treatments and procedures are uniquely bound up in sex.
Give me that. That's all I
The Food
wanted.
and Drug Administration itself recognizes that, research has shown that biological differences between. Opinion of the court.
Okay, something is like hitting me
Men
from the
and
top
women,
of this
differences due to
damn
sex
sword, and
chromosome or
it
sex
hurts.
hormones may contribute to variations seen in the safety and efficacy of drugs, biologics, and medical devices. FDA, Sex as a Biological Variable, January 30, 2025, online source archived athps//www.supremecourt.gov. Indeed, the agency frequently approves drugs for use by only one sex. See, e.g., FDA, FDA in brief. FDA encourages inclusion of male
where's the
patients
lady
in breast
then?
cancer clinical
I found her
trials,
sword.
August 26, 2019.
And I need to find her.
Online
Oh,
source
it's the
archived
little that's hitting me.
//www.supremecourt.gov.
I'm
Many
gonna
breast
end this,
cancer
dude.
treatments approved for women only. FDA. FDA approves second drug to prevent HIV infection as part of ongoing efforts to end the HIV epidemic. October 3, 2019. Online source archived athps//www.supremecourt.gov. Drug to prevent HIV not approved for women.
Okay, it looks like I did
In the
not
medical
find the lady.
context, the mere use of
That's a
sex-based
shame.
language does not sweep a statute within the reach of heightened scrutiny. We also reject the argument that the application of SB 1 turns on sex. The plaintiffs and the dissent contend that an adolescent whose biological sex is female cannot receive puberty blockers or testosterone to live and present as a male, but an adolescent whose biological sex is male can, while an adolescent whose biological sex is male cannot receive puberty blockers or estrogen to live and
Yes,
present as
so
a female.
they're saying
but an adolescent whose biological
healthcare is
sex female
allowed.
can. See brief
Trans
for
healthcare is
respondents in
not. I
support
get
of
it, you're
petitioner
transphobic.
22,
I get
post
it.
At 10 to 15, Sotomayor, J, dissenting. So conceived, they argue, SB 1
I've set the
prohibits
dogs on
certain
fire.
treatments for
I didn't
minors
feel
of
very
one
good about
sex
that
while
choice.
allowing those same treatments for minors of the opposite sex. The plaintiffs and the dissent, however, contort the meaning of the term medical treatment. Notably absent from their framing is a key aspect of any medical treatment, the underlying medical concern the treatment is intended to address. The Food and Drug Administration approves. Opinion of the court. Drugs and requires that they be labeled for particular indications, the diseases or conditions that they treat, prevent, mitigate, diagnose, or cure. See 21 CFR sections 201.57.
Well, I found her sword, but I can't find her, and I'd like to get a picture of her for a future quest.
1, 2024.
That would give me snow
Different
boots
drugs can be used
slash
to
sand
treat the same
boots.
thing. Would you like Advil or Tylenol for your headache? And the same drug can treat different things. Take Dayquil to ease your cough, fever, sore throat, and/or minor aches and pains. For the term medical treatment to make sense of these various combinations, it must necessarily encompass both a given drug and the specific indication for which it is being administered. See brief for
I
respondents
can't remember
in
if I
support
have
of
to take a
petitioner
picture
5,
of her
noting
sword,
that
but
treatments for adolescents with gender dysphoria include puberty-delaying medication and hormone therapy, emphasis added. When properly understood from the
Whatever.
perspective of the indications that puberty blockers and hormones treat, SB 1 clearly does not classify on the basis of sex. Both puberty blockers and hormones can be used to treat certain overlapping indications, such as gender dysphoria, and each can be used to treat a range of other conditions. ID, at 6 to 7. These combinations of drugs and indications give rise to various medical treatments. When, for example,
okay, so they
a
do understand the concept of trans boy.
transgender boy,
Boy.
whose biological sex is female, takes puberty blockers to treat his gender incongruence. He receives a different medical treatment than a boy whose biological sex is male who takes puberty blockers to treat his precocious puberty. 2
Correct.
SB1, in
Different
turn, restricts
dosages,
which of these medical
different
treatments are available to
blockers,
minors.
different this and
Under
that.
SB1, a healthcare provider may administer puberty blockers or hormones to any minor to treat a congenital defect, precocious puberty, disease, or physical injury. Tennessee Code N.
Do I have to find the Yiga clan's hideout before or after the thing? Can I just go now? I really don't remember. But I could swear their hideout is in here, isn't it? Right? Am I crazy? The Yiga clan's hideout is in here. Yeah, look, it's sand. It's like in this somewhere, isn't it? Do I have to have that quest for the Yiga clan stuff to start? I can't remember.
Cal treatments are available to minors. Under SB 1, a healthcare provider may administer puberty blockers or hormones to any minor to treat a congenital defect, PRECA. Sias puberty, disease, or physical injury, Tennessee Code N. 2. We use transgender boy to refer to an
Yeah, this
individual
is their
whose biological
fucking.
sex is female
This
but who
is
identifies as
the
male,
end of their
and
fight
transgender
situation
girl
with
to refer to an individual
Master
whose
Koga.
biological sex is male but who identifies as female. Opinion of the court.
Let me in.
Section 68, 33, 103, B, 1, A. A healthcare provider may not administer puberty blockers or hormones to any minor to treat gender dysphoria,
Am I
gender
stupid?
identity
What's
disorder,
going
or
on?
gender
Also, this
incongruence.
is like one of
See
the
Section
only
68,
holes to the
33,
depths in this
102,
game, I guess.
68, 33, 103, A, 1, B, 2.
What? So I have to have the
application of
quest
that
to do this
prohibition
fight?
does
That's
not turn
stupid.
on sex. Of course, a state may not circumvent the Equal Protection Clause by writing in abstract terms.
Okay.
See Personnel Administrator
So
of
the syllabus
Massachusetts
which
v.
summarized the document
442 U.S. 256,
is based
274,
clearly on the actual
1979,
opinions.
explaining that both overt and covert sex-based classifications are subject to heightened review. The anti-miscegenation law that this court struck down in Loving v. Virginia, 388 U.S. 1, 1967, would not have shed its race-based classification had it, for example, prohibited any person from marrying an individual of a different race.
Oh my
a
God,
law
I died
would still
again.
have
I need
turned
to
on a
stop
race-based
dying!
classification. It would have prohibited Mildred Jeter,
'Cause I'm not
a black
paying
woman,
attention.
from marrying Richard
Attention.
Loving, a white man, while permitting a white woman to do so. The law, in other words, would still proscribe generally accepted conduct if engaged in by members of different races.
Okay, so wow, I can't believe they kind of almost said that aloud. This is complicated. Of course, a state may not circumvent the Equal Protections Clause by writing in abstract terms. The anti-miscegenation law that this court struck down in Loving versus Virginia would not have shed its race-based classification had it, for example, prohibited any person from marrying an individual of a different race. Such a law would still have turned on a race-based classification. So, oh, interesting. So are they going against the argument that I made and inferred? So I inferred that this law is the equivalent of saying we are banning Oh, I get it. I get the language difference now. I'm putting it together. So they're saying if this document had said Tennessee hereby bans trans health care for girls, that would have been discriminatory. But it would have also been discriminatory for them to say, for example, we are banning trans health care for all people with genders. They'd say, well, you're writing in abstract terms. It's obvious that you just want to go after the diverse practice itself. Interesting. So it's not like they're saying explicitly in their legalism and all their rhetoric and logic. They're not explicitly saying like, yeah, we hate trans people. They're saying that this law's approach carries effects and issues that can be debated in the ways that they're putting forth. Very interesting.
Races. ID at 11. Here, however, SB 1 does not mask sex-based classifications. For reasons we have explained, the law does not prohibit conduct for one sex that it permits for the other. Under SB 1, no minor may be administered puberty blockers or hormones to treat gender dysphoria, gender identity disorder, or gender incongruence. Minors of any sex may be administered puberty blockers or hormones for other purposes. Nor are we persuaded that SB 1's prohibition on the prescription of puberty blockers and hormones to enable a minor to identify with, or live as, a purported identity inconsistent with the minor's sex, or to purported discomfort or distress from a discordance between the minor's sex and asserted identity, Tennessee Code and Section 68-33103A, reflects a sex-based classification, contra, post, at 10 to 15, opinion of Sotomayor, J. In the dissent's view. Opinion of the court. This language plainly classifies on the basis of sex because it turns on inconsistency with a protected characteristic. Post, at 11. The dissent analogizes to a hypothetical law that prohibit minors from attending any services, rituals, or assemblies if done for the purpose of allowing the minor to identify with a purported identity inconsistent with the minor's religion.
So they tried to use my logic.
Internal quotation marks omitted, emphasis deleted. Such a law, the dissent argues, would plainly classify on the basis of religion. Whether the law prohibits a minor from attending any particular religious service turns on the minor's religion. A Jewish child can visit a synagogue but not a church, while a Christian child can attend church but not the synagogue. Ibid. But a prohibition on the prescription of puberty blockers and hormones to enable a minor to identify with, or live as, a purported identity inconsistent with the minor's sex, Tennessee Code and Section 68-33-103A-1. Is simply a prohibition on the prescription of puberty blockers and hormones to treat gender dysphoria, gender identity disorder, or gender incongruence. A law prohibiting attendance at a religious service.
So, they're saying the law is constitutional because all it does is ban a type of healthcare. I don't know. I'm tired and I hate this.
The attendee's religion may trigger heightened scrutiny. A law prohibiting the administration of specific drugs for particular medical uses does not.
Okay. Particular medical uses. So, they're saying that it is constitutional to regulate healthcare because it does not directly intertwine and affect with a person's identity in a legally discriminatory way, such that the 14th Amendment would apply. Meaning, let's think of a version of this document that would work. Let me think. I'm going to go silent and think about that for about like 5 straight minutes. I did not get to see that game. You tried, I appreciate it, but that did not work. So let me think. It would have to be more explicitly discriminatory against. So they're saying that, kind of like with desegregation, this would apply, the 14th Amendment would apply if, for example, they banned transgender people from attending school with cis people. And that would be discriminatory enough to apply in the 14th Amendment because it directly discriminates on the person's identity, not a consequence of their identity. I think I get it. The 14th Amendment only applies to legislation and law and constitutionality wherein a person's identity itself is being discriminated against, not the consequences of those people's identity. It's American individualism incarnate. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Oh, you're pregnant? That's your problem. You didn't have to be. Oh, you're transgender? Well, you're still allowed to do things, but if you have gender dysphoria, that's your problem. And the government has no reason to protect your right to trying to deal with your own gender dysphoria? Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, fascism, authoritarianism, this is why people are anarchists, including me. This is how you make people anarchists, straight and simple. Controlling their lives in ways that the government should have absolutely nothing to do with. Oh my god, I'm stupid. Dang, I'm totally out of it. I have got to stop wasting my high quality gear. Okay, got it. That's how people figured out how to win bomb. The fact that they can quick swap in mid-time.
See Vaco, 521 U.S. at 799 to 808. Finally, we reject the plaintiff's argument that, by design, SB1 enforces a government preference that people conform to expectations about their sex.
I just think
respondents
that's
in support of petitioner
wrong
23.
if they think that way.
The plaintiffs note that SB1 statutory findings state that Tennessee has a compelling interest in encouraging minors to appreciate their sex and in prohibiting medical care that might encourage minors to become disdainful of their sex. IBID, quoting Tennessee Code and Section 6833-101-M. They argue that these findings
Good
reveal that the
fucking
law
god.
operates
What
to
a,
force
this is
conformity
one of the
with
more
sex.
complicated shrines
See
in the
brief for
entire game. What the
respondents in
fuck?
support of petitioner 23. See also ID at 52. SB1's purpose is to force boys and. Opinion of the court. Girls
I
to
need
look
both.
and live like boys and girls. Internal quotation marks omitted. To start, the plaintiff's allegations of sex stereotyping are misplaced. True, a law that classifies on the basis of sex may fail heightened scrutiny if the classifications rest on impermissible stereotypes.
Oh.
CJ, E, V, Alabama X Rel.
So they need to trade.
TB, 511
Okay, I get it.
U.S., 127, 139, N, 11,
What the fuck just
1994.
happened?
But where a law's classifications are neither covertly nor overtly based on sex, contrast, e.g., post, at 12 to 13,
I thought the,
opinion of Sotomayor, J.
Okay, yeah, I
Referencing a
thought
hypothetical requirement that all children
physics
wear
in the game got
sex-consistent
fixed.
clothing, we do not subject the law to heightened review unless it was motivated by an invidious discriminatory purpose. See Personnel Administrator of Massachusetts, 442 U.S., at 271 to 274. Arlington Heights versus Metropolitan Housing Development
one of them
Corporation,
failed.
429
What's going on?
U.S., 252, 264 to 266, 1977. No such argument has been raised here. CTR, of Oral Arg 57 to 59. Regardless, the statutory findings to which the plaintiffs point do not themselves evince sex-based stereotyping. The plaintiffs fail to note that Tennessee also proclaimed a legitimate, substantial, and compelling
both
interest
going?
in protecting minors from physical and emotional harm.
They are not both
Tennessee
going.
Code and Section 6833-101-M. And they similarly fail to acknowledge that Tennessee found that the prohibited medical treatments are experimental, can lead to later regret, and are associated with harmful, and sometimes irreversible, risks.
How the hell
Section
did I...
68.
What the hell kind of shrine did I just find in this stupid fucking game? This is one of the more complicated ones. I am not having a good time. It's like I can get up there, but may I just have to go set them down myself. Yeah. Okay, here we go. That's what we're going to try. I'm just going to set them down myself. Oh, but that thing is in the way. Nope. This is an issue, I would say. Okay, so I can throw one, but I can't throw the other. Yeah, so I can get up there, but I can't get back down. Cool. But the issue is this is now up, and I would need another ball in the air to break that. Jesus Christ. It wants me to have two of these in the air at once. I just feel like that's not really feasible. The game doesn't seem to want that. I wonder if there's something I'm missing, or if I'm just so bogged down with fucking Supreme Court stuff.
6833-101.
I don't know, man.
H. Tennessee's stated interests in encouraging minors to appreciate their sex and in prohibiting medical care that might encourage minors to become disdainful of their sex, Section 6833-101-M, simply reflect the state's concerns regarding the use of puberty blockers and hormones to treat gender dysphoria,
I have to hit
gender identity disorder,
that one first.
and gender incongruence. See brief for respondents 26 to 27. Given
No,
high
no matter what, it
rates
sets
among
off
youth
both.
and the tragic regret
So
of
that's an
detransitioners,
issue.
Opinion of the court. was not improper to conclude that kids benefit from additional time to appreciate their sex before embarking on body-altering paths. Nor is it improper for the state to protect minors from procedures that encourage them to become disdainful of their sex, and thus at risk for serious psychiatric conditions. Citations and
Well, that
alterations
just failed
omitted.
completely, and neither of them ended up where they were supposed to.
F, 4th, at 485, a concern about potentially irreversible medical procedures
I
for a
wonder how
child is
hated
not a
this
form of
actual shrine
stereotyping.
is, because I am currently
Two,
hating
the
it.
plaintiffs separately argue that SB 1 warrants heightened scrutiny because it discriminates against transgender individuals, who the plaintiffs assert constitute a quasi-suspect class. See brief for respondents in support of petitioner 37 to 38. This court has not previously held that transgender individuals are a suspect or quasi-suspect class. And this case, in any event, does not raise the question because SB 1 does not classify on the basis of transgender status. As we have explained, SB 1 includes only two classifications. Healthcare providers may not administer puberty blockers or hormones to minors, a classification based on age, to treat gender dysphoria, gender identity disorder, or gender incongruence, a classification based on medical use. The plaintiffs do not argue that the first classification
I cannot
turns
fuck
on
this up.
transgender
This is-
status, and our case law
this is a
forecloses any such
dog
argument
shit.
as to the second. We have explained that the state does not
Terrible
trigger
shrine. That was
heightened
awful.
constitutional scrutiny by regulating a medical pros.
Holy shit, that was hard.
Juror that only one sex can undergo unless the regulation is a mere pretext.
Okay. So, because they're banning trans healthcare for male and female transgender kids, it's fine. When they say invidious, I'm pretty sure an invidious discrimination is, invasive. Invidious. Okay, front end YouTube. No, how about you define the word for me? Meaning. Thank you. Arouse or incur resentment or anger. Yeah, so purposely harmful. Like just being completely mean. I just don't know what to do with that. I genuinely just don't know what to do with that. Let's see. Invidious, huh?
Pretext for invidious sex discrimination. In Geduldig versus Aiello, 417 U.S. 484, 1974,
Yeah, that was the
for example, we held that a
discrimination
California
on the
insurance
basis of
program that excluded from
pregnancy.
coverage certain disabilities resulting from pregnancy did not discriminate on the basis of sex.
Dude, it totally does.
CID
I cannot believe
at 486,
So here's
492
my
to
issue.
497.
I keep pretending to expect that the Supreme Court are not total fucking idiots and terrible people. And I'm wrong. Because it's the US and this is a damn fascist state. And it's acted imperialist for the past 100 years. And the fascism is more obvious now. But I mean, that's what they are. And I need to stop being so forgiving and assuming that there's any faith in the reasoning of the They want the word discrimination to be limited so that way no one can abuse discrimination and wrap back around to being a fascist state in the other direction. I get it. I get that reasoning and that carefulness, but that's just so Reagan-era behavior.
Opinion of the court. Program did not exclude any individual from benefit eligibility because of the individual's sex but rather remove D1 physical condition, pregnancy, from the list of compensable disabilities. ID at 496 and 20. We observed that the lack of identity between sex and the excluded pregnancy-related disabilities became clear upon the most cursory analysis. ID at 497 and 20. The California Insurance Program, we explained, divided potential recipients into two groups, pregnant women and non-pregnant persons. IBID. Because women fell into both groups, the program did not discriminate against women as a class. CID at 496.
Oh look, the game is
20.
cosplaying real life.
We thus
The temperature is
concluded that,
increasing.
Even though only biological women can become pregnant, not every legislative classification concerning pregnancy is a sex-based classification. ID at 496 and 20.
Why do I have
As
3,000
such, A
rupees?
sent a showing that distinctions involving
What the
pregnancy are mere
fuck did I do in the
pretexts
game
designed to affect
before?
an
I don't
invidious
remember.
discrimination against
Alright,
them.
I need to head there.
Members of one sex or the other, lawmakers are constitutionally free to include or exclude pregnancy from the coverage of legislation, on any reasonable basis, just as with respect to
Okay,
any
but if
other
I get
physical
there,
condition.
I'm already done. Like, I've
ID
already
at
found the person
496
that
to
makes Link
497
cross-dress.
and 20.
And I'm only like
By the same
15
token,
pages into this
SB1
stupid
does not
document.
exclude any individual
That
from
was too
medical
easy.
treatments on the basis of transgender status, but rather removes one set of diagnoses:
Stop.
gender dysphoria, gender
Oh my
identity
god,
disorder,
stop
and gender
fucking repeating
incongruence,
yourselves.
from a
I
range
get
of
that these
treatable
documents are
conditions.
thorough, but Jesus
SB1
Christ.
divides minors into two groups: those who might seek puberty blockers or hormones to treat the excluded diagnoses, and those who might seek puberty blockers or hormones to treat other conditions. See Tennessee Code
And they're
Section
saying that because, oh my god, this is so batshit. They're saying that because either of those groups could be composed of male or females, it can't count as 14th Amendment Title 11 discrimination because it's a gender issue, and legally, at the federal level, they're still interpreting the Constitution to refer to sex only and not gender. Gender is still not
68,
recognized.
103. Because
That
only
needs to be
transgender
like,
individuals seek
that needs to
puberty
be
blockers and
the
hormones for
crusade
excluded
of
diagnoses.
all
The
advocates
first
right
group
now,
includes only
is that we
transgender
get
individuals.
gender
The second group,
recognized.
in contrast, encompasses both transgender and non-transgender individuals. Thus, although only transgender individuals seek opinion of the court, treatment for gender dysphoria, gender identity disorder, and gender incongruence, just as only biological women can become pregnant, there is a lack of identity between transgender status and the excluded medical diagnoses. The plaintiffs, moreover, have not argued that SB1's prohibitions are mere pretexts designed to effect an invidious discrimination against transgender
Now that would have been their fucked up. It is obvious that this bill is pretext to do something consciously harmful. That much is obvious. No matter how much Christians and propagandists and all these people convince themselves.
Under these circumstances,
obvious
we
that they
decline
are
to find
simply
that SB1's
transphobic.
prohibitions on the use of puberty blockers and hormones.
Alright, I'm going to
exclude
pause for
any
the second, go to the
individuals on
bathroom,
basis of
but
transgender
I can still
status.
listen to the document.
3. Finally, Bostock versus Clayton
the
County,
headphones are wireless.
590 U.S. 644, 2020, does not alter our analysis. In Bostock, we held that an employer who fires an employee for being gay or transgender violates Title VII's prohibition on discharging an individual because of their sex. CID at 650 to 652, 654 to 659. We reasoned that Title VII's, because of test incorporates the traditional but for causation standard, which directs us to change one thing at a time and see if the outcome changes. If it does, we have found a but for cause. ID at 656. Applying that test, we held that, F, or an employer to discriminate against employees for being homosexual or transgender, the employer must intentionally discriminate against individual men and women in part because of sex. 3. The dissent argues that our analysis may well suggest that a law depriving all individuals who have ever, or may someday, menstruate of access to health insurance would be sex-neutral merely because not all women menstruate. Post, at 23 to 24, opinion of Sotomayor, J. But such a law is different from both SB1 and the law at issue in Geduldig. As we have explained, SB1 regulates certain medical treatments, see Tennessee Code and Section 68, 33, 103, A1. Geduldig involved a state disability insurance system that excluded certain pregnancy-related disabilities from coverage, see 417 U.S. at 487 to 489. The dissent's hypothetical law, in contrast, does not regulate a class of treatments or conditions. Rather, it regulates a class of persons identified on the basis of a specified characteristic. Neither our analysis nor Geduldig speaks to a law that classifies on such a basis. Opinion of the court. ID, at 662. In such a case, the employer has penalized a member of one sex for a trait or action that it tolerates in members of the other. Ibid. The plaintiffs urge us to apply Bostock's reasoning to this case. In their view, SB1 violates the Equal Protection Clause because it prohibits a minor whose biological sex is female from receiving testosterone to live as a male but allows a minor whose biological sex is male to receive testosterone for the same purposes, and vice versa. Applying Bostock's reasoning, they argue that SB1 discriminates on the basis of sex because it intentionally penalizes members of one sex for traits and actions that it tolerates in another. See brief for respondents in support of petitioner 24 to 25. We have not yet considered whether Bostock's reasoning reaches beyond the Title VII context, and we need not do so here. For reasons we have already explained, changing a minor's sex or transgender status does not alter the application of SB1. If a transgender boy seeks testosterone to treat his gender dysphoria, SB1 prevents a healthcare provider from administering it to him. See Tennessee Code and Section 68-33-103A. If you change his biological sex from female to male, SB1 would still not permit him the hormones he seeks because he would lack a qualifying diagnosis for the testosterone, such as a congenital defect, precocious puberty, disease, or physical injury. The transgender boy could receive testosterone only if he had one of those permissible diagnoses. And, if he had such a diagnosis, he could obtain the testosterone regardless of his sex or transgender status. Under the reasoning of Bostock, neither his sex nor his transgender status is the but-for cause of his inability to obtain testosterone. The dissent counters that, whatever causal factors are at play, sex is at least one but-for cause of SB1's operation. See post, at 19-20, opinion of Sotomayor, J. To illustrate this argument, the dissent posits a minor girl with facial hair inconsistent with her sex. Under SB1, the dissent. Opinion of the court. Notes, a healthcare provider can prescribe puberty blockers or hormones to the minor to suppress her hair growth. IBID, change the minor's sex to male, the dissent reasons, and SB1 prevents the minor from obtaining the same drugs for the same purpose. IBID. Any corresponding change in diagnosis, the dissent concludes, simply reveals that both sex and diagnosis are causal factors at play. Post, at 20, quoting Bostock, 590 U.S., at 661. The dissent's reasoning overlooks a key distinction between the operation of SB1 and the logic of Bostock. Under Bostock's reasoning, an employer who fires a homosexual male employee for being attracted to men while retaining the employee's straight female colleague has discriminated on the basis of sex because it has penalized the male employee for a trait, attraction to men, that it tolerates in the female employee. CID, at 660. Bostock held that, in such a circumstance, sex is the but-for cause of the employer's decision. Change the homosexual male employee's sex and he becomes a straight female whose attraction to men the employer tolerates. Not so with SB1. Consider again the minor girl with unwanted facial hair inconsistent with her sex. If she has a diagnosis of hirsutism, male pattern hair growth, a healthcare provider may, consistent with SB1, prescribe her puberty blockers or hormones. But changing the minor's sex to male does not automatically change the operation of SB1. If hirsutism is replaced with gender dysphoria, the now male minor may not receive puberty blockers or hormones, but if hirsutism is replaced with precocious puberty, SB1 does not bar either treatment. Unlike the homosexual male employee whose sexuality automatically switches to straight when his sex is changed from male to female, there is no reason why a female minor's diagnosis of hirsutism automatically changes to gender dysphoria when her sex is changed from female to male. Under the logic of Bostock, then, sex is simply not a but-for cause of. Opinion of the court. SB1's operation. B. The rational basis inquiry employs a relatively relaxed standard reflecting the court's awareness that the drawing of lines that create distinctions is peculiarly a legislative task and an unavoidable one. Massachusetts B.D. of Retirement, 427 U.S., at 314. Under this standard, we will uphold a statutory classification so long as there is any reasonably conceivable state of facts that could provide a rational basis for the classification. FCC v. Beach Communications Incorporated, 508 U.S. 307, 313, 1993. Where there exist plausible reasons for the relevant government action, our inquiry is at an end. ID, at 313-314, internal quotation marks omitted. SB1 clearly meets this standard. Tennessee determined that administering puberty blockers or hormones to a minor to treat gender dysphoria, gender identity disorder, or gender incongruence can lead to the minor becoming irreversibly sterile, having increased risk of disease and illness, or suffering from adverse and sometimes fatal psychological consequences. Tennessee Code and Section 68-33-101b. It further found that it was likely that not all harmful effects associated with these types of medical procedures when performed on a minor are yet fully known, as many of these procedures, when performed on a minor for such purposes, are experimental in nature and not supported by high-quality, long-term medical studies. IBID, Tennessee determined that minors lack the maturity to fully understand and appreciate the life-altering consequences of such procedures and that many individuals have expressed regret for medical procedures that were performed on or administered to them for such purposes when they were minors. Section 68-33-101H. At the same time, Tennessee noted evidence that discordance between sex and gender can be resolved. Opinion of the court. By less invasive approaches that are likely to result in better outcomes for the minor. Section 68-33-101(c). SB1's age and diagnosis-based classifications are plainly rationally related to these findings and the state's objective of protecting minors' health and welfare. Section 68-33-101(a). The plaintiffs argue that SB1 fails even rational basis review because the law's classifications are so far removed from Tennessee's asserted justifications that it is impossible to credit those interests. Brief for respondents in support of Petitioner 51, internal quotation marks and alterations omitted. In their view, Tennessee has failed to explain why it has banned access to puberty blockers and hormones, only where they would allow a transgender minor to identify or live in a way inconsistent with their sex ID at 52. This argument fails. As we have explained, there is a rational basis for SB1's classifications. Tennessee concluded that there is an ongoing debate among medical experts regarding the risks and benefits associated with administering puberty blockers and hormones to treat gender dysphoria, gender identity disorder, and gender incongruence. SB1's ban on such treatments responds directly to that uncertainty. Contrast Cleburne, 473 U.S., at 448, record did not reveal any rational basis for city zoning ordinance. Romer, 517 U.S., at 632, sheer breadth of law was so discontinuous with the reasons offered for it that the law seem, ed. inexplicable by anything but animus toward the class it affect, ed. We also decline the plaintiff's invitation to second-guess the lines that SB1 draws. It may be true, as the plaintiffs contend, that puberty blockers and hormones carry comparable risks for minors no matter the purposes for which they are administered. But it may also be true, as Tennessee determined, that those drugs carry greater risks when administered to treat gender dysphoria, gender identity disorder, and gender incongruence. We afford states-wide opinion of the court. Discretion to pass legislation in areas where there is medical and scientific uncertainty. Gonzalez v. Carhart, 550. U.S. 124, 163, 2007. He fact the line might have been drawn differently at some points.
All right,
as a
I am
matter for
back,
legislative
and I was listening
rather than
that whole
judicial
time.
Consideration.
I specifically want to scroll back up to their sort of little comparison situation, where they mentioned and compared to homosexuality. Yeah. Hirsutism. Is hirsutism hair growth on females? So I need to read through this. One sec. I'm swallowing one of my medicines. So, any corresponding change in diagnosis, the dissent concludes, simply reveals that both sex and diagnosis are causal factors at play. Quoting Bostock. All right. I now need to read Bostock. (2020) 3 employers each fired a long-term employee for being homosexual or transgender. And what did the court rule? Okay, so the court ruled that, firing, and they use this thing called a but-for logic, right? Under Bostock's reasoning, an employer who fires a homosexual male employee for being attracted to men while retaining the employee's straight female colleague has discriminated on the basis of sex because it has penalized the male employee for a trait, attraction to men, that it tolerates in female employees. So they're saying that there's constitutional precedent, stare decisis, that I believe it's Title 11, let's double check. Title 11, Civil Rights Act 1964, no, 11, 7, sorry. 5, 6, 7, I'm an idiot. I thought that was an X. So they're saying, per Title 7, it has to be a but-for situation, which means it needs to be obvious that if you substituted one sex for the other, the discrimination becomes clear. But they're going to say, Bostock held that in such a circumstance, sex is the but-for cause of the employer's decision. Change the homosexual male employee's sex, and he becomes a straight female whose attraction is tolerated. This is not the case with SB1. Consider again that the minor girl with unwanted facial hair inconsistent with her sex, just like the minor male with breasts inconsistent with his sex, a healthcare provider may, consistent with SB1, prescribe him or her puberty blockers or hormones to stop the unwanted hair growth. So, they are going to say that if this is applied correctly, boys can still get gyno dealt with. But if you change the minor's sex to male, it does not automatically change the operation of SB1. It's replaced with gender dysphoria. The now male minor may receive puberty blockers. So, because it doesn't fit this stupid, specific constitutional precedent, the discrimination is magically allowed. Because the logic of replacing one with another doesn't work across sexes. It only works across genders, and the only but-for they can come up with is about the diagnosis and treatments themselves, which are legally allowed to be regulated. Whoa, okay. Unlike the homosexual male employee whose sexuality automatically switches to straight when his sex is changed from male to female, there is no reason why a female minor's diagnosis of hirsutism automatically changes to gender dysphoria when her sex is changed from female to male. Female grows mustache. Male grows mustache. Male doesn't give a fuck about the mustache. There is no gender dysphoria, likely. Oh, their logic sucks dick. Their logic sucks dick more than the hypothetical male that they're using as an example. You could destroy this in 30 different ways. The simple, plain logic being that it doesn't make sense because the point of transgender is things being out of alignment with how you would expect them to be. I don't know how quickly it's going to happen, but I am almost certain that this SCOTUS decision in my lifetime will be overturned. And it will be challenged hard as fuck. I cannot wait to read the dissent because they're going to beat the buns off of these people. Wow, that is some weak fucking logic. They're using legalistic logic, but they're, you know. The question is like, what does what? Does the law exist to protect people? Does justice exist to protect people? Or is it people's purpose to protect justice? I believe it is people's purpose to protect justice, irregardless of law. And in fact, I don't believe that law or justice is to prescribe how people live. I think it is up to people to actualize justice in what they do. Were that to be the case, the failure of the court, the Supreme Court in this document thus far, lies in their refusal to acknowledge the underlying principles of non-discrimination as it stands legally in the first place. They are using logic to get around the actual point of the law, which is to protect people's rights equally. Fuck you, SCOTUS. You suck dick. You know, I've been thinking about like different ways that I talk as a person. Like, I've decided that it's officially like on site moving forward. Until Trump is gone, it's on site every damn day.
Approaches that are likely to result in better outcomes for the minor.
I'm not holding back anymore. But I've been trying to think about a few different insults that I've acquired over the years. For example, like, you suck dick. That's homophobic, right? That, like, the basis of that is that it's homophobic. When I say it, I don't think of it as having anything to do with sex. I just think that a person is terrible. When I say something sucks, I'm saying that it's terrible. But that's homophobic. And then, like, when I think of my archetype of a right-winger that wants to deprive other people of their rights, but does so using complicated legalism, and I say to their face and to the camera, go kill yourself, that's not very nice either. Especially as someone who understands mental health. I don't know. What are some new insults I can come with? I don't know. Maybe I should lean into justice. Maybe I should just say, I wish justice upon you. But that sounds too vague, right? And Christians are obsessed with, like, God's justice. I mean human justice. I mean Luigi Mangione type of justice. When anti-human people go unpunished, one day you will have to answer for your crimes. Maybe I'll start saying shit like that. Instead of go kill yourself or you suck dick, I'm going to start saying one day you will have to answer for your crimes, and I may not be so forgiving. There you go. Threatening shit like that. Threatening insofar as it sounds threatening, not that it is an actionable threat. YouTube mods. Yeah, I need to find new language for being pissed.
Minor.
Also, it got too hot and I turned the AC back on, and now it's instantly too cold again. I genuinely do not know what to do to get, like, a happy equal for temperature here. Okay, Link is about to cross-dress, and we're only, like, a quarter to a third of the way through this shitty document. But I guess, like, once I hear the dissenting opinion, I'll have a lot less to argue against and a lot more to agree with. You better hope there's not a God. Oh, hi, Roya. Yeah, Roya, right? Do you feel me? Like, I need to stop saying go kill yourself. I need to stop saying this sucks dick. I need insults that are reflective of what I value. Insofar as assuring they're Christian, you can follow up by quoting the Bible at them. You better hope there's not a God, because if he finds the fuck out, Jesus is going to smack you the fuck down. My favorite things in culture are, one, the degree to which Jesus was a socialist or an anarchist. I mean, listen, one of my favorite quotes from Run the Jewels, which is a really great protest and progressive leftist sort of rap group, is there's a line in one of their songs where they say, never forget the Bible, the hero was killed by the state. That's one of their lines. I don't remember if it's the Bible or never forget the story of Jesus, the hero was killed by the state. That's one of their lines. I believe that's almost it word for word. Never forget the story of Jesus, the hero was killed by the state. Jesus is like an anarchist, socialist character. And if you just read his dialogue, I remember, this is such an interesting side note, but if you talk about, you know what, it's a little bit relevant because this Tennessee bill explicitly alludes to some very Christian language about how trans kids need to be given the opportunity to appreciate their sex, you know, appreciate the sanctity of their body that God gave them. God is always right. God doesn't make mistakes. That's in this document. It's in SB 1. It's mentioned in this opinion document. So we could talk about Christians for a second. There was this time when AI was first taking off and large language models were taking off, and one of the most interesting uses I ever saw that I didn't hate, despite being a pretty generally anti-AI person, one of the coolest uses I ever saw was somebody feeding an AI the entirety of the King James Bible and having it cosplay as Jesus and only speak in reference to his own quotes. And the craziest shit is that Jesus is clearly like a top-tier pacifist anarchist. Like, obviously, an extremely human liberation, full-on, fuck the state, everyone should be enlightened to true freedom and equality and hope. And I saw this live. It was a Twitch stream of a Jesus AI that was trained only on the Bible and quotes from Jesus himself and quotes of other people. And whenever you would ask it a question, it would only respond with like an exact specific quote that you could go look up. And guess what? When people would talk to it, Jesus would just always say the most egalitarian, human liberation, anti-state shit he possibly could. And I just found that so fucking interesting and cool because the mythology of a good hero was so interesting. It was a very pervasive Christian vibe. Yeah, of course, Tennessee would totally be like that. Absolutely. All right, back to reading. Either way, fuck these guys. They're using logic and semantics to get out of having to actually come down on discriminatory practices.
minor. Section 68,
All
33,
right, back to making sure Link becomes a twink.
SB1's age and
Let's
diagnosis-based
go!
classifications are plainly rationally related to these findings and the state's objective of protecting minors' health and welfare.
Okay, so
Section
they're
68,
weighing
33,
yeah.
101A.
They're weighing whether or not it's discriminatory against the state's obligation to protect minors' health and welfare. What happened to, like, don't get your hands off my children? What happened to that? Why are you even okay with the state protecting minors' health and welfare? I need conservatives to make a choice. Are you libertarians or are you fascists? Choose one. You are one.
Only where they would allow a transgender minor to identify or live in a way inconsistent with their sex. ID at 52. This argument fails. As we have explained, there is a rational basis for SB1's classifications. Tennessee concluded that there is an ongoing debate among medical experts regarding the risks and benefits associated with administering puberty blockers and hormones to treat gender dysphoria, gender identity disorder, and gender incongruence. SB1's ban on such treatments responds directly to that uncertainty. Contrast Cleburne, 473 U.S. at 448, record did not reveal any rational basis for city zoning ordinance.
Did I accidentally walk straight to the Gerudo City? This is the Gerudo City. Am I a fucking idiot?
Law was so discontinuous with the
this isn't where the twink outfit is.
Seem, ed, inexplicable by anything but animus or the placid effect, ed. We also decline the plaintiff's invitation to second-guess the lines that SB1 draws. It may be true, as the plaintiffs contend, that puberty blockers and hormones carry comparable risks for minors no matter the purposes for which they are administered. But it may also be true, as Tennessee determined, that those drugs carry greater risks when administered to treat gender dysphoria, gender identity disorder, and gender incongruence. We afford states-wide opinion of the court.
Oh no, this is the one where I need to use weapons, right?
Where there is
to connect
and
things.
Scientific uncertainty. Gonzalez versus Carhart, 550. US 124, 163, 2007. T. He fact the line might have been drawn differently at some points is a matter for legislative, rather than judicial, consideration. Railroad Retirement BD, v. Fritz, 449 U.S. 166, 179, 1980. C. Dandridge versus Williams, 397 U.S. 471, 485.
And then I have to drop weapons, right?
In the area of economics and social welfare. A state does not violate the Equal Protection Clause merely because the classifications made by its laws are imperfect. Lindsley versus Natural Carbonic Gas Company, 220 U.S. 61, 78, 1911. A classification having some reasonable basis does not offend against the Equal Protection Clause.
I don't have a big enough item. I just have a barrel.
Nicety or because in practice it results in some inequality. Recent developments only underscore the need for legislative flexibility in this area. After Tennessee enacted SB1, a report commissioned by England's National Health Service, NHS England, characterized the evidence concerning the use of puberty blockers and hormones to treat transgender minors as remarkably weak, concluding that there is no good evidence on the long-term outcomes of interventions to manage gender-related distress. H. Cass, Independent Review of Gender Identity Services for Children and Young People, Final Report 13, April 2024. The report cautioned that results of studies are exaggerated or misrepresented by people on all sides of the debate to support their viewpoint.
Correct. That is very obvious that everyone is exaggerating the numbers.
Of hormone interventions is limited and needs to be better understood. ID at 22. In response to the report, NHS England enacted prohibitions on the administration of puberty blockers to new patients under the age of 18 outside of research set. Tings and instituted a process for reviewing referrals for hormones for adolescents under the age of 16. See NHS England, Children and Young People's Gender Services. Opinion of the Court. Implementing the CAS Review Recommendations 6 to 7, August 2024, TR, of Oral Art 14 to 18. We cite this report and NHS England's response not for guidance they might provide on the ultimate question of United States law. See Schreiro versus Summerlin, 542 U.S. 348, 356, 2004. Contemporary foreign practice is irrelevant to constitutional interpretation, but to demonstrate the open questions regarding basic factual issues before medical authorities and other
I need to go
bodies.
get another block. God damn it.
Such uncertainty afford little basis for judicial responses in absolute terms. Marshall versus United States, 414 U.S. 417, 427, 1974. And T. E. Calculus of effects, the manner in which a particular law reverberates in a society, is a legislative and not a judicial responsibility. Personnel Administrator of
they're saying it's not their scope to determine what happens.
U.S. at 272.
Asterisk 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 this case carries with it the weight of fierce scientific and policy debates about the safety, efficacy, and propriety of medical treatments in an evolving field. The voices in these debates raise sincere concerns, the implications for all are profound. The Equal Protection Clause does not resolve these disagreements. Nor does it afford us license to decide them as we see best. Our role is not to judge the wisdom, fairness, or logic of the law before us, Beach Communications, 508 U.S. at 313, but only to ensure that it does not violate the equal protection guarantee of the 14th
so they're
Amendment.
saying like, sorry,
Having concluded it does not,
we're just
we leave questions regarding its policy to the
cute
people, their elected
little
representatives, and the
Supreme
democratic
Court we can't
process.
control.
The judgment of the United
We
States
just
Court
have
of
to see
Appeals
if it's
for the Sixth Circuit is
constitutional.
affirmed.
We're neutral.
It
No,
is so
you're
ordered.
not. Shut the fuck up. 5 of you are
J.
conservative.
Concurring.
It's like
Supreme
6
Court
of you are
of the United
conservative.
States. Number 23 to 477.
Okay, so what we just read was the majority opinion. Chief Justice Roberts delivered the opinion of the court. And now we need to get on to the concurring with Thomas. Now we're on to Thomas. I think I remember Thomas. He's like the terribly conservative, awful, evil black guy. This guy is fucking evil as shit. He's like the incarnation of like generic old evil guy. Whoa, what just happened? That was crazy. Is this gonna do anything for me? And then I need to connect that to that. No, so this needs to go here. Oh, this is complicated. Alright, so yeah, Justice, if I remember, Justice is the biggest asshole on the team. Next to, you know, Mr. Sexual Assaulty, Brett Kavanaugh or whatever.
Supreme Court of the United States. Number 23 to 477. United States, Petitioner v. Jonathan SKRMETTI, Attorney General and reporter for Tennessee, ETAL. On writ of certiorari to the United States Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit. June 18, 2025. Justice Thomas, concurring.
So he agrees he's going to
Tennessee
be
law prevents children
transphobic.
from receiving certain medical interventions if administered to treat gender dysphoria. See Prohibition on Medical Procedures Performed on Minors Related to Sexual Identity, SB 1, 113th
I
General
can't
Assay,
believe we
First
let these
Extra.
ancient-ass, useless
Session,
fucking people
Tennessee
determine
Code
our
in
future,
Section
even though they'll all be dead by the
68,
time they see the
101
effects of the policies they support.
2023, SB 1.
Hey, what's the big
The United States and
issue?
private plaintiffs challenged the law on equal protection
What's
clause
the
grounds,
big
arguing
idea
that it
here?
discriminates based on sex and fails heightened scrutiny. Today, the court correctly
What's the
concludes
big
that SB 1
idea?
does
Connect.
not classify on the basis of sex and thus is subject only to rational
Thank
basis
you, that took
review.
forever.
I join the court's
Opinion
in
full. Alright,
I
separately
write
to address
separately
some
to address some additional
ignorance.
arguments made in defense of Tennessee's law.
So he's just like, let's go. I
Before
knew
this
he'd be an
court,
asshole.
The United States and the private plaintiffs asserted that, under the reasoning of Bostock versus Clayton County, 590 U.S. 644, 2020, SB 1 discriminates on the basis of sex.
They're going to say it doesn't
See
because they
brief for
don't
United
count
States
transgender
22,
as sex
27,
because they want to
28,
use the word
one brief
sex
for respondents in
per
support of Petitioner
American court
18,
precedent.
24 to 25. In Bostock, the court held that, in the context of Title VII, the United States changed its position following oral argument, but it neither withdrew its briefs nor sought to dismiss the case. Thomas, J., concurring. Of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, homosexuality and transgender status are inextricably bound up with sex, such that discriminating on the basis of either characteristic amounts to discrimination, because of sex under that statute. 590 U.S. at 660 to 661, 665. The United States and the private plaintiffs have argued that Bostock's fundamental insight about the nature of sex discrimination applies in the equal protection context, too. Brief for United States 27.
Okay, I gotta
would
go this
reject
way.
that argument for several reasons.
Wow, that's a main quest, huh?
While I continue to think that the
I could swear
Bostock
when I first
majority's
played this
logic
game, I
fails
couldn't
on its
find
own
this main
terms,
quest.
C590 U.S.
And I was like
at
losing it.
689 to 699, Alito, J. Dissenting.
All right,
I
we're
see in
getting
any
close to
event
about
no
a third
reason
of the
to
way
import
through. That's pretty
Bostock's
good.
Title VII analysis into
We'll
the
probably be
Equal
done by
Protection
like
Clause. The
the time
Bostock Court
Andrea
recognized
gets
that
off
other
at work,
federal
unfortunately.
laws that prohibit sex discrimination were not before it, ID, at 681, majority
I think I'll
opinion,
stop
and
no
thus
matter what
rested
at
its
4:30
analysis
to
on what it
5.
took to be the ordinary meaning of the relevant statutory terms, because of,
Which is-
otherwise, discriminate against, and individual, within the context of Title VII, ID.
2.5 hours
At
from now.
656 to 659, C
Just gotta speed up.
SC,
That's all I can do is speed the hell up.
A1. The Equal Protection Clause includes none of this language.
Leave me alone.
See Amped. 14, Section 1.
Do not
No
tell me
state
I'm gonna have to
shall
fight your
deny to any
dumbass.
person within its jurisdiction
Where
the
did I get
equal
a
protection of the
Thunderblade?
laws. That such differently worded provisions should mean the same thing is implausible on its face.
I hate these guys.
Students for Fair Admissions Incorporated v. President and Fellows of Harvard College, 600 U.S. 181, 308, 2023, Gorsuch, J. Concurring, CF Department of Ed. v. Louisiana, 603 U.S. 866, 867, 2024, per curiam, unanimously holding that preliminary injunctive relief was warranted to enjoin a rule extending Bostock's reasoning to Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972.2. 2. Justice Sotomayor acknowledges that the Equal Protection Clause and Title VII use different words,
God,
but deems
I'm
this
weak.
an irrelevant difference in wording.
I need to
because
get
the
way
court's
better
equal
items in this
protection
game.
Precedents and T.
I wonder if I
Thomas
could go
J.
beat Ganon by
Concurring.
now. But no, the current goal is
Extending
Twink
the Bostock
Link.
framework here would depart dramatically from this court's Equal Protection Clause jurisprudence. We have faced sexual orientation claims in the equal protection context for decades. See, e.g., Obergefell v. Hodges, 576 U.S. 644, 2015, United States v. Windsor, 570. U.S. 744, 2013, Romer v. Evans, 517 U.S.
I know that, like,
620,
Legend of Zelda isn't
1996.
actually the most impressive
But
game
in those
ever,
cases,
but, like,
the court never suggested
the
that
arrow
sexual
going through the
orientation
fruit and staying in
discrimination
there
is
for me
just
to
a
then
form of
recover
sex
it is pretty
discrimination
interesting.
warranting heightened constitutional scrutiny. Bostock, 590 U.S. at 797, Kavanaugh, J. dissenting. For example, while pregnancy is undeniably bound up with sex, ID, at 661, majority opinion, the court has rejected the contention that the exclusion of pregnancy-related conditions from disability benefits violates the Equal Protection Clause. See Geduldig versus Aiello.
Not surprising that that's a 2020 decision.
484, 494.
Because that's a
1974.
post-Trump
See also
Supreme
Dobbs
Court,
versus
which is
Jackson
going to be
Women's Health
way
Organization,
more
597
fascistic.
U.S. 215, 236, 2022, T. He regulation of a medical procedure that only one sex can undergo does not trigger heightened constitutional scrutiny. Applying Bostock's reasoning to the Equal Protection Clause would also invite sweeping consequences. Many statutes regulate medical procedures defined by sex. LWV, SKRMETTI, 83F, 4th 460, 482.
So this
CA
guy's going even
620,
further. He's like, we
collecting
should.
examples, including laws referencing
We
testicular
should
and
fucking
prostate
discriminate
cancer.
on the basis of sex.
If
You know what
heightened
I'm
scrutiny
saying? High
applied to
five,
such
brother.
laws, then
That's this guy.
A New York person with standing to challenge such a decision could haul the state into federal court and compel it to establish by evidence, presumably in the form of
We
expert.
should fucking discriminate on
Plea
the
7 both prohibit sex discrimination. Post, at 14, N9, dissenting opinion. An abstract similarity between the purposes of the Constitution and a statute is not a license to import the statute's interpretation into the Constitution, much less to ignore the Constitution's text. Accord, e.g., Scalia, A Matter of Interpretation 38.
Low-key, I think we should throw out
What I
half
look
of the
for in
United States
Constitution is
governing
precisely
systems.
what I look
They're
for in a
all
statute,
garbage and
the
shit, and I'm
original
sick of
meaning
it.
the text. Thomas, J., concurring. Testimony.
Hello
that there is
there.
an exceedingly persuasive justification for the classification.
Twink
United
Link.
States versus Virginia.
Let's go.
518. U.S. 515, 597, 1996. Scalia, J., dissenting. Given the ensuing potential for high-cost, high-risk lawsuit, IBID, states might simply decline to adopt or enforce sex-based medical laws or regulations, even where such rules would be best medical practice.
600 rupees.
The burden of skeptical judicial review is
I don't know if that
therefore
was a
far from
lot.
the
I
modest
think it
step
is. I'm
of
pretty sure you can get it for like
requiring the
100 or
state to show
free.
its work that the dissent posits. Post at 31, opinion of
Twink Link
Sotomayor,
80% run complete in
and if
2
Bostock's
hours,
reasoning
58
applies to
minutes,
sex,
and
it is
9
difficult to
seconds.
see why
Let's
it would not apply to
go.
other protected
Trans
characteristics.
rights.
Race presumably would be a but for cause of, or at
yeah.
least inextricably bound up with.
Oh, my arms
590
hurt from the
US
stream.
At
Ow.
660 to 661, a university's decision to credit an applicant's discussion of how race affected his or her life.
I'm reading the
Students for Fair
trans
Admissions
erasure bill
Incorporated,
as
600 US
trans link.
at
Let's
230.
go.
Under Bostock's reasoning, such an essay
This is so
permissible only
fucking
if it can survive
fucked
our
up and
daunting
funny.
strict scrutiny standard.
I hate
600
everything.
US
All right.
At 206.
Look at me, bro.
But
That's
see,
me. That's me
Washington
right now, though.
versus
I'm all
Davis,
teehee and shit. Like,
426 US 229.
dude, he's just like me for
239,
real. Like, honestly.
1976, noting that the court has never held that
What
the
do I
constitutional
do?
standard for adjudicating claims of
I'm only a
invidious
third of the
racial
way through the
discrimination
document
is
'cause I won't
identical
shut
to
the fuck
standards
up.
applicable under Title VII.
God, I'm so bad at reading these
The
quickly.
Constitution compels none of this. While the majority concludes that SB 1 does not discriminate
yeah, he's
based
got a
on
beard and
sex,
everything too.
I assume for purposes of this opinion that government-sponsored sex discrimination triggers heightened scrutiny under the Equal Protection Clause. As I have noted elsewhere, however, it is possible that the Equal Protection Clause does not
Alright,
prohibit discriminatory
alright.
legislative classifications at all.
Just gonna go
United
teleport
States
over there real
versus
quick.
Velo Madero, 596 U.S. 159, 178. Endpoint 4, 2022, concurring opinion. And even if
Wow,
it does,
I'm
the court
Twinklink now.
routinely applied
Twinklink,
rational
I'm
basis
playing
review to
Twinklink
sex
while fighting for
discrimination
trans
claims
rights.
until the 1970s. Virginia, 518 U.S. at 575. Scalia.
You know,
J.
I miss,
dissented, which
what
might
was his name?
suggest that
Chief
the
Justice
application
Robert
of heightened
Stevens?
scrutiny to
That guy
such
was a
claims is
Republican, but he
departure
was,
from the 14th Amendment's original
I don't know,
understanding.
his opinion in
But
Citizens
the
United
parties
was
have
pretty
not briefed
fucking
the issue,
based.
so I do not pass upon it here. Thomas, J. concurring. Even under
All right,
Bostock's
ladies, we're letting me
incorrect
in.
reasoning, see ante at
Up top.
1819
Ooh,
would make
yeah,
clear
let's
that,
do it.
in constitutional challenges, courts need not engage Bostock at all. 2. The court rightly rejects efforts by the United States
boy
and the
means
private plaintiffs to accord outsized
boy.
credit to claims about medical consensus
Boy means
and
girl.
expertise. The United States asserted that the medical community and the nation's leading hospitals overwhelmingly agree with the government's position that
All
the
right, I'm
treatments
going
outlawed by
straight to the
SB 1 can be
princess.
medically necessary. Brief for United States
She's
35.
adorable. I
See
like
also
her.
brief for respondents in
She's a
support
good
of
ship
petition
for
5,
Link
asserting that
as a
the
17-year-old
very
and
major
a
medical
17-year-old or
association in the
however old
United
she is.
States
I mean,
supports this
I think
position.
she's like 120,
The
but like,
implication of these arguments
she's
is
clearly
that
kind of a
courts should defer
child.
to so-called expert consensus. There are several problems with appealing and deferring to the authority of the expert class.
if I had
First,
the Master
so-called
Sword, this would be
experts have no
faster if I
license to
remember.
countermand the wisdom, fairness, or logic of legislative choices. FCC v. Beach Communications Incorporated, 508
Oh, I forgot I'm in English.
307.
One sec. I just want to hear the audio.
1993.
Seems you have something rather interesting there.
Cool. This is a pretty good voice actor. The voice acting in this game, I always found it to be a little bit clunky in English. I wish for a Zelda game with full voice acting. I know it would be a nightmare to translate, but it would be sick. Actually, apparently I am a champion. It was named Linked. Yeah, I don't have the sword. Yep, I cannot get that yet. Correct. Sorry, I'm actually wrapped up into the story now by accident. This is why I don't get shit done. Fuck. I need to stop playing games that I like.
Second, contrary to the representations of the United States and the private plaintiffs, there is no medical consensus on how best to treat gender dysphoria in children. Third, notwithstanding the alleged experts' view that young children can provide informed consent to irreversible sex transition treatments, whether such consent is possible is a question of medical ethics that states must decide for themselves. Fourth, there are particularly good reasons to question the expert class here, as recent revelations suggest that leading voices in this area have relied on questionable evidence, and have allowed ideology to influence their medical guidance. Taken together, this case serves as a useful reminder
Now, how
that
do
the
I
American
trigger
people
the
and their
memories of
representatives are
her? Oh, I'll need the helm,
Thomas,
I think.
J. concurring. Title to disagree with those who hold themselves out as
Alright,
experts,
who
and that
do I
courts
need
may
right
not
now?
sit as a super legislature to weigh the wisdom of legislation. Daybright Lighting Incorporated.
Yeah, you.
V. Missouri, 342 U.S. 421.
Okay, I'm gonna go
423,
destroy the Yiga
1952.
clan like an absolute
By correctly
badass.
concluding that SB 1 warrants the paradigm of judicial restraint, Beach Communications, 508 U.S. at 314, the court reserves to the people of Tennessee the right to decide
Alright,
for
I already know where they
themselves.
are, so
The
I'm just
views
gonna
of
go to them.
self-proclaimed experts do not shed light on the meaning of the Constitution.
it's up here.
Dobbs,
Essentially, I'll just have to teleport here real
597
quick
U.S. at 272.
and kind of come over here.
273. Thus, whether major
But
medical
first, to
organizations
make
agree with the result
this
of
entire
Tennessee's
section of the
democratic
game
process is
easier,
irrelevant.
I'm gonna go buy the
Post
stealth
at
outfit
5 and 5. Opinion of
'cause I can afford it.
J. To hold otherwise would permit elite sentiment
Well,
to distort and
I've
stifle
completed my
democratic
initial
debate
goal,
under the
so I
guise
guess
of
I can just
scientific
focus on
judgment,
reading
and
now.
would reduce judges to mere spectators in construing our Constitution. 83F 4th at 479. Just a few terms ago, this court acknowledged the importance of reserving to the democratic process the right to...
Oh, look at what they're saying. The views of self-proclaimed experts do not shed light on the meaning of the Constitution. Thus, whether the major medical organizations agree with the result of Tennessee's democratic process is irrelevant. Except this is being said in an old black man's voice. So, not an English accent, probably. I don't know what he sounds like when he talks. I imagine it's kind of low. He looks like he has a very low voice. So you're just saying it plainly. U.S. law is such that it doesn't matter what objective reality is. It doesn't matter what experts say. We're going to do what the dumb fucking piece of paper says to do, even if it gets us killed. That tracks. Why do people live in this country? Like, what exactly does it provide that the other first world countries with democracies don't provide? Like, what exactly does the U.S. offer that you can't get elsewhere without this kind of weird cucking to 200-year-old documents that don't mean shit? Where else can you find that? No rumor mill. Give me the outfit. Okay. Okay, I've maxed my stealth. And I, generally speaking, really struggle to fight off the entire Yiga clan, even if I have a fuck ton of health. So, I'm going to take pretty much all of my gear off and go full stealth mode. Alright, then we are going to teleport back to here. I should really go get the map of this area. It'll probably make the game much easier. But here I am choosing to be stupid instead. I feel like every time I do this, I wait to get the map because it's really hard to get to. I have to climb that giant tower.
To 32. The court pointedly rejected the notion that a consensus among popular expert groups could remove the mitigation of fetal pain from the legitimate interests of the people. 597 U.S. at 301.
The legitimate interests of the people.
Rational basis
Experts,
review is
people
critical
are
to
educated.
safeguarding these legitimate interests. Under this level of review, courts ask only whether a law is rationally related to a legitimate governmental interest. Department of Agriculture
They
versus
will
Moreno,
stand by
413
trans
S.
erasure.
528,
Listen,
533,
what is going on right now in
that
Palestine
deferential standard
is a
not.
genocide. Like, there's no debating
Thomas
that, right? Like,
J.
it's a genocide.
concurring.
It's an ethnic cleansing. It's
Only legally compelled
it's
in
got
this case,
everything
but
you
is
need to
practically
call it
essential
a
for preserving
genocide.
The original constitutional proposition that courts do not substitute their social and economic beliefs for the judgment of legislative bodies.
Do not hit me.
Ferguson versus Scrippa, 372 U.S. 726, 730, 1963.
No, oh my god, I forgot I have to actually fight
When legislation
Yiga
does
clan
not
members
cross
while I do this.
constitutional lines, states must have leeway to affect the judgment of their citizens, no matter whether experts disagree. And, when this court has nonetheless given
Stop
exalted status
teleporting.
to expert opinion, it has been to our detriment. Past deference to expertise provided the theory
Oh my
of
god, I have to
eugenics
put on
added
all my gear.
legitimacy and considerable
Whoa!
momentum, with
Where the fuck did you get onto eugenics for? Link, you gotta do better than this, man. Stop dying. Even though I'm the one controlling Link. What the fuck did they just say? This court has nonetheless given exalted status to expert opinions. It has been our detriment. Past deference to expertise provided the theory of eugenics. They're saying that they think they're above modern people because people in the past were susceptible to fascism. Huh. By the way, it's not like I didn't know that thought process was possible to encounter here. Right? Like, it's not like I didn't know that was probably coming eventually, but... Alright, that's it. I've had enough. I'm blowing everyone up. Perish. All of you will die. Everyone's dying. I'm done. No more playing. Only bothered. All of you die. No remorse. Do not make me lock in the middle of reading this fucking document, damn it. There was no time for locking in. Yeah, fuck off. Jesus Christ, sorry. Okay, he's saying something kind of huge. He's saying the government can't just agree with experts because experts used to be racist. In a time period before public education, in a time period before public education had raised a swath, an army of Americans that have a basic understanding of those exact issues. You can't say that anymore. This isn't the 1400s. Eugenicism, like really, like yes, you could say cultural Darwinism, social Darwinism of the Holocaust era was a thing. That very much was a thing. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cultural Darwinism was a thing. There were experts at the time that lauded it. However, their expertism was not based in quality science and empiricism. We live in a post-science era. Right? We live in a post-atom era. We live in a post, quantum theory era. We live in a post-high-quality sociology and psychology. We live in a... Like, the second that the world passed... How about this? The second that we were done with the Human Genome Project, it was officially time to start agreeing with science consistently. Right? That means doing evidence and data-based practices and understanding for influencing objective reality. That doesn't mean that just because something is science is necessarily moral or right. Absolutely not. If, for example, one of the stupid fucking tenets of eugenicism were ever proven true, for example, that there were some cognitive variance in processing speed among different sexes, races, genders, whatever. If that were ever proven true, you still shouldn't be racist. You still shouldn't be sexist. You should still be egalitarian because it's the right thing to do. I understand the idea of superseding fact in that way. Like, I get it. I understand that. Oh my god, I caught myself on fire. Link, stop catching on fire. I need to make more food. I have not been collecting nearly enough food recently because I'm just existing off of the previous food that I got myself in the game. Wow, all that for 50 bucks. That was dog shit money. Chat, what do we think? Do we think 1 rupee is $1 or what? What? How did I not shoot this one? That was dumb. Yeah, I get that that's the entrance. I know. I don't know. This argument, so this is like, in communism, this is called vanguardism, right? The idea that, like, we should entrust society... No, I guess this is anti-vanguardism, because they're saying we should not entrust society to experts unless the expert is me in the Supreme Court. Unless the expert is a founding document that was written 200 years ago. So... there is rhetoric and logic and reasoning behind this that ties it very closely to the moral objectivism of theists and those that practice theistic religions that have a moral god, for example. Alright, so here's what's going to happen. I'm going to quick save here, and I'm going to die here about 30 separate times. I really can't burn that down. That's stupid. Yeah, I do remember I'll need lots of arrows. I'm gonna have to save. I cannot save right now. Wow, this is some bullshit. I'm gonna have to save right outside of the Yiga clan hideout. Yeah, they had to specifically disable the saving feature for this area. So, I don't know where I stand on this. I think all power should go to all the people. I think we should stop cucking ourselves to 200-year-old documents. I think we should stop cucking ourselves down to 100-year-old approaches to cucking to the 200-year-old documents. I think we should move beyond that, and we should go fully democratic. Let people make the decisions, and let logic be disseminated. Let facts be disseminated through a public education system, through deeply empowered free speech, where people determine their objective reality carefully and slowly over time. That is the way. I cannot remember how good the stealth is in this game anymore. Like, not in the slightest. I guess while I'm stealthing, I can keep reading. But yeah, I don't know.
T, his court THR, owing.
That's a whole big
eugenics movement
discussion,
and its
bigger than
1927
I can
decision upholding
typically
the
pull off.
constitutionality of Virginia's forced sterilization law. Box versus Planned Parenthood of IND in Kentucky, Inc., 587 U.S. 490, 499 to 500, 2019. Thomas, J. Concurring, citing Buck versus Bell, 274 U.S. 200, 1927. Fortunately, we do not repeat that mistake today. Before this court, the United States asserted that overwhelming evidence supports the use of puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones for treating pediatric gender dysphoria, and that this view represents the overwhelming consensus of the medical community. Pet for Cert 2, 7. These claims are untenable. The concept of gender dysphoria as a medical condition is relatively new, and the use of drug treatments that change or modify a child's sex characteristics is even more recent. 83F, 4th, at 472.
It is definitely actually the consensus of the medical community that, like,
debate that demonstrates a lack of medical
letting
consensus
kids,
over their risks and benefits.
you know, fuck with hormone blockers and shit is probably better than letting them kill themselves.
Presumption of validity. Beach Communications.
Those two things are true.
At 314, and in turn protect states' ability to enact high-stakes medical policies, in which compassion for the child points in. Thomas, J. Concurring. Both directions, 83F, 4th, at 472. 1 SB1 prohibits puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgery for the purpose of treating gender dysphoria in children. See Tennessee Code and Section 68, 33, 102, 5A, B, 68, 33103A.
Where are the bananas?
The United
32,
States and the
23
dissent have described
bananas.
these medications and procedures as gender-affirming care. Brief for United States 2, Post, at 4, opinion of Sotomayor, J. But that sanitized description obscures the nature of the medical interventions at issue. Stenberg.
Get it.
V. Carhart.
Get it, banana boy.
S. 914, 983, 2000. Thomas, J. Dissenting. I therefore begin with an overview of the treatments regulated under SB 1. Puberty blockers. Puberty blockers are powerful synthetic drugs designed to slow the development of male and female physical features. 83F, 4th, at 467. The Food and Drug Administration, FDA, initially approved these drugs to treat prostate cancer, endometriosis, a painful disease that causes uterine tissue to grow elsewhere in the body, and the unusually early onset of puberty, also known as precocious puberty. M. Toohey and C. Jewett, Pressing Pause on Puberty, N.Y. Times, November 14, 2022, pages. A 14, A 15, Toohey 2022. For purposes of treating gender dysphoria,
here's the thing, if they're going to say, like,
generally are administered off-label,
well, because
FDA
because 70 years ago, back when our public education systems were teaching that racism was scientific, isn't this a trap, right? Isn't this one a trap? No, it's just a single banana. And then don't they, like, pop up in a sec or something? I can't remember. There, if I remember, there is like a secret. There's like a secret in here that I have to figure out somehow. I can't remember how, though. Oh, maybe I have to shoot this eye? I can't remember. I don't remember anymore. I mean, I know the trap door in here, but I could have sworn there was another secret to get another special chest. Well, I don't know. I'm just gonna go fight the guy. If this is it, yeah, that's way easier than I remember. This was so hard when I first played the game. What? I don't know. If they're saying we don't listen to experts, we listen to the Constitution, then like, dude, what happens when the Constitution's like genocide everyone? What are you gonna do? I don't know, man. Like, you really don't believe in experts in the year of our Lord 2025? When we figured out all that old shit? You're using history to continue history. You're using the history of bigotry to continue a history of bigotry in the present using logical rhetoric to devalue what experts say. How about experts can say what the fuck they want, and you should keep your fucking hands off of our children and off of our goddamn bodies? Huh? How about that? Huh?
Specific use. C2 app 838 to 839, 83F 4th at 478. Although it is neither unusual nor unlawful for drugs to be used off-label, the FDA has recognized that just because a drug has been approved for one class of patients doesn't mean it's safe for
game that's like
another.
kind of the prequel to this, I used to beat the fuck out of this guy. I used to beat
That
the
admonition
buns
is
off of
important
him.
here. To treat precocious puberty, puberty blockers
Yep, the
are
Link
administered
guy.
until the age appropriate for
I don't know how
puberty.
Master
To treat
Koga became
gender
immortal,
dysphoria, however,
but like he
puberty
did
blockers
somehow.
are administered to stop puberty throughout the years it would normally occur. Thomas J.
You're master
concurring.
dipshit. I'm getting that damn helmet and I'm
C2
getting
app,
out of here.
677. The use of drugs to suppress
He's
normal
way
puberty has
funnier in the
multiple
second
organ
game.
system effects whose long-term consequences have not been investigated. IBID. This absence of evidence is a major drawback in assessing the effects of puberty blockers on children with gender dysphoria. G. Betsy, P. Gulia, S. Sandhu, and P. Zakuki. Puberty suppression in adolescents
Wait, I don't
with
remember
gender
how I do
dysphoria,
this.
An
Oh, I
emerging
have to
issue with multiple
stop it, right?
implications. Frontiers in Endocrinology 16, 2024.
Oh, is that
The
not it?
existing
How does this
studies are
work?
limited
Oh, I
in
have to hit
number,
him
of
when it
small sample
disappears.
size, uncontrolled, observational, usually short-term, and potentially subject to bias. IBID, see also, e.g., C. Terhune, R. Respot, and M. Conlin. As more transgender children seek medical care, families confront many unknowns. Reuters, October 6, 2022, https://www.reuters.com/investigate/special report/users/transhealthcare. No clinical trials have established transhealthcare puberty blockers safety for such off-label use. It is undisputed, however, that these treatments carry risks. Research suggests that, aside from interrupting a child's normal pubertal development, puberty blockers may lead to decreased bone density and impacts on brain development. See, e.g., 2
Hit him.
678
Nice.
to 680, M. Cretella, Gender Dysphoria in Children, 32 issues in L and Med, 287, 297, 2017.
Ooh, kill him, Link.
And
Kill
D.
him.
Despite widespread assertions that puberty blockers are fully reversible, it is unclear whether patients ever develop normal levels of fertility if puberty blockers are terminated after a prolonged delay of puberty. 2 app 678. At bottom, T. Here remains considerable uncertainty regarding the effects of puberty blockers in individuals experiencing gender dysphoria. A. Myroshnichenko et al.
Oh, this seems
Puberty
like a bad
blockers for
outcome.
Gender dysphoria in youth. A systematic review and meta-analysis. Online first. Archives of Disease in Childhood. January
fucked.
24, 2025. Draft. At 1. https://adc.bmj.com/content/110/6/429.
Was that too easy?
HTTPS.
Is this game too easy for me now? It was hard when I played.
/content/110/6/429.4. For while the United States addressed the risks of puberty blockers in Thomas J. concurring. Cross-sex hormones.
Cross-sex is what I'll call
Following
it.
puberty blockers, the next stage of sex transition treatments for children involves cross-sex hormones. This treatment is also typically off-label, 2 app 780, and requires very high doses of hormones of the opposite sex, ID, at 769. For example, one of the organizations that sets standards for pediatric sex transition treatment recommends raising transitioning females' levels of testosterone 6 to 100 times higher than native female testosterone level.
Okay, fine then. Fine then. You wanna try with your fucking data? Fine. Let me kick your ass. 1 sec. needs to be in nanograms per deciliter of blood. Okay. A practical target for hormone therapy for transgender men, female to male, is to increase testosterone levels to the normal male physiological range, which is 300 to 100 nanograms per deciliter by administering testosterone. So it shows right here. That's about where men are. And then, yeah, let me see. Where's this coming from? What's the source here? Men's hormonal health. Okay, it seems perfectly fine. Yeah, teenage boys, 16 to 17 years old, are between 185 and 886. And guess what? The practical guidelines is to give transgender boys, females transitioning to boys, to get their blood level of testosterone to the same level as normal boys. So yes, correct. The level of testosterone is higher than natural for females. It's not unnatural for males, though. And you may be asking, what does that do to the body? The same fucking things it does to the male body, you dipshit. Your somatic cells don't give a fuck what your sex is. They have transmembrane proteins, which are also trans. They have transmembrane proteins that respond to these hormones at a biochemical level. And guess what? It does the same shit. Oh, God. I understand this because when I was studying cancer, I have a publishment. It's a 20-page long document called "On the Molecular Basis of Genetic Cancer" by Spencer Payton. That's my document, and I studied in it. And while I was doing my research, I started asking myself a very simple question: why is it that birth control doesn't increase the risk of cancer for women? It does, like very, very slightly in a very specific way. Why aren't we seeing swaths of women get cancer due to taking hormones, due to taking birth control? And then I realized the birth control doesn't give them any more hormones than their body already could make and tolerate. Similarly, they're not giving female to male trans boys an amount of testosterone that is completely skyrocketed above what I have in my genetic male body right now. My cells are clearly fucking tolerating it, and I think Justice Thomas, despite being like, ooh, we can't believe in experts, is clearly not a fucking expert on basic biology. Because my cells could tolerate, if you take them out of me, out of my greater regulatory and genetic context, if you take my cells out and you expose them to the estrogen of a female, the same level, nothing particularly notable would happen. Because aside from a couple of our hormonal pathways, we're mostly just humans, irregardless of physiological and hormonal and biological and anatomical and genetic sex. Cells are cells. They don't really give a shit. The epithelial lining of your stomach doesn't really give a fuck how much testosterone you have. It doesn't really matter, right? Some of your cells will respond by doing what testosterone tells them to do, but whether you're male or female, they're going to respond the same. It's just that reproductive processes are affected, especially the cycle of menstruation, and the hormonal cycling that goes along with that for females. But, especially in the case of male to female, it doesn't do much. Males don't have we do have a hormonal cycle, but it doesn't affect, like, our uterine lining because we don't have a uterus. It barely affects our sperm count. It barely affects anything involved with the production of spermatozoa. So shut the fuck up, Thomas. You don't know shit. You're a dumbass. You literally just said we can't listen to experts because experts used to be racist. They're not anymore. They're very clearly not racist anymore. You just want to do this to continue being transphobic. So fuck you, Justice Thomas. You don't know shit. You don't know basic physiology or biology. You're just terrible. I'm going to go to the bathroom and keep reading. And I'm going to leave Master Koga on the screen to, you see how Master Koga's like angry right now? That's how I am towards Chief Justice. I'm sorry, not Chief Justice. Justice Thomas.
Levels. ID at 774. For males seeking to transition into females, the organization recommends raising levels of estradiol, a type of estrogen, to 2 to 43 times above the normal range. ID at 780. Prescribing such high doses of testosterone to girls induces hyperandrogenism, which can cause increased cardiovascular risk, irreversible changes to the vocal cords, clitoromegaly and atrophy of the lining of the uterus and vagina, as well as ovarian and breast cancer. ID at 772. 779. Giving high doses of estrogen to boys induces hyperestrogenemia, which can produce similarly severe side effects including, among other things, increased cardiovascular risk, breast cancer, and sexual dysfunction. ID at 779. 781. And, for girls and boys alike, it is generally accepted, even by advocates of transgender hormone therapy, that hormonal treatment impairs fertility, which may be irreversible. ID at 520 to 521. Accord, W. Hembry et al., Endocrine Treatment of Gender Dysphoric/Gender Incongruent Persons, an Endocrine Society Clinical Practice Guideline, 102J, Clinical Endocrinology and Metabolism 3869, 3882, 2017, ES Guidelines. And of themselves, TR, of Oral ARG 46, the vast majority of gender dysphoric children treated with puberty blockers progress to cross-sex hormone treatment. See, e.g., 2 App 554. Citing study in which 98% of those who started puberty suppression progressed to cross-sex hormone therapy. A discussion of puberty blockers risks therefore should not exclude the risks presented by cross-sex hormones. Thomas, J., concurring. Surgery. SB1 also bans surgically removing, modifying, altering, or entering into tissues, cavities, or organs as a treatment for gender dysphoria. Tennessee Code and Section 68-33-102-5A. The district court concluded that the plaintiffs lacked standing to challenge SB1's ban on sex transition surgery for minors, see ante, at 6, and the parties do not address this provision's constitutionality here. But, the United States has taken the position that surgery is essential and medically necessary to alleviate gender dysphoria. Amended complaint in intervention in Boe v. Marshall, No. 2:22, CV 00184, MD Allah, May 4, 2022, ECF Document 92, page 9, paragraph 39. The practice therefore warrants brief discussion. Sex transitioning surgeries for girls include the surgical removal of the breasts and phalloplasty, that is, an attempt to create a pseudopenis by transplanting a roll of skin and subcutaneous tissue from another area of the body to the pelvis. 2 App 784 to 785. See also Lang v. Houston CTY 101 F 4th 793 802 CA 11 Brasher J. Dissenting A. Natal woman's phalloplasty involves removal of the uterus, ovaries, and vagina, and creation of a neophylu, and scrotum with scrotal prostheses, which is a multistage reconstructive procedure, vacated and Ray G. N. Bank granted, 110 F, 4th 1254, CA 11 2024. For boys, surgical interventions include removal of the testicles alone to permanently lower testosterone levels, as well as an attempt to create a pseudovagina by surgically open ing the boy's penis, removing erectile tissue, and then clos ing and invert ing the penis into a newly created cavity in order to simulate a vagina. 2 App 784. These surgical interventions are irreversible, entail signify can't complications, and, in some cases, result in permanent infertility. ID, at 782 to 786, see also ES Guidelines 3893. 2. The ongoing debate over the efficacy of sex transition. Thomas, J., concurring. Treatments for Children confirms that medical and regulatory authorities are not of one mind about the treatment's risks and benefits. These conditions illustrate why states may rightly be skeptical of groups or advocates claiming that expert consensus supports their position, and why courts must exercise restraint in reviewing state legislatures' decisions in this area. Accord, e.g., Beach Communications, 508 U.S., at 314. The treatments now referred to as gender-affirming care were not available for minors until just before the millennium. 83 F. 4th, at 467. These treatments originated with Dutch healthcare workers in the 1990s, who first began using puberty blockers to treat gender dysphoria in minors. Ibid. The so-called Dutch Protocol permitted puberty blockers for minors during the early stages of puberty, allowed hormone therapy at 16, and allowed genital surgery at 18. IBID, internal quotation marks omitted. In 1998, the World Professional Association for Transgender Health, PATH, which is regarded by some as the leading association of medical professionals treating transgender individuals, brief for United States 3, revised its treatment standards to endorse the Dutch Protocol. 83F, 4th, at 467. Originally, PATH's guidelines permitted puberty blockers at the onset of puberty, cross-sex hormones for those 16 or older, and sex-change surgery only for adults. IBID PATH relaxed its recommendations in 2012 and began permitting cross-sex hormones for children under the age of 16.
Oh, I am now in focus. All right, let's talk about some of the old propaganda this justice has clearly drunk the Kool-Aid for. Let me grab another ginger beer. I'm not drinking beer, by the way. It's a ginger soda, but just really strong. Anyone who's known me for a long time probably knows that my stomach sucks, so this is a Bundaberg ginger beer, which is not a literal alcoholic drink. It is it's a soda that's just super, super gingery and has a fuck ton in it, and it kind of tastes like it's fermented, but it's not alcohol. I think people mix it to make mules. Yeah, and so my stomach hurts, so I'm gonna drink that. Let's talk about Justice Thomas's, I don't know his name. SCOTUS. Clarence Thomas, there we go. Clarence, yeah, I knew it. Yeah, no, this guy's the super awful dude. He's like terrible. Let's talk about some of his transphobic propaganda. So, SB1, let's pull it up. I'm having to reach like 3 feet to get my Senate Bill 1 by so-and-so. Minor findings, Senate Bill 1 by Johnson. Is this the right time period? Let me verify this. Ooh, what does that say? Nope, I don't see the right time period. Title 68 is amended. Findings. Legislature declares that it must take action to protect the health and welfare of minors. Medical procedures that alter the hormones, remove an organ, or otherwise change a minor's physical appearance or harmful to the minor performed. Okay, so to 100% clarify, assuming I'm looking at the right thing, which I am seeing a website that's a capital.tennessee.gov by Lambert, Senate Bill 1 by Johnson, and Act to amend something something. So yeah, they're not just banning hormonal healthcare; they're banning the surgical based healthcare. Puberty blockers, okay, so a couple of things. One, Justice Thomas is a just kind of a garbage human being, and holds some deeply bigoted positions in about 20 different ways. He was just like, ooh, people that tend to get puberty blockers tend to go on to get top surgery. And he didn't say it. He's look at him. He's saying that sanitized description obscures the nature of the medical interventions at issue. Puberty blockers are powerful synthetic drugs. Puberty blockers generally are administered off-label, some bullshit. Listen, Thomas is an idiot if he thinks trans people aren't going to keep inventing their own drugs. They will. You don't know anything about the indomitable human spirit if you don't keep in mind, like, you don't. One Clarence Thomas versus the indomitable human spirit. The human spirit crushes that motherfucker. Trans people will always invent their own shit. Do you know how long women have been inventing abortion medicine? Do you have any idea how many thousands of years deep that fucking lore is? Women have been figuring out ways to not have pregnancies for fucking ever. Trans people will figure out ways to become more feminized or masculinized. They will do it. And nothing you can do will stop them. So one, hating on these drugs is stupid because people will make them. These treatments carry a risk. Research suggests that, yes, it is correct. When you fuck with hormones, especially sex hormones, you fuck with fertility. Absolutely. I'm not going to deny that. There is data to support that. He is right. Now, him talking about very high doses is stupid as fuck. The human body can handle high doses because it's not high. The human body is literally capable of taking that high level and dealing with it. Are there possible effects? Absolutely. Are all of them perfectly studied? No. Do we have a lot of precedent that the human body can handle it? Yes. God, when the alternative is the kids killing themselves, it's a different conversation. Hyperandrogenism, increased cardiovascular risk. Do you know who has an increased cardiovascular risk? Men! Anyway! Yes, hyperandrogenism. Androgenism. Androgens are just human growth hormones, irregardless of the sex. Irreversible changes to the vocal cords. Cool. Clitoral megaly and atrophy of the lining of the uterus and vagina. Yes, all of these things are real. Now, the ovarian and breast cancer thing is a bit debatable. Does he even cite that? 7072 to 7077. Okay. Listen, these effects are going to be within range of what a person of that sex is likely going to see anyway. Yes, it does impair fertility. It's usually irreversible. Now, now he's going to get into the surgeries for yep. So this is classic anti-trans propaganda. It's talking about the actual surgeries in detail because most people don't know about them. I barely knew about them. I just knew some of the basics. It's going to talk about these surgeries as if they're like disgusting, evil, vile acts against God. As if transplanting hair follicles from your fucking legs into your dome isn't also fucking weird, Elon Musk, Justice Clarence Thomas. As if the processes we use to write our teeth are not weird as fuck. This guy is so old that he almost guaranteedly did not read about the Nakarema. I am a high school science teacher. I also studied under a history teacher. And guess what lesson I got to teach? I got to teach the lesson about the Nakarema, which are a old group of native people that had a practice of putting metal wires in the mouths of one another, in which they would have to cut and drill and agonize their people. This was a normal practice where they'd put all this shit and it would cause extraordinary pain. Except Nakarema is the word American backwards, and I'm talking about braces. So this is anti-trans propaganda 101. You're gonna take a surgery. Guess what? All surgeries are fucking gross. They suck. They're gross, they're invasive, they hurt, they're unfun. Okay? Even laparoscopic surgery. Think about how insidious laparoscopic surgery is. We're going to make a couple of cuts and then we're going to dig our tools into your body and we're going to mess things around. Oh, now you don't have a heart defect. Like, you can take any medical procedure and make it sound disgusting and like an affront to God with no fucking effort. And here's exactly what he's doing. Dude, why do you give a fuck what people do with their bodies? It is not your fucking business. So this is classic anti-trans propaganda, that this guy, clearly he has drunk the Kool-Aid and a half. Yeah, no, it is crazy. It's crazy what they do. They take skin. I mean, think about any time you do a skin transplant. Think about any time you do a burn recovery where you transplant skin from one part of your body and put it onto your face. All of these are deeply invasive and to a normal person, they sound extremely gross and crazy and unbelievable. Who the fuck cares, man? Like, it's not my body. Why the fuck do I give a shit? All of these disgusting procedures are an affront to God. Look at how he talks. The treatment's now referred to as gender-affirming care. By the way, I'm also considering the kid with gyno and the girl with body hair as gender-affirming care. So which is it? Justice? Foria and Myers. The Dutch Protocol. I'm sick of looking at Master Koga, but I have to read. I haven't checked Discord all day. Let me do that real quick. What the fuck? Let me see what's going on in the world of protests right now. You know, I haven't even talked once about strategy in this stream. Oh, you know what? That was another very clear and simple argument I was going to make. Justice Clarence Thomas is a fucking idiot, and he has drunk the transphobic propaganda Kool-Aid because the number of minors that get bottom surgery is so low. I'm almost certain that the number of minors who die... Oh my god. I really shouldn't look up this data. Okay. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I know the scale of the data. I have the research. I'll do a video on it one day. I'd love to do a video where the thumbnail, where the title is just shut the fuck up about trans surgery for kids. Because the number of minors that get bottom surgery is so fucking low every year in America. I can almost quote to you with relative certainty. I'm not sure if I'd stake my career on it, but I'm pretty sure the number of trans minors getting bottom surgery, so not cis kids that are intersex or any of these things, the number of just trans kids, and I'm talking 17 and under, because 18 is an adult, so 17 and younger, the number of trans minors, 17 and younger, that are getting bottom surgery for the explicit purpose of being trans, in which they construct a phallus or a vagina, is beneath the scale of 1,000 per year. Out of a 330 million person country in America, I'm almost certain it is on the scale of less than 1,000. I'm pretty sure it's closer to 100 than it is to 1,000 per year. Shut the fuck up about this. It does not matter. It's happening to such a small number of people that it is goddamn inconsequential. I am now going to go back to the data and find it once again. Give me a moment to verify. And you'll get to see me look it up. How is that shocking? Is the New York Post like super right-leaning? Oh, here we go. It's Reuters. I've used Reuters before for this. Okay. Puberty blockers, hormone therapy, top surgery. They don't even have data on fucking bottom surgery. Oh my god. Look at this. U.S. patients ages 13 to 17 undergoing mastectomy with a prior gender dysphoria diagnosis. So, number of trans kids each year from 2019 to 2021 that got top surgery. The easy to get one, 282 in 2021. Let me find... I'm going to go straight to Komodo Health. Come on. Transgender surgery. I'm pretty sure the number of minors getting bottom surgery is so low that it's hard to even have data. This surgery. Some children's hospitals and clinics. This is Reuters again. Komodo analysis of insurance claims found that 56 genital surgeries. Oh my god. From 2019 to 2021. That's 3 years, and we're getting pretty post-COVID by 2021. Look at this. Look at this. Their data found. Look, Komodo's analysis draws on full or partial health insurance claims for over 330 million US patients, which is all of us. 2017 to 2021. The data includes 40 million. Looked at kids aged 6 through 17 when they stopped being kids at 18. So look at this shit. So let me extrapolate that. If they found what 56 out of 30 million? Oh my god. I know what the fuck that is. It has to put it in scientific notation, and I can't even put that number. That's 0.000001. Take that away and take away 3 zeros. Oh my god, I have to type that out. 0.00001. Take away 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This sucks. 0.00001. Move it over 2 decibels. I don't know. 0.000 something 1 fucking % of minors in the country are getting bottom surgery. The same thing that this fucking Supreme Court justice just dedicated pages of his dissent to talking about, and it affects such an incomprehensibly small number of children each year. Shut the fuck up. The Supreme Court should have nothing to say about something that is done to 55 people per year. 60 people per year. It doesn't fucking matter. This is so small and incomprehensible. This is why you can say 2 things at once. You can say trans rights, and you can also say that this is not an important topic. What is important is keeping the government out of people's fucking lives and off of people's fucking bodies and letting them do what they're gonna do. That's what's important.
Syllabus.
Do not let them distract
where it
you.
is feasible, a syllabus.
Oh, no, wait, did I just start the next one? Oh my god, it put me back at the beginning. Off-label endocrinology, and then he's going to talk about bottom surgery, which only happens to about 50 fucking minors per year in a country of 330 million. Not 50 minors per year. 50 something minors out of the 40 million that they looked at, which I'm pretty sure that's just all the minors in the US. Doesn't matter. The number of children, the hard number of children in the US that get bottom surgery for transgender symptoms is far below 1,000 and closer to about 100 per year. Shut the fuck up. This is the most inconsequential thing for you, a Supreme Court justice, to have an opinion on, other than the government needs to keep its hands out of kids' pants. Shut the fuck up. Oh, shut the fuck up, Justice. I'm gonna be honest, if this guy died, I wouldn't kill him myself. Murder is bad. I don't like murder. But if this guy died, I would only be okay with it. Because his capacity to bring about harm onto real people's lives is serious and awful. People celebrate the death of Hitler. I too celebrate the death of Clarence Thomas. Because his choices and his positions and his history and record of anti-human, anti-egalitarian, deeply bigoted policies that bring about real systemic harm is terrible. His record is fucking awful. I hate him the way that I believe Europeans hate that one lady. I forget her name, but they fucking hate her. I don't remember what she did, though. Listen, when this guy passes away, I'm not happy for his death. I'm not happy for his suffering. I'm not happy for his mortality. I'd rather everyone be immortal. I'd rather no one ever have to experience loss like that. He is someone's family. What I will celebrate upon his passing is the loss of his ability to affect meaningful harm on the world. So we shouldn't celebrate people's deaths. We should celebrate the loss of their ability to cause harm. So I'm just so excited for him to lose his ability to cause harm. Jesus fucking Christ. I have no idea where we were before. Oh, surgically removing, phalloplasty, pseudovagina. Okay, we're going to start here then. And we're going to continue speeding up. It looks like this is going to be a 2-day stream. I hate that I read so slowly.
For transgender
all right, Cole, God defeated you.
Which is regarded by some as the leading association of medical professionals treating transgender individuals, brief for United States 3, revised its treatment standards to endorse the Dutch protocol. 83F, 4th, at 467. Originally, PATH's guidelines permitted puberty blockers at the onset of puberty, cross-sex hormones for those 16 or older, and sex-change surgery only for adults. IBID PATH relaxed its recommendations in 2012 and began permitting cross-sex hormones for children under the age of 16. IBID PATH further
Are we
relaxed
inferring
its
that Link like
recommendations when it published
tapped
the
that
and current version of its standards of
and
care in
murdered this dude?
2022. C.E. Coleman et al. Standards
'Cause
of
we
Care
didn't
for the
see
Health
what
of
Link did.
Transgender and Gender Diverse People, version 8, 23 International J, Transgender Health, 2022, PATH 2022
Yeah,
guidelines or
shut the
guidelines.
fuck up. Who
These
cares?
guidelines endorse using
I'm going
puberty
in there and
blockers
killing all the
cross-sex
Yiga
hormones
people.
at the onset of puberty and allowing
Oh, I
children.
need to go get the helmet.
Thomas J.
You know what though? Do you know what the
receive
fault
many
with my
surgical
logic is?
treatments previously
I'm
reserved for
bitching
adults.
about Thomas's
CID
opinion here and his
64,
capacity to bring
66.
harm.
On the whole, the standards of
But
care
on
for
paper,
minors have
the
become
number
less
of people
restrictive
this
over the course
policy
of
will
time.
affect is also pretty
83F,
low.
4th, at 468.
But
the
you
same
are the
time,
government.
number of children identifying as
Your
transgender
one
has
job
surged,
is to
and medical
realize that you need to stay the
professionals
fuck out
have
of people's
increasingly
lives
expressed
if you
doubts
aren't
over the
making them
quality
better.
of puberty blockers,
You should never,
cross-sex
ever,
hormones, and
ever
surgery to treat them.
be reducing people's
See
access to
at 3.
rights. You
Over
should
the past
only
several
ever
years, public health
increase their
authorities in different countries
protections.
have concluded that these sex transition treatments are experimental in practice, and that the evidence supporting their use is of very low certainty, insufficient.
Jesus
and
Christ, this
inconclusive.
feels just like the
IBID in
1980s
countries
with the
like
AIDS
Sweden, Norway,
epidemic
France,
all
the
over again.
Netherlands, and Britain, long considered exemplars of gender progress, medical professionals have recognized that early research on medical interventions for childhood gender dysphoria
It's
was either
just
faulty or
scare
incomplete.
tactics left and right.
P. Paul, gender dysphoric kids deserve better care. N.Y. Times, February 4th,
Yes, they
2024,
should get
page
gender
9,
counseling.
all
I hope we can all, like,
2024,
rive on
Tennessee
that shit.
Code and Section 6833-101E. The
But
legislature
beyond a
finds that
certain point, get your fucking hands off their
health authorities in
bodies.
Sweden, Finland, and the United Kingdom have found no evidence that the benefits of these procedures outweigh the risks. 1 app, 332 to 342, describing country skepticism over the use of puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones as treatments. Point 5. 5 Justice Sotomayor suggests that the restrictions on gender dysphoria
It is
treatments
fucked up,
imposed in
though. They're
Norway,
gonna ban
Sweden,
a lot
and
of,
England are opposite because those countries still permit some treatments
a
where
lot of
medically necessary, whereas Tennessee's SB1
trans
does not.
girls
Post at
from
5 and
getting
4, dissenting
breasts.
opinion.
And they're
But
going to
states
fuck
might
over a
reasonably
lot of
question
trans
whether any of
boys
the
from
banned
getting
treatments
rid
are
of the ones they
medically
had.
necessary, as the supposed experts
You know,
in the
16,
field have adopted an
17-year-olds,
exceptionally broad
especially
understanding of that
17-year-olds and
concept.
18-year-olds. Like, come
Consider
on.
the guidelines
Leave them the
chapter
fuck
on those
alone.
who identify as eunuchs, a group that includes individuals
Eunuchs?
assigned
Did
male
they
at
just
birth who
mention
wish to
eunuchs?
eliminate masculine physical features, masculine genitals. Thomas J. concurring.
Oh, wait, are they
The
talking
Cass
about,
Review,
like,
published in April
the
2024,
religious history
offers
of
a-
eunuchs? No fucking way. Are inapposite because those countries still permit some treatments where medically necessary, whereas Tennessee does not. Recently questioned whether any of the banned treatments are medically necessary, as supposed experts in the field have adopted. So, question, why are circumcisions still legal? Just given this document, why are they still legal? Why are they still legal? Because the most biological male thing to do is to have a foreskin. Is it not a kind of transgender treatment to have that be a culturally common practice?
Offers an influential example of the degree to which the debate over
I need to
pediatric
get
sex
halfway
transition
through this
treatments remains
document.
unsettled. C.H. Cass, Independent Review of Gender Identity Services for Children and Young People, Final Report, Cass Review. After witnessing a 40-fold increase in the number of
Okay, but
referrals
here's
to
what
a
happens.
centralized
In the
clinic for sex transitioning services,
4-year,
the United
Link is
Kingdom's
17,
National Health
18,
Service,
19,
NHS,
20. I believe Link
commissioned
is
this report to
21 by the
conduct
end
a
of,
thorough independent
by
review of
the,
the use of puberty
Tears of the
blockers and
Kingdom.
cross-sex hormones
So
to
4
treat
years
children
go
with
by,
gender
and she
dysphoria.
suddenly grows like a foot and a
1F,
half. How does that happen?
333 to 334.
Nothing makes sense in this.
The report concludes that we have no good evidence on the long-term outcomes of interventions to manage gender-related distress, and highlights the lack of reliable evidence to support the use of puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones in treating transgender
She was using
kids.
puberty blockers.
Cast
That's
Review
it. She
13,
stopped
32
using
to
them
33, observing insufficient/inconsistent evidence
because
about the
Link
effects
was
of
such a
puberty
good role
suppression and
model that
lack
she learned to accept who she
of
was
high-quality research
as
assessing
God
the outcomes of
intended,
hormones.
as Lord Hylia intended.
Interventions in adolescents with gender dysphoria/incongruence.
I could
See
totally
also
lean
Anti
into
at
this
23.
joke with like
Among other things,
Legend of Zelda
or
lore.
genital functioning. Path 2022
Hylia
guidelines
made
SAEA.
Link in his
During the
perfect
deposition, an author of
image,
the
in her
guidelines
perfect
confirmed that
image,
Path's official
and
position
it is for
that
that
castration
reason
may
that
be
Link
medically
must
necessary,
dress like a
even where
pretty
male who
girl.
identifies as a eunuch and seeks castration has no recognized mental health conditions, and where no finding is made that he's actually at high risk of self-castration. Woaw versus Marshall, number 2:22, CV 00184, MD Allah, October 9, 2024, ECF document 700-3, page 52.
I think truly
This expansive
trans,
understanding of
like,
medical necessity would seem to justify any medical
trans
intervention
girls
so long as it might help
are at a
individuals
genuine
better align
risk
their
of,
bodies with
like,
their gender identity.
figuring
Path
out a way
2022
to
guidelines
fuck up their
SAEA, and
testicles or
presumably
remove them in
animates
some way.
conclusion
I
that
do
surgical
think they
intervention can
dedicate. They're
constitute medically
crazy.
necessary gender-affirming medical treatment. S,
Breasts are
in
more
adolescents,
complicated,
IV.
actually, in a way.
At S66.
They take up more
Given that the
area,
limits of
and the
medical
scars are
necessity
bad.
in this
All this
context
other shit.
are debatable, states might reasonably decline to provide exceptions for it, particularly where, as here, they have reached the conclusion that specific procedures for children are experimental in nature and may carry unknown, harmful effects. Tennessee Code and Section 6833-101b. CAS review determined that the evidence the researchers found did not support THE conclusion that hormone treatment reduces the elevated risk of death by suicide among children suffering from gender dysphoria. CAS review 33. See
Is
also
that
ID
so?
at 187.
That might be the first piece of data they've provided that might be contrary to what I think, but the question is, do I agree with CAS review?
Well, you certainly
I'm gonna
got
pay
that.
attention to the cutscene for
I should
fun.
have expected as much from the princess's own appointed knight. She was out on a survey all day today, still as the sands now. So, spill it, boy. Have the two of you been getting along all right?
No, she keeps bullying me.
It's okay.
She keeps trying to make me wear
Your
dresses.
silence speaks volumes.
She's trying to turn me into trans.
She gets frustrated every time she looks up and sees you carrying.
Yeah, but in this game, I don't have the fucking sword.
It makes her feel like a failure when it comes to her own destiny. Don't worry, it's not like you carry blame in any of this. It's unfortunate. She's put in more than enough time. Ever since she was a young girl.
So what, are they gonna infer that Hylia didn't, like, recognize her until the last second because Hylia wanted Tears of the Kingdom to happen and wanted them to permanently defeat Ganondorf?
And she has nothing to show for it. That's the motivation driving her research. I'd be doing the same thing. She really is quite special. You be sure to protect her. with your
Yes,
life.
ma'am.
It's quite the honor. The night brings
Y'all don't understand that, like, the pressure they put Link under made him stop talking. His dad was a knight, and then he got appointed and escalated up like this.
What was that? What was that? Did you feel that?
Oh, it's the twink. Look, she immediately gets angry at me.
What's so funny?
Okay. Nintendo is turning the children trans. It's what is it? What the fuck is it called? It's propaganda, transgender propaganda from Nintendo of Japan. Them and their damn attractive femboys. Our great goddess Hylia made Link in her image. It is for that reason that he must dress like a cute girly girl. And frankly, he slays. Yeah. Just go give me a bunch of arrows. Wait, but does that mean I'm about to accidentally do the quest? I keep specifically not doing these quests. I just realized that. I'm stupid. Because I kind of hate the dungeons in this game. I hate them a lot. Like a lot. I really hate them. Uh-oh.
187. T. The evidence does not adequately support the claim that gender-affirming treatment reduces suicide risk. This shifting scientific landscape has forced government
Does adequately support the claim that gender-affirming treatment reduces suicide risk. Okay, but you're not understanding. So, yes, the kids are a threat to themselves, but that isn't just because of their dysphoria. Their dysphoria is reinforced and worsened by transphobia at large on a social scale, and by limiting their access and legislating their existence away, their diagnosis away. That is what SB1 does. You've acknowledged that. By doing that, you only systemically reinforce that transphobia. Yeah, these guys suck. Let me see. How many... oh, I could get more health right now if I wanted, right? Should I? Should I get more health? There is a Hylia statue right there. Yeah, I'm gonna go get more health, probably. We started playing like my super high-level game that I used to play.
Following the CAS Review's publication, for example, NHS imposed new restrictions on the use of puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones for sex transition treatments.
So they're inferring the NHS validated
just
this.
A week after oral argument in this case, the United Kingdom indefinitely banned new prescriptions of puberty blockers to treat children.
Yeah,
with
but that's because the UK also has had issues with this. They have fucking what are they called?
NY Times International.
They have transphobes and conservatives everywhere recently.
In areas with this much medical and scientific uncertainty, courts must afford states wide discretion.
Okay.
Gonzalez versus Carhart, 550.
I will concede there is probably complicated evidence, but
setting aside
you're not helping
sex
it.
Transition treatments for children are effective. States may legitimately question whether they are ethical.
Ethical.
States have a legitimate interest in protecting the
I thought the
integrity
state
and
is supposed
ethics
to
of the
not know
medical profession.
anything.
Washington versus Glucksberg, 521 U.S. 702, 731, 1997. And, as the United States has acknowledged, that the general ethical principles governing pediatric care require the patient's informed consent. Brief for United States 5. Mounting evidence gives states reason to question whether children are capable of providing informed consent to irreversible sex transition treatments, and thus whether these treatments can be ethically administered. Thomas, J., concurring 1. States could reasonably conclude that the level of young children's cognitive and emotional development inhibits their ability to consent to sex transition treatments. Consistent with PATH's recommendation that puberty blockers be available from the onset of puberty, see PATH 2022 Guidelines S111, S256, any physicians in the United States and elsewhere now prescribe blockers to patients at the first stage of puberty, as early as age 8. 2022, at A14. There is no dispute, however, that the decision-making capacity of adolescents is developing, but not yet complete. 2 App 895. This court has recognized as much in other contexts, explaining that children's lack of maturity and underdeveloped sense of responsibility often lead to impetuous and ill-considered actions and decisions. Roper. V. Simmons,
wow, this is a lot of Supreme Court precedent about how children don't deserve rights.
2005. Internal quotation marks omitted.
Jesus Christ.
It is therefore unsurprising that the risks associated with puberty blockers and
what the
cross-sex
hell
hormones
just
are
happened?
difficult for adolescents to comprehend and appreciate, as the near certainty of infertility is likely to not be appreciated until the age during which most individuals consider having children. 2 App 894.
Wrong.
But these are precisely the risks
People used to consider having children at like 14. That's how it was
Consider the contents of a consent form
culturally.
obtained from a gender clinic in Alabama.
I'm pretty sure
After
in
providing
certain
a long
parts of
list
the
potential risks and
U.S.
side effects, many of which are discussed above, see Supra, at 7 to 10, the form requires both the child and parent to initial their consent to various statements. Among these are acknowledgments that the side effects and safety of these medicines are not completely known, that the proposed treatment may affect my sex life in different ways and future ability to cause a pregnancy, and that the treatments may lead to permanent infertility. See Bow, ECF document 78 to 41, pages 3 to 4, 10. The capacity to knowingly consent. Thomas, J., concurring. To these medical interventions requires a level of comprehension about science, sex, and fertility that state legislatures could determine a child is unlikely to possess.
I think a teenager could possess it easily, and I think these guys know a lot less about the cognitive capacities and pedagogy of teenage child development and learning than I do, a person with a degree in it.
Of the treatments at issue. Point 6. To the voices of detransitioners, individuals who have undergone sex transition treatments.
So, I'm now at a point where I have achieved my goal of getting Link to be a pretty girly girl, and frankly, the idea of meaningfully making progress in the game kind of bothers me. So I think I'm going to find something stupid to play, though I am not sure what that is going to be. So, I'm gonna blank out on Zelda for a bit. And I'm gonna kill Zelda on my Nintendo Switch 1 console that I'm currently playing it on with my Nintendo Switch Pro controller. And I'm going to find something else to play on my Nintendo Wii U or Nintendo Switch. I just need to... I really wish I could play, no joke, like some sort of rhythm game. Is that stupid? Because I feel like a rhythm game would require less of my attention. You know? That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking a rhythm game would require less of my attention than any of these games that are more open and complicated and have a story. A game with a very limited number of mechanics would probably be good for me. Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom again, probably, and then I will keep going. So there's this one weird Nintendo indie game that I used to like called Cosmophony, which is like this rhythm game, and I really suck at it. I think I'm gonna play it. I think it was like I don't remember what the original context is, but it was a Wii U game, and when I played it as a kid, I put it onto the virtual store. I got it through the virtual store, I think. Oh, ow. But I actually don't know anymore how I first played it, but it's like this weird rhythm game with this weird eclectic plot. You're trying to like save this girl that's trapped in a crystal or some shit. The music is mid as fuck. The gameplay is really not that impressive either. But I have a feeling it's the type of thing that, like, if I were to play it, I could learn the rhythm game parts of it while not... I could learn the rhythm game parts of it while still reading. I'm pretty sure that my brain could do that. That sounds a little overly optimistic, I think, but I'm pretty sure my brain can physically do that. You know what I should do? I should play like Animal Crossing for the first time. I've never played Animal Crossing. That'd be fun. It'd be like something to do, right? And eat up my time slowly. Okay, I don't know what the plot of this game is. I just used to play it. Back to reading.
But no longer view themselves as transgender, provide states with an additional reason to question whether children are providing informed consent to the medical interventions described above. See, e.g., brief for larger
it's so loud.
As Amici Curiae 24-28, brief for Partners for Ethical Care et al. As Amici Curiae 17-38.
She's like a girl in a crystal and I have to save her?
That doctors have responded to the skyrocketing number of adolescents requesting sex transitioning medical care by hastily dispensing medicine or recommending medical doctors prescribe it. L. Edwards Leeper and E. Anderson, The Mental Health Establishment is Failing Trans Kids, Washington Post, November 24, 2021, pages B1, B2. In many cases, evidence suggests that children are being rushed toward. 6 parents also may have difficulty providing informed consent to their children's sex transition treatments. Reports suggest that, in medical consultations, parents are routinely warned that to pursue any path outside of agreeing with a child's self-declared gender identity is to put a gender dysphoric youth at risk for suicide, which feels to many people like emotional blackmail.
No.
Fall 2024.
I think that is a misrepresentation. Why is this game so loud? Why? I know it's such a weird game, but I used to play it. I never got good at it. It's so loud. Look at how fucking loud it is on my... I can see it on my levels. It's loud as hell. This is just a rhythm game. What the fuck, right? This is why it captured my interest as a kid, because what the fuck is going on? How is this a rhythm game? How is this the plot? I have to kill God? Yeah, okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna figure out a way to make everything quieter, preferably, for me. Okay, that's definitely quieter now. I can see it's quieter. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna read while playing a rhythm game. And I don't know how that's gonna go. I think the argument is stupid. That, oh, everyone says that if you don't pursue gender care, your kid's gonna kill themselves. Your kid's gonna kill themselves because everyone around them is fucking transphobic. So surround them with love. What a bad interpretation of the sociology at this point.
Eknes Tucker v. Governor of Allah, 114F, 4th 1241,
How does this work?
1268, CA 11-2024, Lagoa, J. Concurring in denial of rehearing en banc, acknowledging testimony from 9 parents who said that doctors, therapists, and other practitioners pressured them to start their children on cross-sex hormones and puberty blockers or otherwise circumvented their wishes. States might reasonably question whether, under such conditions, parents' consent is valid and consistent with ethical principles. Thomas, J. Concurring. Medical treatment,
The
W,
L button.
without proper assessment, and the rising number of detransitioners that clinicians report seeing indicates that this approach can backfire. ID, at B2, record, e.g., Eknes Tucker
R
v.
button.
Governor of Allah, 114.
I don't know how any of this shit works.
F.4 TH 1241, 1267, CA 11-2024, opinion of Lagoa, J. Alabama presented
I died.
evidence from many detransitioners who uniformly testified that they were not aware of the long-term impacts of the treatments they underwent. Brief for respondents 12 to 13, explaining that, before enacting SB 1, the Tennessee legislature heard testimony from a detransitioner who explained that she was not capable of making informed lifelong decisions as a teenager.
Right,
but
so it's a
nevertheless
classic
received transition
detransitioner.
treatments. Point 7.
Which, like, these people
States
are
have an
real.
interest in ensuring
right?
that minor patients have the time and capacity
But
to
I
fully
don't think the
understand
government should get into
irreversible
other
treatments they may
people's
undergo.
lives because they regret
CF
their
Gonzalez,
choices.
550.
I don't think the government should get into other people's lives
US
because a
at
trans person
159,
likes their
identifying states'
choices
legitimate concerns
and should
regarding
therefore
lack of information provided by
mandate
abortionists.
that parents
And
check to
despite
see
the
if their
supposed
kids
expert
want this
consensus
shit.
that
The government needs to stay out of the fuck out of
7
people's
United
lives.
States has asserted that all of the available evidence shows that detransitioners constitute a very small number of individuals receiving sex transition treatments.
Extremely small number.
TR of Oral Arg 49. But those who abandon a transition are likely to stop talking to their doctors, and so disappear from the figures. Transubstantiation, The Economist, April 8, 2023, page 18. See also 2 app, 653.
That's
significant
shit.
majority,
Your
76%,
reasoning is there, but you don't have
of
any data
detransitioners
for it.
in one study did not inform their clinicians of their detransition. Thus, the number of people who detransition or discontinue gender treatments is not precisely known.
Now, I've
Duration,
played
youth
this.
gender
I've
clinic
never
plans
made
and
it
political
past
storm,
like level
and
5 in
Y
this game.
Times, August 26, 2023.
Ever.
P.A12, and because it is quite possible that low reported rates of detransition and regret among earlier groups of patients will no longer apply to the increasingly large number of children seeking these treatments, there is reason to believe that the numbers of detransitioners may increase. M. Earwig, detransition among transgender and gender-diverse people, an increasing and increasingly complex phenomenon. 107J, clinical endocrinology and metabolism E4261.
I do feel like this will make the time pass faster, though, while I read.
Thomas, J.
But will it
concurring.
affect my comprehension?
Children can
Doing both
consent to
these at the
irreversible
same
sex
time is kind of
transition
hard.
treatments. States have good
All
reasons
this
to
is
disagree,
evidence
as
is that
any
I'm
parent
fucking
knows,
a
children's
giant brain
comprehension is
genius and I can do 30 things at once.
543.
It's not true.
US at 569, and the growing number of detransitioners illustrates the risks of assuming otherwise. Recent revelations suggest that PATH, long considered a standard bearer in treating pediatric gender dysphoria, see brief for United States 3, bases its guidance on insufficient evidence and allows politics to influence its medical conclusions. Beyond the lack of consensus over the efficacy and ethics of pediatric sex transition treatments, these developments provide states even stronger bases for treating supposed authorities in this area with skepticism. PATH itself recognizes that evidence supporting the efficacy of puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgical intervention for treating gender dysphoria in children is lacking. In its most recent guidelines, for example,
This
the group
game
notes
just
that a key challenge
doesn't
in adolescent
play.
transgender care is the
Like,
quality
that
of
was the
evidence
first level,
evaluating
and
the
that was still,
effectiveness of
like,
medically necessary
kind of
gender-affirming
cards, I'm
medical and
thinking.
surgical treatments over time. PATH
I'm glad you're
2022
here. Now you have to kill
guidelines
me.
S46, emphasis added. A contributor to the guidelines underscored this challenge, explaining that
You can't say you're against all professionals and experts and then be like, by the way, the experts that I like said this.
It's
so ridiculous.
F.4th at 1261, opinion of Lagoa, J. Nevertheless, PATH publicly represents that gender-affirming interventions are based on decades of clinical experience and research and are safe and effective treatments. Guidelines S18. PATH appears to rest this conclusion on self-referencing consensus rather than evidence-based research, which may help explain that. Thomas, J. concurring. Group's confidence in the face of conceitedly inadequate evidence. See CAS Review 130. In its analysis of several guidelines for transgender medicine, including not only the PATH 2022 guidelines, but also those from groups like the Endocrine Society, the CAS review notes that most of the guidelines described insufficient evidence about the risks and benefits of medical treatment in adolescents, but nevertheless, went on to cite the same evidence to recommend medical treatments, or to base their recommendations on other guidelines prescribing the same course of action. IBID, emphasis added. This approach was particularly pronounced in the
You
PATH
can't deny him.
2022 guidelines, which cited many of the other national
He
and
has
regional
cited a
guidelines to
fuck
support
ton
some
of
its
evidence.
recommendations, despite these guidelines having been
But he
considerably
keeps citing
influenced
the
by PATH
same
7,
two
the prior
sources.
version of PATH Standards of Care. CAS Review 130. States would also have good reason to question whether PATH has a basis for believing that children can provide
can't
informed consent to sex transition treatments.
Why can't the Supreme Court get like a third party to do the analysis?
An endocrinologist acknowledged the difficulty of explaining cross-sex hormones and puberty blockers to children, noting that the thing you have to remember about kids is that we're often explaining these sorts of things to people who haven't even had biology in high school yet.
They do have biology. It's freshman year or sophomore year in most cases.
Opinion of Lagoa, J.
You're a sophomore at
always a good theory if you
15,
talk
not
about
16,
fertility preservation
17.
with a 14-year-old, the endocrinologist continued, but I know I'm talking to a blank wall. ID at 1269. Analogizing a teenage patient's comprehension
you guys
to that
are
of a
so
blank wall should
stupid.
raise serious concerns regarding the patient's ability to provide informed
Oh,
consent.
what a
Given
shitty
PATH's
out of...
recognition that
This is so
consent
stupid.
requires the cognitive
The question is whether or not
capacity to
the
understand
kids
risks
give a
and benefits
fuck.
of a treat. Thomas, J. Concurring.
Oh my god, I died already.
Guidelines
That was easy.
S38. States thus might reasonably question whether PATH could be genuine in its claim
Oh my
that these
god,
treatments are
I
safe,
suck at this
effective,
game already.
and well understood, particularly for minors. Eknes Tucker, 114F, 4th, at 1268. Opinion of Lagoa, J.
Oh, this is gonna be hard.
Other recent revelations might reinforce the conclusion that PATH's lodestar is ideology, not science. ID at 1261. For example, newly released documents suggest that PATH tailored its standards of care in part to achieve legal and political objectives. In one instance, the chair of PATH's Guidelines Committee testified that it was ethically justifiable for the authors of the PATH 2022 guidelines to advocate for language changes in these guidelines to strengthen their position in court. Woaw, ECF document 700-3, page 42. One of the guidelines contributors was more direct. My hope with these guidelines is that they land in such a way as to have serious effect in law and policy settings. ECF document 700-13, page 25. See also brief for State of Alabama as amicus curiae 11-15, Alabama brief, describing similar statements from other PATH contributors. Worse, recent reporting has exposed that PATH changed its medical guidance to accommodate external political pressure. See brief for respondents 9-11, Alabama brief 15-23.
Yes, because the predominant hegemony is transphobic.
Guidelines for care of transgender minors on the theory that
They accommodated their language because everyone's really angry about their racism. Yeah, man. That's gonna happen.
Push to remove age limits for trans
People don't fuck with your transphobia.
2024, p. 17. Despite some internal disagreement, PATH exceeded and removed the age minimums in. Thomas, J. Concurring. Its 8th edition of the
Wow,
Standards
I don't
of
even know how the fuck I'm doing this
Care.
right now.
See Alabama brief 17-20.8. Over a decade ago, one of PATH's contributors explained that PATH aspires to be both a scientific
that was
organization and an
hard.
advocacy group for the transgendered, and admitted that PATH Standards of Care is not a politically neutral document. Kozilek vs. Spencer, 774 F. 3D 63, 78, CA 1 2014. PATH's apparent willingness to let political interests influence its medical conclusions highlights this reality. States are never required to substitute.
Dude, but you were the one that mentioned how experts used to be eugenicists, and then they changed because of culture. And now you're like, I can't believe these experts are changing because of culture. But you were the one that just referenced that experts did that very same thing in a positive direction. And now you're saying, oh, I can't believe they're changing. I guess he's building an argument that experts can't be trusted. Only the Constitution can. Only he can. Only the vanguard of true American patriots can. The elite of America.
Biden opposes surgery for transgender minors. NY Times. June 30th, 2024, page 22.
I looked away. I looked away to read the document. That's going to be my issue, is I'm going to have to listen harder, but I can't look while I play.
An influential doctor and advocate of adolescent gender treatments.
Interesting. I am kind of listening harder.
Study of puberty-blocking drugs that suggested her initial hypothesis about the drug's efficacy had not borne out. A. Garashi, doctor, fearing outrage, slows a gender study. NY Times, October 24th, 2024, pages.
You're citing New York Times against journalism?
She feared the findings might fuel the kind of political attacks that have led to bans of the youth gender treatments in more than 20 states, one of which will soon be considered by the Supreme Court. ID at A23. Moans and surgical interventions, despite mounting evidence to the contrary.
Oh, that part's
they have dismissed
hard.
grave problems undercutting the assumption that young children can consent to irreversible treatments that may deprive them of their ability to eventually produce children of their own. They have built their medical determinations on conceitedly weak evidence.
I
And
suck
they
at
have
this.
surreptitiously compromised their medical recommendations to achieve political
Oh
ends.
no, I'm so cooked.
The court today reserves to the
Ow.
people, their elected representatives, and the democratic process
Wow.
the power to decide how best to address an area of medical uncertainty and extraordinary importance.
By letting
Anti
families
at
make their own
24.
decisions.
That
Fuck
sovereign
off.
prerogative does not bow to major medical organizations. Post at 5 N5 opinion of Sotomayor J.
One day you will pay for your
Experts in
crimes,
elites
and
have
I
been
may
wrong
not be
before,
so
and they may
forgiving.
prove to be wrong again. Students for Fair Admissions Incorporated, 600 U.S. at 268, Thomas J. concurring. Barrett J. concurring. Supreme Court of the United States. Number 23 to 477. United States, Petitioner v. Jonathan SKRMETTI, Attorney General and reporter for Tennessee, ETAL. On writ of certiorari to the United States Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit. June 18,
Oh, I
2025.
looked at the document.
Justice Barrett, with whom Justice Thomas joined.
I'm starting to think
concurring.
maybe this won't work. I'm starting to
Because the
think
court
maybe I need to
concludes
play
that
like a
Tennessee Senate Bill 1 does
turn-by-turn
not
puzzle
classify
game
on
or
the basis of
something.
transgender status. It does not.
Okay, yeah, I really hope that Justice Thomas, like, stops being able to have effects on people's lives as soon as possible. Next up, Justice Barrett, with whom Justice Thomas joins, concurring. Okay, so we are now out of Thomas himself, and we are now just talking about Barrett.
Syllabus.
His position.
Note, where it is feasible, a syllabus, headnote, will be released, as is being done in connection with this case, at the time the opinion is issued. The syllabus
Oh my god, it
constitutes
just
no
went
part of
back up to
opinion.
the front, to the top again. I hate this. Listen, I'm not taking the full position that we should give out irreversible surgeries to minors at 13 years of age with no, like, prior thought. That is not my position. However, I do think specifically 16 and 17-year-olds should be at least be allowed to begin pursuing these things, so that way by 18 they have a better chance of getting what they want. Almost halfway. I don't think we're
Justice
getting
Barrett,
done with this
whom
today.
Justice Thomas joins, concurring. Because the court concludes that Tennessee's Senate Bill 1 does not classify on the basis of transgender status, it does not resolve whether transgender status constitutes a suspect class. Ante, at 16 to 18, see Geduldig vs. Aiello, 417 U.S. 484, 496, 1974. I write separately to explain why, in my view, it does not. As a practical necessity, most legislation classifies for one purpose or another. Romer vs. Evans, 517 U.S. 620, 631, 1996. Laws distribute benefits that advantage particular groups, like in-state tuition for residents, draw lines that might seem arbitrary, like income thresholds for means-tested benefits, and set rules for specific categories of people, like a particular profession or age group. Such classifications do not usually render a law unconstitutional. Instead, as a general matter, laws are presumed to be constitutionally valid,
Nope.
and a legislative classification
Now
will be
that
upheld
I'm
so
reading
long as it bears a
new
rational relation to
content
some legitimate
and
end.
I'm reading it with a
Given,
different voice
there are only
because
few
it's a different
exceptions to this
justice,
rule. Classifications
I
based
definitely
on
probably
race,
shouldn't be
sex,
playing over
and
the game.
alienage.
I'll find something else
Racial
to
and
do.
ethnic. Barrett, J. concurring. Classifications receive strict scrutiny. To survive a constitutional challenge, they must be narrowly tailored to serve
This
compelling
isn't
governmental
Amy
interests.
something Barrett, right? That's
Students
a
for Fair
different
Admissions
person?
Incorporated v. President and Fellows of Harvard College, 600 U.S. 181, 206 to 207, 2023. See also Regents of University of Cal v. Bakke, 438 U.S. 265, 292.
No, I never can do that.
1978.
That's way too
Opinion
hard.
of Powell, J.
It's frankly a miracle
Observing
that I
the
ever
Equal
figured out how to
Protection
do
Clause
that.
applies to all ethnic groups seeking protection from official discrimination.
All right, I'm gonna
Classifications based
play a
on
different
alienage
game
are subject to
because
similar
I'm gonna have
close
to focus on reading. I don't know what's like a slow game that I can play. I've never played Animal Crossing. Is that like a thing I can do on the Wii U? I'm just very biased to the Wii U, unfortunately. Okay, let me figure something out. Animal Crossing. The hell is Animal Crossing Plaza? No. Well, what's the type of game I could play? Puzzle games don't seem like a good choice. Racing games. What about racing games? Hmm. I could play one of the Mario games I have. Okay, let's try this. What's that one platformer game that everyone loves where everyone's trans that plays it? What the fuck is that called? It's a platformer. It's an indie game. Everyone loves it. It's got like this girl that like wears red and like she just has the trans vibes. It's a platformer. I'm almost certain of that. It's not Shantae. It's a... Holy hell, what is that called? Don't Starve sounds like a fun game. I know about Don't Starve. I've never played it. Maybe I should play Don't Starve. Don't Starve sounds like kind of a slow game. Yeah. See, I bought it a long time ago, but I haven't played it. What? Who? What is this? George Neves. The vibes are rancid. Hey, Spencer. So good at multitasking like Musk. They're citing the cast review because our beautiful law clerics can't obviously figure it out themselves. Yeah, okay. What's the lore on the cast review? Because they cited it about 30 times and they would not stop citing it. Maybe I need to do like a little bit of checky check with their whole cast review thing. Yeah, they cited it like many times. Cast review. I also wanted to Google what WPATH is again. I'm pretty sure it's just a medical society of some sort. So here's one of the best ways to learn this shit, which I will now put on demonstration. If you want to figure out if something is bad, you type in the word controversy after. And then you promptly get what you want. So he's citing WPATH. So he's being critical of WPATH in the light of the cast review. And the cast review is what? You funding. So yeah, here's another how to be effectively critical type deal. The Royal College of Psychiatry. Cast reviews, final report. I don't think I'll have enough time to meaningfully address the cast review in just this video. NHS England. Oh, interesting. Final report endorsed by the Conservative and Labour parties. Okay. Okay, no. So if it's endorsed by the Conservative parties, it already tells you everything you need to know. I need to know what the funding was. It was a service review. Services offered to young people and young people questioning their gender identity. Dr. Cass chaired the review and authored its recommendations and report independently of the medical bodies or consensus building process. Not involved in the preparation of recommendations. Commissioned several independent systematic reviews. Okay. Yeah, they would definitely find that it's pretty weak because you can address a person's gender dysphoria, but that doesn't mean the rest of society magically isn't transphobic anymore. Man, maybe I have to go through this entire stupid review. What I want to find is what I want to find is I want to find its funding. I want to find the biases of the people involved. Reception by academics and researchers. Stating the lack of evidence, others... What game am I popping in next? Don't Starve? Ugh, it's been a long time since I've tried Don't Starve. I wish I had like a Subnautica kind of game. You know what would be fun is playing that raft game. I don't know if you can play it on a controller, though. I'd have to pull up Steam. Some academics agreed, some disagreed. Various scholars criticized the emphasis on high and moderate quality evidence, saying the pediatric care often relies on low quality evidence in other areas, and downgrading qualitative research. Unsupported claims that social transition may change the trajectory of psychosexual identity, that youth who transition may lose the opportunity. Citation needed, so that's useless. Rebuttals. Generally focused on limiting or minimizing medical gender-affirming care for youth. And she minimizes the robust data and potential negative impacts. They can't get the best type of trial because it would be unethical. Wow, 200 educational psychologists. Concerns about the processes. Well, I could do an entire video on the cast review alone, couldn't I? I could do an entire multi-hour live stream on the cast review alone. God, I bet this would take forever to read. And the question is, how much would I benefit from it? Yep, so overall it found something negative. This resulted in a 2024 ban on puberty blockers in the UK. Interesting. Wow. I love how the first thing it links to is the 21st century anti-trans movement in the UK. Yeah. Yeah, that tracks. All right, back to reading. Okay, yeah, sorry, I was in cast review and I need to go to the next person's documents. This is Justice Barrett. Is this Amy something Barrett? Is this the girl, the white girl with the blonde hair? Oh, I thought she was blonde. Yeah, I might have been looking at one of these younger pictures of her where it looked lighter. But has it always been like a... Right, some of these highlights kind of look blondish to me. It's like a strawberry blonde or like a dirty blonde or brunette or something. Huh. Well, this is... Yeah, her name is Amy Coney Barrett, not Comey Barrett. Alright. Back to it. We're now reading her opinion, which Thomas joins, concurring. And, I guess I'm going to load up this Don't Starve game because it seems like the sort of thing where I can kind of like just put it down and just stop and pause pretty easily. But it seems like it will also keep my attention. It's also like a very farming survival type game, and I think that those games work best for when I'm reading these large documents like this. All right, back to reading. I should totally look up the cast review in totality. That would be interesting. I'd probably learn something. I'd probably understand
Justice
it better.
Barrett, with whom Justice
See how
Thomas
it's
joins,
influencing
concurring.
policy, especially.
Because the court concludes that Tennessee's Senate Bill 1 does not classify on the basis of transgender status, it does not resolve whether transgender status constitutes a suspect class. Ante, at 16 to 18, see Geduldig vs. Aiello, 417 U.S. 484, 496, 1974. I write separately to explain why, in my view, it does not. As a practical necessity, most legislation classifies for one purpose or another. Romer vs. Evans, 517 U.S.
Oh, ow, my leg. Ow. You can see the game, but I can't see the game. What's going on? What the hell? What has happened? The game is broken. Oh dear God, I've clicked things that I shouldn't have. My game capture is not happy, it seems. Okay. So what's she gonna say? She's gonna say transgender status does not constitute a class. I write separately to explain why, in my view, it does not. Okay, so she's gonna say fuck trans people. I wonder why this has become such a hot topic for like the entire American right. I wonder what about it strategically works so well to like hyper focus in on like this. Okay, I don't think this game loads. Alright then. Maybe we'll play something else. Maybe we'll just start fucking reading, because that's more important.
Justice Barrett, with whom Justice Thomas joins, concurring. Because the court concludes that Tennessee's Senate Bill 1 does not classify on the basis of transgender status, it does not resolve whether transgender status constitutes a suspect class. Ante, at 16 to 18, see Geduldig vs. Aiello, 417 U.S. 484, 496, 1974. I write separately to explain why, in my view, it does not. As a practical necessity, most legislation classifies for one purpose or another. Romer vs. Evans, 517 U.S. 620, 631, 1996. Laws distribute benefits that advantage particular groups, like in-state tuition for residents, draw lines that might seem arbitrary, like income thresholds for means-tested benefits, and set rules for specific categories of people, like a particular profession or age group. Such classifications do not usually render a law unconstitutional. Instead, as a general matter, laws are presumed to be constitutionally valid, and the legislative classification will be upheld so long as it bears a rational relation to some legitimate end. Ibid. There are only a few exceptions to this rule,
Land, and I did
classifications
not
based on
love
race,
it.
sex, and alienage. Racial and ethnic. Barrett, J., concurring. Classifications receive strict scrutiny. To survive a constitutional challenge, they must be narrowly tailored to serve compelling governmental interests. Students for Fair Admissions Incorporated v. President and Fellows of Harvard College, 600 U.S., 181, 206 to 207, 2023. See also Regents of University of Cal v. Baki, 438 U.S., 265, 292, 1978. Opinion of Powell, J. Observing that the Equal Protection Clause applies to all ethnic groups seeking protection from official discrimination. Classifications based on alienage are subject to similarly close scrutiny. 1 Nyquist v. Mauchlet, 432. U.S. 1, 7, 1977. And laws distinguishing between men and women receive intermediate scrutiny. To survive a constitutional challenge, they must be substantially related to achieving an important governmental objective. E. United States versus Virginia, 518 U.S. 515, 533, 1996. Beyond these categories, the set has remained virtually closed. Indeed, this court has not recognized any new constitutionally protected classes in over 4 decades, and instead has repeatedly declined to do so. Ondo versus Cleveland, 795 F.
Wow, I wonder what happened 4 decades ago to American politics at scale that might have resulted in them not ever considering anyone as a new protected class. Reagan. Reagan happened. Pretty straightforward that Reagan just happened. That's what happened.
F3D 597, 609, CA 6 2015. So in urging us to recognize transgender status as a suspect classification, the plaintiffs face a high bar. 2. 1 Alienage is a unique category. Because of Congress's broad authority over immigration, we have treated it as a suspect class only vis-a-vis the states. See, e.g., Takahashi vs. Fish and Game Comment, 334 U.S., 410, 418 to 419, 1948. For the same reason, we have grounded our scrutiny of state laws as much in the Supremacy Clause as in the Equal Protection Clause. See, e.g., Toll vs. Moreno, 458 U.S. 1, 9 to 10, 1982, holding that a state policy precluding certain aliens from acquiring in-state status for the purpose of university tuition violated the Supremacy Clause and declining to consider equal protection arguments.
She's
Takahashi,
terrible,
334 U.S. at 419. State laws which impose discriminatory burdens upon the entrance or residence of aliens lawfully within the United States conflict with the constitutionally derived federal power to regulate immigration, and have accordingly been held invalid. See also Graham vs. Richardson, 403 U.S. 365, 376 to 380.
I've not played Excitebike in a
1971.
long time. That sounds fun.
2 Because the plaintiffs contend that intermediate scrutiny rather than. Barrett, J., concurring. To determine whether a group constitutes a suspect class, akin to the canonical examples of race and sex, we apply a test derived from the famous footnote 4 in United States vs. Caroline Products Company. See 304 U.S. 144, 152 to 153. N.4, 1938, suggesting that prejudice against discrete and insular minorities may be a special condition, which tends seriously to curtail the operation of those political processes ordinarily to be relied upon to protect minorities.
Let me see what I have
and which
on
may call for a
Steam. Maybe I
correspondingly
can
more
find
searching
something to
judicial
play on
inquiry.
Steam today.
We consider whether members of the group in
I'll
question
keep reading.
exhibit obvious, immutable, or distinguishing characteristics that define them as a discrete group, whether the group has a historical matter, been subjected to discrimination, and whether the group is a minority or politically powerless. Ling vs. Castillo, 477 U.S. 635, 638, 1986. The test is strict, as evidenced by the failure of even vulnerable groups to satisfy it. We have held that the mentally disabled, the elderly, and the poor are not suspect classes. See Cleburne vs. Cleburne Living Center Incorporated, 473 U.S. 432, 442, 1985.
They should be
mental
classes of
disability,
people that
MASA.
deserve protections from
Giuseppe BD
discrimination.
of Retirement vs. Murdia, 427 U.S. 307, 313. 314, 1976, per curiam, age, San Antonio Independent School Dis TV, Rodriguez, 411 U.S. 1, 28, 1973,
Steam, why the
poverty.
hell are you trying to
In
go to
fact,
big
as far as I
screen
can
mode
tell,
just 'cause
we
of
have never embraced a new suspect
colors
class under
connected?
this test. Our restraint reflects the strict scrutiny is the correct standard. They refer to transgender status as a quasi-suspect class. E.g., brief for respondents in support of Petitioner 37. See Cleburne vs. Cleburne Living Center Incorporated, 473 U.S.
Steam,
432,
exit picture mode
437 to 438, 1985, using the phrase quasi-suspect classification to refer to classifications that trigger intermediate-level scrutiny. As any form of heightened review departs from the presumption that legislative classifications are constitutional, I follow the Sixth Circuit in using the phrase suspect class or suspect classification to refer generically to all classifications that trigger more than rational basis review. C.L.W. V. SKRMETTI, 83F, 4th 460, 486, 2023. Barrett, J., concurring. Principle that W. When social or economic legislation is at issue, the Equal Protection Clause allows the states wide latitude, and the Constitution presumes that even improvident decisions will eventually be rectified by the democratic processes.
Can I play this?
Cleburne, 473 U.S. at 440, citation omitted.
Oh, it does require...
2. The Sixth Circuit held that transgender
that's
individuals
an
do not
issue.
constitute a suspect class, and it was right to do so. Point 3 to begin, transgender status is
mind.
not marked by the same sort of obvious, immutable, or distinguishing
Back to my
characteristics
Steam
as
library.
race or sex.
What can I play with
L.
it, Dan?
W. V.
I'm not
SKRMETTI,
playing
83
Infinity
F.
Nikki,
4th
that would be
460,
hilarious, though.
487, 2023, quoting Bowen vs. Gilliard, 483 U.S. 587,
It'd be funny to
602,
play Infinity
1987,
Nikki.
C. Ling, 477
It'd be very funny,
U.S.
I think.
at 638. In particular, it is not defined by a trait that is definitively ascertainable at the moment of birth. 83 F. 4th
Well, I
at
really
487,
actually don't own that
quoting
many
Ondo,
games.
795 F. 3D at 609. The plaintiffs here,
Why
for
do things
instance,
get
began to
louder?
experience gender
Why are
dysphoria
things
at
getting
varying
louder?
ages, some from a young age, others not until the onset of puberty. See brief for respondents in support of petitioner 8 to 12. Meanwhile, the plaintiffs acknowledge that some transgender individuals detransition later in life. In other words, they begin to identify again with the gender
Oh my
that
God,
corresponds
my
to their
entire
biological
computer's dying. This is so bad.
sex. CTR of Oral
Thank
Arg
you. That was
49,
terrible.
108. Accordingly,
Holy hell,
transgender
Steam, no more big picture mode.
status does
That
not
was
turn on an
awful.
immutable characteristic, C. Ling, 477 U.S. at 638. Nor is the transgender population a discrete group, as our cases require. IBID. Instead, like classes we have declined to recognize as suspect, the category of transgender individuals is large,
Why the
diverse,
hell is
and
it trying to
amorphous.
load Lethal Company?
Rodriguez, 411 U.S. at 28. The World Professional Association for Transgender Health states that the term transgender can. 3. Justice Alito would likewise hold that transgender persons do
Son of a
not
bitch.
qualify as a suspect or quasi-suspect class. See post at 10, opinion concurring in part and concurring in judgment. Though his analysis differs in emphasis, see IBID, and 6, I understand it to be consistent with mine. Barrett, J., concurring. Describe a huge variety of gender identities and expressions. 83 F. 4th at 487, quoting Standards of Care for the Health of Transgender and Gender Diverse People S15, 8th edition 2022. The American Psychological Association similarly uses the phrase transgender youth as an umbrella term to describe varied groups with many diverse gender experiences. Brief for American Psychological Association et al. As Amici Curiae 6, N. 7. Underscoring the point, plaintiffs' counsel acknowledged at oral argument that there are people who fall within a transgender identity who may not fit into a binary identity.
Well, yeah,
TR of oral arg.
technically.
100. The boundaries of the group, in other words, are not defined by an easily ascertainable characteristic that is fixed and consistent across the group.
Yeah, so they're saying
Finally, holding that transgender
can't be
people
a
constitute
protected
suspect
group
class
because
will require courts to oversee all manner of
our
policy choices
history
normally
has to
committed
be
to
an
legislative discretion.
immutable kind
The
of
parties
protected
agree that
group.
the states have a legitimate interest in regulating health care. They also agree that transgender status implicates physical and mental health. Indeed, this case is about the medical treatment of children with gender dysphoria, which is clinically significant distress resulting from the incongruence between gender identity and sex assigned at birth, and which can result in severe anxiety, depression, self-harm, and even suicide. Brief for respondents in support of petitioner 4 to 5. The question of how to regulate a medical condition such as gender dysphoria involves a host of policy judgments that legislatures, not courts, are best equipped to make. C. Cleburne, 473 U.S. at 441 to 442, declining to recognize a suspect class when the distinguishing characteristics of the proposed class are relevant to interests the state has the authority to implement.
Okay.
Consider just a few. What are the relevant risks and benefits to children of puberty blockers and hormone treatments? What is the age at which these treatments become? Barrett, J., concurring. Appropriate? 15? 16? 18? What about surgeries? Expert disagreements highlight the difficulty of such choices. As the court recounts, England, Finland, Norway, and Sweden have raised concerns about using puberty blockers or hormone treatments on juveniles with gender dysphoria and have limited such treatments, in some cases by allowing them to go forward only in a research setting. C1 App, 332 to 342, 409 to 411, 2 ID, at 726 to 727, Anti, at 3 to 4. By contrast, the guidelines promulgated by the Endocrine Society, upon which the plaintiffs rely, broadly recommend treatment.
Not turn on? Oh no, it's doing it again. This is bad. Before long, it'll probably accidentally turn off my entire. I think I officially hate Steam Big Picture Mode. Because every time this damn thing turns on, it tries to destroy my entire computer. Stop that. Thank you, that was ridiculous. Okay. I'm not enjoying what this does to my waistline. Back to reading. Alright, Google.
Recommend treatment for adolescents with sustained gender dysphoria and the capacity to give informed consent. App to PET for CERT 256A, 259A. As we have emphasized before, state and federal legislatures have wide discretion to pass legislation in areas where there is medical and scientific uncertainty. Gonzalez v. Carhart, 550 U.S. 124, 163, 2007. The prospect of courts second-guessing legislative choices in this area should set off alarm bells. C.F. Lochner v. New York, 198 U.S. 45, 72, 1905, Harlan, J. Dissenting. What the precise facts are it may be difficult to say. It is enough for this court to know that the question is one about which there is room for debate and for an honest difference of opinion. Beyond the treatment of gender dysphoria, transgender status implicates several other areas of legitimate regulatory policy, ranging from access to restrooms to eligibility for boys and girls sports teams. If laws that classify based on transgender status necessarily trigger heightened scrutiny, then the courts will inevitably be in the business of closely scrutinize legislative choices in all these domains. Cleburne, 473 U.S., at 441 to 442. To be sure, an individual law, inexplicable by anything but animus, is unconstitutional. Trump versus Hawaii, 585 U.S.,
Trump versus
667,
Hawaii?
706,
What?
2018. But legislatures have many valid reasons to make policy in these areas, and so long as a statute is a rational means of pursuing a legitimate end, the Equal Protection Clause is. Barrett, J., concurring. Satisfied. 3. The conclusion that transgender individuals do not share the obvious, immutable, or distinguishing characteristics of a discrete group is enough to demonstrate that transgender status does not define a suspect class. Ling, 477 U.S., at 638. But the second factor, whether the group has, as a historical matter, been subjected to discrimination, ibid, also poses a problem for the plaintiff's argument. In addressing this factor, the plaintiffs assume that a history of private discrimination may satisfy this condition. For instance, the plaintiffs argue that it is undeniable that transgender individuals, as a class, have historically been subject to discrimination including in education, employment, housing, and access to healthcare. Brief for United States 29, brief for respondents in support of petitioner 37, adopting the arguments made by the United States, point for the Solicitor General confirmed at oral argument that this A.R. Argument did not turn on discrimination reflected in the laws. Tr. of Oral Arg 60. The district court also assumed that a history of private discrimination could suffice to establish that a group comprises a suspect class. CL, W, V, SKRMETTI, 679 F, Sup, 3D 668, 690, MD Tennessee 2023. This assumption is mistaken. For purposes of the 14th Amendment, the relevant question is whether the group has been subject to a long-standing pattern of discrimination in the law. In other words, we ask whether the group has suffered a history of de jure discrimination. Existing suspect classes had such a history. Most obviously, the clear and central purpose of the 14th. Barrett, the court explains.
God damn it.
Amendment was to eliminate all official state sources of invidious racial discrimination in the states. Loving versus Virginia, 388 U.S. 1, 10, 1967. We have made that point repeatedly. Students for Fair Admissions Incorporated, 600 U.S., at 206, gathering cases. In recognizing sex as a suspect class, we similarly emphasize that women faced more than a century's worth of discrimination in the law, and, until 1920 did women gain a constitutional right to the franchise. And for a half-century thereafter, it remained the prevailing doctrine that government, both federal and state, could withhold from women opportunities accorded men so long as any basis in reason could be conceived for the discrimination. Virginia, 518 U.S., at 531, citation omitted, see also Frontiero versus Richardson, 411 U.S., 677,
I cannot get this keyboard to work. I tried earlier and gave up, but...
Plurality opinion, as a result of notions
You know
such
what,
as
I'm
these,
just
our
reading, so
statute
I
books
guess I'll
gradually
take the
became
next
laden
30
with
minutes
gross
and try to get
stereo.
this keyboard to work.
Type distinctions between the sexes. And in protecting alienage, we underscored the many state laws that discriminated on that ground, typically by targeting individuals of a particular national origin. See, e.g., Takahashi vs. Fish and Game Common, 334 U.S., 410, 427, 1948, Murphy, J., concurring, discussing a state law, directed in spirit and in effect solely against aliens of Japanese birth, Yikwa vs. Hopkins, 118 U.S., 356, 373 to 374, 1886, identifying ordinances that discriminated against Chinese nationals. Indeed, Congress criminalized discrimination on the basis of alienage by state actors in 1870, in response to California legislation restricting the rights of Chinese immigrants. Rajaram vs. Meta Platforms Incorporated, 105 F. 4th 1179, 1183 to 1184, CA 9 2024, C16 Stat 144, codified, as amended, 18.
Why did it stop reading? What happened?
The distinction between de jure discrimination and PRI. Vate animus is consistent with the 14th Amendment. Ment's text and purpose. Most fundamentally, the 14th Amendment constrains state action, not private conduct. See National Collegiate Athletic Association v. Tarkanian, 488 U.S. 179, 191, 1988. And state actors are entitled to a presumption that their actions turn on constitutionally legitimate motivations rather than impermissible animus. Schilb vs. Kubel, 404 U.S. 357, 364, 1971. Of course, this presumption can be defeated, and a widespread history of state action that reflects animus or stereotyping gives courts good reason to be suspicious of the government's motives. But because we presume that state actors abide by the Constitution, the fact of private discrimination, which is not itself unconstitutional, even if morally blameworthy, does not provide a basis for inferring that state actors are also likely to discriminate and thereby violate the Constitution. This focus on de jure discrimination is not only theoretically sound, it is also judicially manageable. Courts are ill-suited to conduct an open-ended inquiry into whether the volume of private discrimination exceeds some indeterminate threshold. By contrast, they are well-equipped to analyze whether there is a history of legislation that has discriminated against the group in question. Focusing the inquiry on de jure state action would also clarify the test for political powerlessness, which is another factor we have used to determine whether a classification is suspect.
Wow, I think I got it.
Caroline
That took
Providence,
forever.
the source of the discrete and insular minority test, equates political powerlessness with laws
Did I get
burdening
it?
those who lack to vote. See
If I did, I'm going to play Agario.
152 to 153, N4, citing McCulloch v. Maryland, 4 wheat. 316,
I think it worked.
1819,
Agar.
the state regulating
Yeah,
the federal
hell yeah,
government.
dot
South Carolina
IO.
Highway
All
Department
right.
v. Barnwell Brothers Incorporated.
Well, I paid
303
attention
S.
too, so that was
177,
nice.
184, N2, 1938, a state regulating out-of-state corporations. This kind of political powerlessness, which leaves the affected persons altogether unable to protect themselves in the political process, tracks the experience of the existing suspect classes. Barrett, J., concurring. We have said little, however, about what political powerlessness means for our recognition of new suspect classes. See Ling, 477 U.S., at 638, stating without elaboration that close relatives are not politically powerless, Murgia, 427 U.S., at 313, same for the elderly. And in the absence of clear guidance from us, lower courts have resorted to considering evidence like whether the group has drawn the support of powerful interest groups, achieved equal representation in government, or obtained affirmative statutory protection from discrimination in the private sector. See, e.g., 83F 4th, at 487, evaluating whether transgender litigants are supported by major medical organizations and large law firms, 679F Sup. 3D, at 691, suggesting that the analysis turns on whether the group has achieved relatively equal representation in political bodies. Grimm vs. Gloucester CTY. School BD, 972F, 3D 586, 613, CA 4 2020, concluding that transgender people
Hilarious.
are politically powerless because of a dearth of openly transgender persons serving in the executive and legislative branches, or in the judiciary. These markers reflect sociological intuitions about a group's relative political power. They do not constitute an objective, legally grounded standard that courts can apply consistently. A legacy of de jure discrimination, by contrast, more precisely, and objectively, captures the interests that lie at the heart of the Equal Protection Clause. Because the litigants assumed that evidence of private discrimination could suffice for the suspect class inquiry, they did not thoroughly discuss whether transgender individuals have suffered a history of de jure discrimination as a class. And because the group of transgender individuals, Barrett, J., concurring, is an insufficiently discrete and insular minority, the question is largely academic. Point 5 in future cases, however, I would not recognize a new suspect class absent a demonstrated history of de jure discrimination. The Equal Protection Clause does not demand heightened judicial scrutiny of laws that classify based on transgender status. Rational basis review applies, which means that courts must give legislatures flexibility to make policy in this area. 5. The evidence that is before this court is sparse and suggestive of relatively little de jure discrimination.
Warning.
When asked at
People
oral
can put
argument,
kind
the
of
Solicitor
anything
General
into this
acknowledged that
shit.
historical
Oh my
discrimination
god, what
against
is
transgender
this?
people may not have been reflected in the laws.
Did it just
TR
turn off
of
the
Oral
advertisement?
R60.
What?
Counsel
What,
for
did I
the
just
private
lose the
plaintiffs,
internet?
however, suggested that bans on military service for transgender individuals
Why am I
and
playing
on cross-dressing
Agario?
might
This is
qualify
stupid.
as de jure discrimination. CID, at 110.
What does de
See
jure
also
mean?
post, at 25 to 26, Sotomayor, J., dissenting. Because the issue was unbriefed, I take no position on whether there is a long-standing history of de jure discrimination with respect to the relevant characteristic of transgender status.
By right. Rightful. According
Opinion
to
of
rightful
Alito, J.
entitlement.
Supreme Court of the United States.
Oh, that was hers? Hers was
Number
really
20.
short. It was just like, oh... Just examples of how, you know, the 14th Amendment applies to men versus women, because men are men, women are women. It's that rhetoric. Now we're on to who? Concurring in part and concurring in the judgment. Justice Alito. Let me remember who this is. Just some dude. I'm sure he's important and what he does matters, but tell me, Agario, why do you not work? Well, what other stupid browser games can I play? What does Microsoft Edge have to do? I only use Microsoft Edge specifically for playing games. Well, damn it! Now I don't have anything to do. I should probably keep reading, realistically. Okay, well, we are on page... let me remind myself. We are on page... Wow, that doesn't really tell me anything. Okay, well, we are starting Justice Alito's opinion, concurring in part and concurring in the judgment, and I have to stop here today unless I play more tonight, when I really should be relaxing. Oh, ow. Ow, my shoulder. Okay, I'm gonna stop here, and maybe I'll play more Zelda tomorrow. If we got more than halfway done today, obviously we should be able to finish tomorrow. I think we started at like 11:30. It's 4, so it should be about 4 or 5 hours tomorrow, and I'll be done. Cool. And then Saturday I have a trans rights protest to attend and possibly document, maybe just attend for once. And then yeah, so Friday will be occupied streaming. Saturday will be a trans rights protest, and then I need to keep working on the big shit that happened, which is taking slow amounts of time, just like all legal things do. I'm going to leave it there, and then calling Alito some dude is wild work. Is Alito important? Who is this fucking dude? Justice Alito. Like, I don't give a fuck about these dudes. Fuck them. It's just some dude. De jure by law, de facto in reality. Thank you, I appreciate this. Because our beautiful law clerics... Okay, I'm back. It's almost like the decision should be left to doctors, parents, and the children in question. Correct. De jure by law. Oh, because jure. Yeah, because of the Latin meaning of juris. De facto, facts being reality. By law, by reality. Okay. Samuel Alito. I don't think he looks like that right now. This is from 2007. This is a 20-year-old picture. Man. Ooh, time did not age this dude well. Hot damn. Damn, did he get his ass kicked. So he's right-leaning. I remember he was right-leaning in the Citizens United case. Age like a lit candle. You're got. Damn, he really did not age well. What the fuck? I hope. They say people age 3 times in their life. Tries to avoid extremes. Interesting. Yeah. Holy shit, he did not age well. What the fuck? This is like a normal, healthy guy, and then like there's a decrepit old man 20 years later. I like that. I understand it's been 20 years, 18 years, but Jesus Christ. Nominated by Ronald Reagan. Oh, I don't need to know shit about him. I already know everything about him just by that. That's easy as fuck. Oh, that is so easy. Of course, he's one of the ancient ones that Reagan put in. Reagan put in a few, Trump put in a few, and everything has been fucked ever since then. Yeah, I'm not noticing anything in particular. Oh, I can hear his voice. Oh.
These cases concern the constitutionality of provisions of the federal law.
He sounds like a Ben Shapiro type. Actually, he's got that nasally sound. I really shouldn't boil people. Ad hominems aren't very useful. So, yeah, he's just some guy. Fuck him. They've had incredibly inhuman opinions back to back to back. So it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna put any of these people on pedestals. Not in the slightest. Not in the slightest. Also, like, they're demanding that they have a right to rule on transgender healthcare, but they don't know the difference between biological sex, genetic sex, anatomical sex, hormonal sex. They don't know the difference between those, and they think they have a right to speak. So yeah, fuck them. I don't care how famous a person is. Yeah, he's a nerd. Yeah, and of course he has to have certain credentials as a justice to get to the position he's in. But I have zero respect for people on the basis of their credentials, of their education, of their prestige. It doesn't matter. You can still be a racist and still know a lot of things. You can still be a transphobe and know a bunch of shit. You're still just kind of not a good person. I don't really care. That's the one thing that the previous guy had right, is he's right. Expertism will not save us. But it was so weird to see Justice Thomas Clarence make the argument that we can't rely on experts because they've been wrong, but we should rely on me. I'm right, though. What? How is the solution not, maybe we should just give up on having everything written by experts, and maybe we should just let people vote personally? Maybe we should just do direct democracy. But no, if we do that, they'll all fall out of power. With that, I will be reading Justice Alito's court opinion. Amy Coney Barrett has disagreed with Trump too many times. Ooh, interesting. With that, I'm going to stop here. I will try and finish this document tomorrow. It looks like we are more than halfway done, and I will get to read Alito's concurring opinion, and I believe there's one more concurring, and then we get into the dissenting, which is definitely going to be easy and easier to read, because there's a good chance I will unfortunately agree with a lot of their logic and rhetoric for why trans people should have rights. Nothing but Kavanaugh's. Okay, cool. Have a good day. Take care. I appreciate you being here, George, and other different people. Wait a minute. George. Your name is George, and you seem to have meaningfully encyclopedic knowledge of politics. What's the statistical chance? Bye, George. Oh, do I recall that last name? Andrea? I think George is in my chat. Oh, good. Don't look into this. Bye, George. I was like, wait a fucking minute. It's one thing to be named George. It's another thing to have very competitively good information on politics. Yeah, I've never met you. Have a good day, stranger.